Save me, Caffeine! Caffeine, save me! Hi, hello. Greetings from the archive. How's everyone doing today? Hi, it's me again. I'm back. Chat, I'm back and I'm your problem now. How's everyone doing today? Lovely to see ya. Let me greet everybody. Hello, Omega Scales, Crochet Dragon, Cat-Eared Yuri Enjoyer, No Eyes for You, Otter Defindo, Dusklight Wanderer, Crochet Dragon, Index Page, Peru, Strap Streams, Astra Arts. Let's see, Lycan. Hello. Am I missing anyone? Hello, Sakura-Fawn. No Eyes for You. Apologies if I'm missing names. Pyro, lovely to see ya. Thank you for the hydrate. Sakura, I appreciate it. Fanatic Pharaoh. How is everyone today? How are you all doing? Read the news and I'm scared. I'll be so honest. I woke up like 2 hours ago. I have not had a chance to check the news today. And I'll admit this is a problem I've been having recently. I absolutely hate waking up only a couple hours before stream. I need to be awake like several hours before stream, have time to work on things, to check social media, to catch up on responsibilities. I've been having a very big issues lately with the fact that like I have been waking up right before stream, because when I wake up just before stream, I have not had time to like get in the streaming headspace. I have not had time to catch up on current events and you know, gather things to talk about during stream. I fucking hate this shit. Unfortunately, I've been falling into that cycle recently where I'm waking up right before streams, and it is a problem. It's also why I have not been working on YouTube Shorts, because I need to publish my YouTube Shorts early. Nah, I'll admit, if I wake up like within 2 hours of stream, I'm gonna start that stream cranky. It is an issue. No time to mentally prepare sounds horrible. No, I need a couple hours to prepare for stream, so I'm kind of sitting here not mentally prepared. I did hear there was more big news today. I haven't looked into it. Hello, Asa. Bark, bite. Do you want the TLDR on stream, or do you want an article posted on the Discord? Someone posts an article from like a reputable news source in the Discord, if you don't mind. Because I appreciate y'all. I would like to get some more information. And as much as I love and appreciate you guys, I'd like to look at like a full source that covers the whole thing. But nah, I honestly, I'm pissed. Like I planned this year to like hit the ground running with making more YouTube Shorts again, to be more on top of my commentary and news coverage, and then my sleep schedule has been fucked all year. But it's okay. We're working on it. We're good. We're gonna make this shit happen. Yeah, my ears do move. One sec. Why are they not moving the way I want them to? Give me a second. I have not reset my tracking today. We're gonna do a quick tracking reset. There we go. Yeah, my ears do move. They're linked to my eyebrows. I love my ears. They're not moving as much as I want them to right now. I think my hair might be in the way, but they are some of the proudest assets of my model. Hee. Always good to look at the more reliable source. Yeah, I like to, my news like gathering is usually starts with what people say on social media and then ends with like doing as much research as I can into original sources. I don't trust most mainstream media, always gonna take them with a grain of salt, but like you compile a ton of sources, you look at their sources, etc. Unfortunately, as much as I love my fellow leftists on the internet, they are not always the most reliable news sources, because a lot of things pass through hearsay. And okay, I don't blame people for catastrophizing, because a lot of the time things are a lot worse than mainstream media wants to tell us, but also a lot of the time leftists on the internet catastrophize in the wrong way. I think a really A really interesting example, though not like the most severe example. Do y'all remember that this is actually the reason I bring this up? It's relevant to a video essay I'm currently working on and hoping to release in the coming weeks. You remember the case, I've talked about it a few times lately, of the guy whose family created like an AI of him to play in court, which like forgave the, you know, guy who killed him? Murder victim's family made an AI of him, AI video of him, played it in court, etc, etc. A lot of people, based purely off the headlines, went, oh my god, I can't believe they admitted this as evidence in court. They did not admit it as evidence. This was specifically during a sentencing hearing as an impact statement. And in most states, impact statements can be literally whatever the hell you want. There's almost no restrictions on impact statements. The reason they allowed it in court is because there's almost no restriction on victim impact statements. So like everyone was going, oh, why did they admit this as evidence, without acknowledging the fact that it was a impact statement, and impact statements have very little restriction or regulation around them as is. An impact statement, usually it comes from friends, family members, etc. of the victim or perpetrator, discussing the impact of this case to influence the sentencing. It is absolutely distasteful as fuck, but this is just an example of like, yeah, oftentimes misinformation spreads wildly, rapid fire on the internet in our circles. And that's why I try to look at like as many original sources as I can whenever I'm like researching events. And I'll be so real. I have accidentally, unknowingly perpetuated misinformation in my coverage of like news subjects, and I'm trying to be better about that going into the new year. I have a whole video essay coming out about that particular situation, about the guy whose family made an AI of him and played it in court. I have a whole video essay about that in the works, but talk about that soon. We'll get more into that soon. Did you hear about the hacker in a pink Power Ranger suit deleting white supremacy sites? No, I have not, Omega Scales. Mainstream media is downplaying what happened with the situation that happened today. Unsurprisingly, the government is doing it, even though what happened was videotaped. Oh, 100%. Like, I am going to, anytime I, you know, engage with mainstream media, I'm going to assume that they are downplaying a situation or leaving out vital details regarding, like, the motive or whatnot. I'm absolutely 100% when engaging with mainstream media going to assume that they're trying to take a very status quo position. They're going to downplay details. They're going to ignore motives. They're going to try to do or cover this in a way that most agrees with the existing systems in place and presumes innocence and doesn't dig into the depths. It is going to be a very surface level analysis which lacks any kind of actual leftist commentary and leaves out potentially vital details. But at the same time, this is why I use, you know, or this is why I am very careful with the sources I engage with. I go for this shit for like a very bare bones coverage, but often sometimes like the opinions that are spread around by just people on the internet have been they're rumors that have gone through 3 or 4 permutations, so I'm always very careful with who I trust. The unfortunate fact of the matter is that oftentimes we do not have full information around this shit, and it takes a long time. Hi, Pot. It absolutely is fuck having a job. Fuck employment. This shit sucks. Fuck capitalism. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The obvious truth that we will latch onto whatever we believe. Yeah. I think a lot of people in leftist spaces, I will admit, this is self-critique as well, believe ourselves because we know what a logical fallacy is. We often believe ourselves to be immune or less prone to logical fallacy when we are absolutely fucking not. A lot of us believe that we are more objective when we're very prone to fix false beliefs, to misinformation, to all of this shit. And that's rough, a very hard thing to counter with the fact that absolutely mainstream media and politicians are lying to us and are simplifying these big issues we are facing. It's a really, really hard balance to hit there. But no, we're absolutely still prone to logical fallacy and misinformation. Get through news coverage stuff soon, but I accidentally watched the video. I'm now intensely self-caring first. Completely fair. Do what you gotta do. I will say I'm extremely hardened to this shit. I am not someone who gets easily, like, bothered or impeded by discussion or imagery of, like, gore, violence, etc. I'm very, very hardened to this shit. It's why I'm able to play some of the horror games I do. But no, completely fair for needing to take care of yourself when you see this shit. I think I've just seen so much fucked up shit on the internet that, like, it's very hard to faze me. I'm very, very, it's very, very hard to faze me. Yes, Pot. I woke up about 2 hours ago, so I have not had time to look into it. So I was asking Chad if anyone had a source on hand. It wasn't the gore or anything, it's the fear they'll take my family next, and that's understandable. That's understandable. Again, I'm very hardened to this shit. I don't know, I've known a lot of people for whom after these tragedies happen, they get really paranoid and scared about it happening to them and their loved ones. I'm very hardened to that particularly. As well. I don't blame people at all for being afraid, and these are real forces that we need to fight. I don't say this to say, oh, there's nothing to actually be scared of, we don't need to fight, etc., etc. We absolutely need to be fighting. It is terrifying what the government is doing. I'm very hardened to, like, the personal fear. I don't let it petrify me. And that's not an easy thing to do. When I'm faced with a lot of this shit, it pushes me to want to fight harder. But I guess that might be my particular mindset around all of it. When I see instances of police brutality, when I see the horrid actions being taken by the government, it makes me want to fight more. I don't get petrified, and that's definitely not an easy thing to do, but it has to do with my particular mindset around leftism and activism. What got me was that people around were only, oh no, what the fuck, like, my dude, that's pretty subdued for daylight police executions. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'll be dead ass, we need more people in the streets. This is something I have been begging for such a long time. But in America, our attitudes towards protest and the actions of protest we take are so disorganized and lacking. We need more people out in the streets. I look at the political action that happens in a lot of other countries. The way several countries in recent memory have protested their way into revolution and into long-standing change. I am very disappointed, honestly, by the fact that there are not, like, people in the fucking streets doing more these days. The fact that the majority of people are not out there fighting. It is really, really frustrating to me, being completely honest. Why is there not more public outcry happening? You know? Why is there not more public outcry and protest, and further than that, without getting too into it, happening right now? Hello, Mr. Nee! Media headlines and news all seem clickbaity and biased, gotta get them clicks. Oh, absolutely. The fear and propaganda getting to them? I mean, I think, yes, fear and propaganda getting to them, but there's a lot of countries wherein worse shit is happening, and people, and more overt violence against the public is happening, and people didn't let that scare them. What is it about Americans that they are so prone to complacency and to non-action, you know? What is it about Americans that, people are so prone to inaction and to complacency? And I'll be honest, recently it's been getting to me and pissing me the fuck off. It has been getting to me and pissing me the fuck off that more people are not doing something. The fact that Nepal's government got overwhelmed in less than a week is something I get jealous about. The reason they got overwhelmed and the American government hasn't is in part that people are not getting in the streets and fighting enough. When's the last time you went to a protest? When's the last time you got involved in actual leftist activist effort? When's the last time you stood up and did something, you know? Something more than just like talking about it on the internet. And I know this is definitely a harsh take, but it's one that it's an issue that I'm getting increasingly impatient and frustrated about, and that working on my video, the one that I had to put down, the VTuber's Guide to Protest video, got me very worked up about, and it's part of why I never finished it. That I was getting so deeply frustrated and I had to put it down to like my own mental health for a while. I hope to get back to that video eventually because it's an incredibly important issue. Thank you so much for the follow, Mr. Culture. But fucking hell, this is an issue that I've gotten endlessly pissed off about. Hello, check for Charlie. Bark bark bye bye. For me personally, I'm scared to go alone. I know it's a dumb excuse, working on it, but it's scary to feel alone. The way you stop feeling alone is by going to a protest and making connections with other leftists in your area. You want to stop feeling alone in it, you need to start going to the protests. It is a very, very simple solution. Go to a protest, start talking, because when you go to a protest, the organizers are begging you to come to have a conversation with them and get more deeply involved. So you go to the protest, you go get more deeply involved, boom, problem fixed, problem solved. People are so unwilling and scared to take that first step. You know? It's a very, very endlessly frustrating, thing for me. And I know this is a callous, a callous take, but it is an issue, again, I'm getting increasingly, over the past, like, 6 months, frustrated regarding. We need to do something. Speaking out your opinions, or against opinions is pretty terrifying. Okay, we need to get over it. We need to, I'm genuinely at a point of like, no, we need to stop making excuses and start acting. We need to stop making excuses and start fucking acting. Yeah, it's terrifying. Guess what? People in other countries and places are doing it to great success under worse conditions. Yeah, it's terrifying. You have to. Nothing is ever going to change if we don't, and you can't wait for someone else. So many people, even in leftist spheres, gonna be dead ass, are waiting for someone else to start the revolution. To do the organizing. The majority of people are waiting for someone else to carry the flame. And it's not gonna happen if you keep waiting. If you keep sitting at home waiting for someone else to create the change you want to see in the world, it is never going to happen. It's the whole not going to be me mentality. Yeah, so many people are too complacent and have too much desire for the safety of just existing that they're unwilling to make any change happen. Revolution is not going to happen until every single one of us gets up. We need to organize, we need more people to push these endeavors, and until every single fucking one of us gets up and starts fighting, fight is not going to happen. Can't go to protest yet because my parents are MAGA, can't do anything, things going on right now. You can though. They don't need to know where you are 24/7. It's gonna be scary, you might endanger yourself, but you have to. There is no such thing as protest where you don't endanger yourself a little bit. That's an unfortunate just part of the deal. Especially when so many folks who do go out and protest are the most marginalized. Yeah, like there's a lot of people who don't even have the option of safety. The people who are the most active in these fights are the people who are the inherently least safe. What the fuck are we doing as people who have the ability to live safe, quote-unquote, normal lives doing not fighting? Hello, Samo, bark bark bye bye. I feel like it's part of the bystander effect at this point. Absolutely, it is. But it's something we need to be aware of and actively fight. I'm just saying, like, a disabled person of color is a lot more, like, how do I say this? There's so many of us who have a kind of inherent privilege that we are not willing to acknowledge, and just the ability to exist a relatively normal, safe life, is that, you know? That is privilege in action, and we are failing all of the people who don't share that level of privilege by not going out and doing something. I am a white trans boy. I am a white trans masked person, and while I am, you know, steadily moving towards looking visibly queer in public, I am inherently safer existing in public and more able to live a normal life than a lot of other people who are more visibly marginalized. And I have a, how do I say, a duty to use that to fight. And there's so many people who have that same level of safety who refuse to do anything because they're too scared of not being safe. They're too afraid of not being safe. Oh, happy birthday, Samo! Congratulations! Bark, bark, bite, bite. Happy birthday. Aww. Happy fucking birthday. But nah, I'll be honest, I'm having increasingly less and less sympathy for people who are not willing to get out on the streets and fight for whatever reason. I think there are very few good excuses for not doing so. If you are not going out and fighting, then you are failing. And I know that's a very, very harsh take, but like, we have to. Screen time is running out. Took advice from yesterday and hope to see you on Friday. Oh, good luck. Take care. No eyes for you. I hope it works out well for you. Hello, Dragdund. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Enjoy the lurk, Andy. Take care of yourself. This shit's gonna keep happening up until we start meaningfully fighting. Yeah, not doing anything is helping them more than it helps us. Yeah, very much so. Like, if you see someone getting harassed by the cops in the street, you have a fucking duty to step up and do something. I don't care how scared you are, you have a duty to stand up and fucking do something. And too many people are unwilling to. It scares me how complacent a lot of folks are in a lot of places. It really, really scares me how complacent folks are. I feel this even in my own local community. People are just too complacent in ways that has been really getting under my skin lately. But perhaps it's a little bit too dark of a tangent for the moment. Bark, bark, but me a cat? Why bark at me? I always bark at everyone. Barking is part of how I communicate. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Thanks for respectfully whacking me upside the head with your words. I genuinely needed that. I'm glad to motivate and help in any way. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I think there's more ways to contribute to social change than simply attending protests, though. Like, attending protests is undoubtedly helpful, but community involvement and service is very helpful. Oh, I don't disagree. I don't disagree that there are more ways of creating change than just, you know, attending a protest. And I would argue most protests don't do anything. we talk about the difference between symbolic protest and there's, I forget what the term for the opposite is, but there are symbolic protests and there are protests and actions that actually create change. Symbolic protest, the reason I urge people to get involved in protests, and whenever I say go get involved in protests, I specifically follow it up with talk to the people who are organizing the protest and get more deeply involved in your community. A protest, especially a symbolic protest, for example, like No Kings, specifically serves as a means of getting a bunch of people in one space, showing solidarity, and then getting those people to get further involved in their local community. The reason you show up to a symbolic protest is to talk to people who are doing actual organization in your community and find out how you can help more. Because that might be things like community service, it might be things like acts of inconvenience towards the government. Proactive action, the word you're looking for? Maybe. I'm not sure. This is like a whole academic subject. I'm using a lot of academic terms right now. But like, how do I say? When you go to a act like a symbolic protest, the goal is that you talk to the people who organize that and you see how you can help them outside of that individual incident. You find out, oh, do they need people to help run their social media? Do they need people to help engage with like their donation efforts? So, you know, they probably have community donation efforts where they're helping to make sure that members of the community have the resources they need, oftentimes like food or supplies for taking care of babies and whatnot. They might need help with organizing more like direct political action and whatnot. Symbolic protests primarily means for, as Jibbery has said here, morale and recruitment. The reason I say go to a protest is to help you get actually involved in real change in your community, whether that be in the form of community service or direct political action. Because the protests are where all of the local leftist organizations find people to help them. Absolutely, there is more you can do to create change than protests. The ways that you find to help your community, though, the best ways you can find are oftentimes at these protests. I recommend it mostly as a means of finding those resources in your area, because I can list off a bunch of like organizations in the US that have, you know, chapters all around the country that are making meaningful change and whatever and whatnot, but I don't know if those are the most viable efforts in your area. I can talk about, you know, DSA. I can talk about Food Not Bombs. I can talk about Punk Rock Saves Lives, and I can recommend that you look into these in your area, but I don't know if those are the most active mutual aid and community organizing efforts in your area. Go to a protest and find out. We'll definitely get in touch with those organizers. Hope we can bring possible support with the people we're involved with, and I hope you can, genuinely. I'm going to abstain from harsh words, but I will be succinct in saying the symbolic protest time has long passed. See, the unfortunate fact is that we are still in the recruitment phase, and I cannot... How do I say this? I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. But yeah. I like my I like my coffee full of caffeine. I love caffeine. I've been pleasantly surprised that my local DSA chapter is less armchair politicians and more a bunch of anarchists doing direct action and mutual aid. I found that as well. This is not going to be the case of the DSA everywhere, but at least what I've noticed in the South, a lot of DSA chapters, a lot more of the people in there than you would expect are anarchists. They may call themselves the Democratic Socialists of America or whatever the fuck. There's a lot more anarchists in there than you would think because it's like the most mainstream people. It's like the most mainstream organization for leftist organization. And so all the anarchists are like going in there and trying to find and trying to push the forces towards more anarchist directions. And getting all of the democratic socialists, all of the baby leftists who look towards it because they're you know just getting introduced to leftism and realizing, this socialism thing looks kind of interesting, and then the anarchists swoop in and go, all right, let me teach you a thing or two, let me radicalize you. I know my local DSA has an entire like subgroup of anarchists. They haven't exactly taken over the organization, but you'd be surprised how many people in like DSA are fucking anarchists. It's very funny to me. The DSA is a big tent. They have socialists, Marxists, and anarchists, yeah. And to be honest, we need to organize as much as possible. Well, I really needed your words. This isn't helping my self-care attempt, so I'll lurk and come back in a bit. No worries. Take care of yourself. All the best. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Just saying, you should look into what Damila Rousseff got into while Brazil was in a US backed military dictatorship. Noted. I mean, and absolutely, like, we need a lot more widespread political action. And I know even what I'm saying is not the most, I understand a lot of what I'm saying is a little bit hypocritical. I'm talking about how, like, we need to do a lot more than talking about politics on the internet. As someone who makes a lot of money talking about politics on the internet and who spends like 20 hours of my week talking about politics on the internet, I do this for a lot of reasons. And I don't think what I do is enough. That's why outside of here I am also involved in a lot of local activism and political efforts. But I have an online platform and I might as well use that online platform to, you know, fucking make change in the world while trying to sustain myself. If I'm gonna have an online platform, I might as well use that online platform to push people towards meaningful forms of activism. Hi, Jester. It might be the same thing we've already talked about, Jester. It might be the shit we've already talked about. Will you do still necessary thing? I hope so. My own video essay that I was working on very much made the point of what I am doing is deeply flawed, and is not enough. I would argue that what I do, while it is a necessary form purely for the radicalization of people, it is not useful for creating actual meaningful change. But you know. Do with that what you will. Thank you, Wonder. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm just saying, like, we need to do a lot fucking more than just talk about politics on the internet. We need more people out in the streets, and there are very few good excuses for not being out there. It's not like even after a successful revolution, we would stop talking about politics. True, true. Bark, bark, bite, bite. See, the reason I say this, cat ear dearie, so I had a video essay I was working on for a while called A VTuber's Guide to Protest, which very much started. The initial intent of it was to be a critique of the way politics is discussed online, especially in the VTuber space, but very quickly blew up in scope and grew into a critique of my own style of content, where I talk about the ways in which we engage with politics on the internet and what meaningful digital activism should and can look like. It was a look at a glimpse into the history of digital activism efforts, a look into their current state, and an argument, a statement or a particular opinion on what we're doing wrong now and what we need to be doing better. And so much of it was a critique of my own fucking content. I had to put the video down because it was too bad for my mental health. It was also just too big and intimidating a subject. And I also, in working on it, got a lot busier than I had already been via engaging with, you know, activism in my local area. Very, very quickly, like, as I was working on this video, I realized I needed to be doing more in my local community, and that started eating up a lot of my free time. So I had to put the video down for a bit. I think it's a very important video that I need to make, but like my general thesis of it is that what I'm doing here is not fucking enough. I think what I am doing here is important and has a place, but I need to be doing more and better. It very much has pushed me to shift the ways I engage with politics on stream and to dream of something bigger and better. But has also very much forced me to get more involved in local politics. I very much shifted from like, you know, and I've always been someone who openly expressed my political beliefs, or not always, but for a long time now I've been someone who very openly expressed my political beliefs, talked about anarchism, etc. on the internet. But it has very much forced me to shift directions and focus a lot more on like actual, specifically taking actions that I think could lead to greater change. It's why I so greatly beg people to get involved in their local communities these days. It is why I have started, at least hoping to, planning to, pushing towards moving my content in a direction that is more like leftist news orientated. I want to make video essays talking about leftist issues, but I've started shifting away from, I want to do leftist takes on fun video games I play, more towards I want to be a fucking news source. I've been very much inspired by indie media, which was an independent media effort, primarily in the 2000s, late 90s, 2000s, early 2010s, which got shut down by the government, more or less. There's still a few, like, little sects of it, localized areas that function in some capacity, but it's primarily dead. Very much inspired by them to try and become a piece of that new media that we so greatly need. I want to create meaningful change in the world, and I'm trying to orientate my content in ways that make that possible. The research in that video very much overwhelmed me because it has pushed me to very much change a lot of how I live my life and how I orientate my content in more productive directions that I hope will create, or better lend themselves to creating societal change. But it's a large part of why I beg people to get involved in actual activism. It's a very important video that I will eventually finish, but I needed to put down because of how big it was. They're always better and more, but don't burn yourself out. I fucking hate when people tell me to not burn myself out. Can I fucking, I'm not saying this out of anger. I hate when people go, oh, don't burn yourself out. Nah, fuck off with that. I don't mean to be mean. I don't desire to be mean. There is no solution to this that does not involve pushing ourselves to the point of exhaustion. I'm gonna be so real. I know that the current way that we are forced to live is exhausting. There are intentional efforts to have us be constantly pushed to the limit. Capitalism is a tool that is being wielded to have us at the edge at all times. They want us to be too exhausted to fight, and we cannot let them. We cannot let them. Allowing ourselves to slow down because we are too exhausted to fight is allowing them to win. Sure, don't burn yourself out. I understand the importance of that because we need to be able to feed ourselves and sustain ourselves. But so often we force ourselves to slow down, and it is preventing us from making meaningful change. I never tell me to slow down and not to burn myself out. Nah. It is, I believe, I believe a lot of the language around that is a tool, to further slow us down. I know that's another harsh opinion, but hello, Amarilyn, bark bark bite bite. I'm doing the best I can right now. I'm a little bit exhausted. I woke up like 2 hours ago, but hey, we're here. We're here, we're queer, we're doing what we can. I hate so much of the rhetoric around like, don't burn yourself out. It also very much presumes that like, what we're doing is optional. You know, I've had a lot of people tell me when they hear about how busy my schedule is that I need to slow down or I'm going to hurt myself, and a lot of that rhetoric presumes that anything I'm doing is optional. You know, I work 20 to 30 hours a week. I stream 20 to 30 hours a week. I work on YouTube videos. In an average week, I also go to punk shows, I go to protests, etc. On an average week, I am working 60 to 80 hours. In an average week, I am working 60 to 80 hours. And I am not making enough money to do anything less. The only things I could remove from my life are punk shows, which are how I cope with life, and my political activism, which I believe it would be a moral failure of me to not do. And I would argue that of anyone else as well. There is nothing I can remove from my life. I hate the rhetoric around, like, don't burn yourself out, please take time to rest, etc., etc. Capitalism will make sure that you are constantly exhausted no matter how much fucking time you take to yourself. You might as well use your time productively. You're not going to be any less exhausted by removing things from your life. You're just going to be more depressed. The only things I can remove from my life are the things that are my duty to do and the things that I enjoy. Because I do not make enough money to do anything less, you know? To remove the things that actually exhaust me. To free up time meaningfully. So no. Nah. I will not be taking that advice. No matter how many times you say it. And I hate when people say it to me. I have had to ask my chat dozens of times to stop telling me to take more breaks, stop telling me to rest. Like, this is a genuine boundary. Don't do that shit. Also hoping to build the apparatus that binds my sixth form to our community organizing group. That is a series of words. That is a series of words that I did not understand. Woof indeed. Sorry, boss. I feel a little burnt out. Not coming in today. Also, it's a very entertainment take. People do not have the option to slow down. Yeah, very much so. Do you need to add that as a rule? I don't want to. I don't want to have like a massive list of rules listing out all my boundaries and shit because one, people don't read that shit anyway. And two, my community is not an overly strict one. It's just a personal thing that I like to ask that people don't do, you know? The same way I like to ask that people don't use like derogatory language around psychosis. Sure, I could add that as a rule, but one, people aren't going to read it anyway. I'm going to have this conversation anyway, and it lends itself into really interesting conversations that I like to have. I like talking about this shit. You know? I think it's meaningful stuff to talk about, and I like addressing it. Don't take it so personal when someone sets boundaries. That's very real. That is one thing I wish I could add as a rule, but that I don't think anyone would understand or listen to. Something along the lines of like, if I set a boundary, it's not personal. Don't take it personally. A lot of the time, I do get a little bit excitatory and loud and ramble for a long time when I set my boundaries, in part because I like talking about this shit, because most of my boundaries are rooted in my ideology. You know? As far as like, what I want people to do, when I talk about, you know, being exhausted and whatnot. What I want to hear is, yeah, this shit's hard. I'm sorry, you know? And this is something I've had to express to a number of people who are close to my life, because a lot of people, they go into, oh, please take breaks, rest, take care of yourself, and that's not useful because that's not an option. What I want to hear is, yeah, that fucking sucks, you know? I want the fact that it is rough to be validated without, you know, being told that I should just be able to handle it, because I've also had that problem. I've had a lot of people. I've had a lot of friends in the past who like talk about how well they can handle it fine, or who talk about how it shouldn't be exhausting, etc., etc. That like there must be something I'm doing wrong that it's exhausting, which is not a good response, obviously. But I don't want solutions, because there are no solutions. This is inherently exhausting to deal with, but it is not an option. The correct response is, yeah, this shit fucking sucks. You know? Basically going to build a team within the sixth form dedicated to being the link with the community organizing group, therefore ensuring me leaving for university or my teacher needing to withdraw, the community organizing group doesn't lose its link to the sixth form. Fair, all right. I hope that goes well, genuinely. Yeah, sometimes shit just sucks and I just need to complain about it, you know? Sometimes shit just sucks and I need to complain about it, and it's not gonna get better, at least not anytime soon. And we need to accept that it's not gonna get better, but it still fucking sucks. You know? Hello, luckiest man in the world. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Like, the actual actions that would change this shit are massive societal shifts that I want to fight towards. But, you know. This is also why I have so many problems with modern therapy. So much of this bullshit, I'm gonna be honest, is why I hate a lot of modern therapeutic efforts. I hate modern therapy speak. Hello, Tawny Gap. Regarding extreme exhaustion, if I hadn't quit my job a couple months ago, would have ended up in the hospital, which would have been much worse. That is real, and I wish that was an option for more people. I'm glad that was an option for you. I wish that was an option for me, but unfortunately. Bark, bark, bite, bite. See, okay, no, I have issues with the entire modern, like, apparatus and ideology behind most therapy. I understand therapy is a useful tool, and I'm not telling people to not get therapy if they're struggling with life. The majority of modern therapeutic rhetoric relies on making you more complacent and less willing to fight and create change. This is one of my hot takes. I think that most modern therapy primarily therapy does seem like being comfortable with complacency. Exactly. This is one of my very hot takes. And I'm probably gonna lose some people on this one, but very fortunate that I was in a position to leave. I'm really glad you had that option. I hope more people do in their lives. I'm glad that you're able to sustain yourself by whatever means you can, Tawny Cocat, and I'm proud of you. That's a spicy take, but I dig it. When I was in IOP care, IOP being intensive outpatient therapy, basically I was doing 12? Basically, I was doing a lot of therapy. I was doing 20 hours of therapy a week. I was doing 20 hours of therapy a week, basically, at this point in my life. Hello, Doubtful Snake. Bark, 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 bite, 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 bite. How are you? I promise I'll have entity work for you eventually when I stop sleeping 12 hours a day. I want to work on YouTube Shorts again. It's okay. I'm also so tired. That is real as fuck. I don't know. I've been missing doing video work recently, but I've been so dead and exhausted. God, I hate this shit. Bruh. I was talking about my therapy hot take, which is that a lot of modern therapy serves to make you complacent and is more interested with making you complacent than creating any change in the world. But like when I was in intensive outpatient, I was actually directly critiqued for my anarchist beliefs and told that holding these beliefs was making me less happy. That caring so much about this stuff was perpetuating my mental health issues and worsening them. And I've heard that from multiple therapists and professionals. This is a very common thing you will hear if you openly express anarchist thought in therapeutic settings. New year, new energy, low, real. I feel that, Doubtful Snake. Last year, as soon as the new year started, I was like running on top of everything, moving so fast. And this year, I've just been like, I'm floating. I'm just floating. We do the best we can, though. I'm trying my best to get on top of things. It's primarily an issue with my sleep, but hopefully I'll be back on it soon. But in any case, I believe that a lot of modern therapeutic efforts serve to further isolate you and make you a better worker. A lot of coping mechanisms and skills, and they'll directly tell you this in therapy. A common thing you'll get told in a lot of therapy is you cannot change your circumstances. You need to change how you react to them. And I hate that. I fucking hate that. So much therapy is rooted in this belief that you cannot change your surroundings or circumstances. You just need to change how you react to them. And that is true in some situations and cases. There are going to be situations wherein you can't do anything about it. And yeah, Unfortunately, we live in a very unjust world where we have to work to live, and a lot of disabled people are struggling with horrible mental health issues because they can't get the help they need. A lot of marginalized people are forced to deal with shitty conditions in their day-to-day life. There is true about that. There is truth to that. However, and there is use in building skills to help you deal with that on a day-to-day basis, but those skills should not require you to let go of leftist mindsets and let go of a desire for change. I know so many people who are incredibly complacent, who refuse to engage with politics, who refuse to engage with anything that makes them even mildly uncomfortable, because they were taught in therapy that the only way to protect themselves and make themselves happy was to convince themselves that they were complacent and learn coping mechanisms to just make them okay with everything that's going on around them. And I fucking hate that shit. I have so many issues with modern therapy because so much of it is focused around, instead of, you know, holding any, like you are actively discouraged in therapy from dreaming of a better world or fighting for any meaningful change. It is an inherently status quo centrist system, and I understand that it is really hard to create systemic change in your life, but even so much as like working towards a better future is discouraged. I hated a lot of the shit that I've held on to some of the things I learned in therapy, but so much of it I have very much had to and intentionally let go of because it is an ideology that is built in status quo and in complacency. Fuck that shit. It's about making unexplainable people exploited by the capitalist system. Yeah. A lot of people are depressed because the state of the world is harsh and depressing. And the solution to that is not become complacent. The solution to that is seek out community and start making change. So many people, and I've seen this happen as well, and I've seen it happen in myself, become happier when they are surrounded by meaningful leftist effort. When they feel less alone in their politics, beliefs, and action. You know what has given me the hope? And, okay, sorry, let me rephrase. I phrased that badly. You know what has allowed me to maintain a sense of hope? What makes me capable? Because I've had this question a lot. How do you maintain hope when the world around you feels so dreary? How do you spend so much of your time talking about politics and reading about politics and engaging with these issues and still maintain a sense of hope about the world? You know why? Because of you guys. Because I go live and I see a community full of motivated people who desire for a better world. Because more recently, I have an IRL community physically around me of people who desire for leftist change. Because I had someone who knows nothing about my content, who's not part of my punk community, but who I engage with on a day-to-day basis, it's a coworker, hand me a note a couple weeks ago thanking me for being loudly punk and leftist, explicitly saying, I think the line was, thank you for your stories of punks and resistance and for the hope they inspire. The reason I am able to handle a lot of this shit that for a lot of people is exhausting, I will not lie. Being a fucking leftist and being aware of all of this bullshit and wrongness happening in the world is fucking exhausting. The way I maintain hope from this is having community around me. Not telling myself that it is okay and engaging in coping mechanisms to get me through the day-to-day, you know? It's by knowing that I have a community, both online and IRL, of people who want the same change that I want. I have so many fucking issues with therapy. I have so many fucking issues with the modern, like, therapeutic apparatus. Yeah, so many of the coping mechanisms they teach in therapy are band-aids. Is the push for preserving the status quo and many mental health professionals don't recognize burnout because it challenges the need to conform with capitalism? They'll teach you coping mechanisms to erase burnout from your life. And I, unfortunately, like, the issue with burnout is, unfortunately, like, oftentimes you can't do anything to do less. Thank you so much, Internut, for the follow. Like there are intentional capitalist efforts to exhaust us. Capitalism is a system that seeks to exploit and exhaust. But yeah. Like, they'll teach you mechanisms to deal with burnout rather than, like, recognize that burnout is an intentional consequence of the system. Yeah. I can't believe the internet followed me. The whole internet with 2 U's. Burnout is basically another problem they're trying to commoditize the solutions for while convincing you that you need it. It's more that, like, instead of acknowledging that this is a systemic problem that needs addressing on a wider level, they just go, well, here's a coping mechanism to make you less burnt out that will prevent your burnout for a little bit longer. Rather than acknowledging that this is a systemic problem that's only gonna get fixed if we all stand up and fucking do something. Did find communities and the community are better therapy than therapy. Literally. Chat. This is not me saying don't get therapy. I want to be very clear. If you need therapy, it can be a very useful tool. Be selective with your therapist. Don't be afraid to jump a few before you find one that, like, agrees with your values and respects you. Therapy can be a useful tool. But I do have a lot of issues with many of the modern therapeutic approaches and the way that they ignore systemic issues and just try to make you a better capitalist worker and discourage you from seeking change in the world, etc., etc. That said, if you need therapy to cope on a day-to-day basis, get therapy. That said, the cure to depression is forming a better sense of community and getting more involved in your local spaces. And so many therapeutic efforts serve to further isolate us. Like, the biggest thing I would genuinely be careful about when you are engaging with therapy, do not let them hit you with any, like, isolating measures. Don't let them make you, like, impatient with the people around you. Don't let them convince you that, like, you need to isolate yourself. Because this is a thing I definitely experienced in a lot of therapy efforts. Efforts to convince me to isolate myself in some capacity, to get myself out of certain social groups. And there are times where you need to leave your social groups behind, don't get me wrong. But, like, be careful that they are not further isolating you from genuine good community that could help you. I'm having trouble putting words to this right now. I apologize. I'm trying to find the words to best speak to this, and they are not coming to me right now, so I'm a little bit sloppy in my speech at the moment. But the point I am trying to make is, like, the best cure I have found to depression is building a greater sense of community. And that sense of complacency that modern therapeutic efforts can get you oftentimes can hold you back from that. Please seek out community that is like-minded around you. That is one of the best things you can do for your mental and physical well-being. Living more than yourself, yeah. I think that's a great way to put it, actually. A lot of therapy is very focused on, like, your greatest priority should always be yourself. And yeah, sure, you should care about yourself. But that same ideology that you don't owe anything to anyone else, that you're the most important thing in your life, that you should never overly extend yourself to the people around you, is isolating, inherently. I think there's this general tendency in the modern day wherein people are unwilling to handle any amount of discomfort or overextension for the people around them. I've had this happen to me a number of times where, like, I've had people, the moment there was conflict in our interpersonal relationship, leave. And then say that I was being toxic for the fact that there was any discomfort rather than, like, have a conversation. Meanwhile, I'm someone who is very willing to to handle discomfort in interpersonal relationships, because I recognize that, like, inevitably there are going to be moments of discomfort. Inevitably, there are going to be times wherein you have personal disagreements with the people around you, or wherein your ideals do not perfectly align, or wherein that person is having a rough fucking week and needs support. we need to be willing to handle a level of discomfort from the people around us and to be there for them. Anything else is isolating ourselves. Hi, Orleans. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hey, Gracie, maybe don't, like, talk bad on your partner in fucking Twitch chat like that. And this is not to say, you know, don't take care of yourself when your surroundings are too much. There is a point wherein people are just genuinely, you know, being unhealthy for you with no give or take. But, like, we do owe things to the people around us. I genuinely hate the phrase, you owe nothing to anyone but yourself. Because no, you actually owe a lot to the people around you. You owe them an amount of respect. You owe them an amount of, fucking helpfulness. And you know what? You should be willing every now and then to extend yourself to a reasonable amount for the people around you. All relationships are about an amount of give and take. Fucking care about the people around you. Have sympathy for them. Fight for them. It's important. Big stretch in any case. Big stretch. Y'all are so great. Much love. I appreciate you guys. I'm so disorganized today because I like just woke up, but I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna turn a fan on because I'm hot. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm gonna turn a fan on. I have a tendency to let myself become a punching bag and put up with it for too long because I want to be helpful and not rock the boat, but I tried to start standing up for myself more recently. No, and like, setting boundaries is good. Don't get me wrong, but you do owe, like, things to the people around you. You do owe something to the people around you. The only advice that you don't owe anything to anyone, the only people that helps are people who already give too much to the people around you, and too many people don't give enough. And the people who take that advice, who are the most willing to take that advice, are the people who already don't give enough to the people around them. Does it sound like a hustle, bro? But do you think struggling through that discomfort is long-term good for your brain? I'm not talking about constant. I'm talking about, like, you have one fight with your friend, and instead of taking a couple days and having a conversation, you try to end the relationship, you know? That's the shit that I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, being there for the people who are around you in a give-or-take manner to a reasonable extent. And there are absolutely people who overextend themselves and push through discomfort too hard. I would argue that is not the majority of people. You know? I've had to learn how to set boundaries and shit. But, you know. Building a tenacity to deal with that discomfort has done me really well. Yeah, no, having a willingness to put up with discomfort is good. Learning to deal with it is good. You build stronger interpersonal relationships. Hello, Scarth. One sec, I need to turn on a fan because I'm overheating. Also, there's an ad running. Why is it? It's 66 degrees outside and I'm fucking overheating. What is this shit? Fun fact I've learned about HRT chat, it does shift your, like, body temperature. So I now run warmer than I'm used to, and I overheat more easily, and I don't like it. I still freeze to death, but what the fuck is this shit? One sec. There is... One sec, chat. I'm doing a tiny bit of self-care midstream because I've been awake for like 2 hours and I am overheating. Alright. Alright. Chat, binder facing the fucking world. That's how we're doing this today. Binder facing the fucking world. It's hot in here. Alright. His fire resistance potion he got diapered in as a child ran out. I think overheating is the universe's joke with the burnout convo. Maybe. Who knows? Binder flex day. Yeah, chat. Binder out facing the fucking world. I'm exhausted. It reached 2 Celsius, 34 Fahrenheit today, so quite chilly, but warmer than so far in 2026. I would die. I would straight up perish. I would perish. Apparently, it's gonna be like low 60s for the rest of the week too. I'm scared. I'm fearing for my life, chat. Apparently, temperatures to plummet soon. It's gonna be like low 60s. I need to finish that one song I was writing about the winter. One of the themes that a lot of my songwriting has centered around recently has been the winter. Low 60s amazing? Nah, I'm dying of cold whenever I go outside. I'm scared. I'm scared to go outside. Nah, see, the worst thing in the world, chat, the worst feeling in the world, and this happens to me a lot, is when I am cold, but I'm also sweating at the same time. I'm sweating, but I'm still freezing. Why does that happen? Why, like, this isn't a new thing for me, but why does that happen? It's not when I'm sick, though. This is just like a day-to-day thing for me. This is just a day-to-day problem for me. Walk 23,000 steps a day outside and see how that changes. No thanks. Weather's really been taking a piss lately. Was going to Amsterdam because my best friend wanted to. Flight canceled moments before we were gonna board. Now it's raining, so the current job I'm working on is at a loss. Hang in there. I'm so sorry, Mel. I'm so sorry. Puberty be like that sometimes? I'm suffering. Okay, this is probably gonna be TMI, but I was yapping in the Discord about my sleep fuck up recently, and someone suggested that like my HRT levels might be out of whack. Because a lot of my sleep issues got worse after I started HRT. And so there's a suggestion that maybe my HRT dosage is too low. I recently lowered my dosage of HRT. I am on a very low dosage, but I recently lowered it because it being as high as it was really fucking me up in other ways. I'm trying to figure out how to say this in a way that's not too overtly NSFW. And I want to be clear that I'm saying this for educational purposes. But I don't think I fully processed how much testosterone really does mess with your drive in those ways until I upped my dosage. I was not functional for a little bit there. It was a problem. It was a problem. It was a problem. Like I knew there was a amount in which there is an influence. Don't get me wrong. I knew that there is an influence that hormones play in this shit. Did not realize how bad it gets. Did not realize the severity. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Dude, going on T blockers were an absolute blessing. Never realized how much that shit dominated my thoughts before and how much I hated it. No, completely real. I've had to bring my dosage back down because it was to a point where like I couldn't function. it was to an extent that I could not function. I'm not gonna lie. I did 2 weeks at a higher dosage, and for the first couple days, both of those weeks, I was not chilling. I was not chilling, and it would like, you know, after a couple of days, I'd be normal again. After a couple of days, we were good, we were back to normal, things were chill. But those first couple of days, it was bad. It was bad. It was fucking bad. I hated it. So yeah, but that's honestly completely fair. It's complicated, it's messy, but Jesus Christ. HRD can be intense, started a T blocker, super low dose. It was too effective at cutting T. It's made me asexual, it's not really not my cup of tea. No, completely fair. Like, ultimately, these things are messy and complicated. And it's gonna impact different people in different ways. I've had some people, you know, and I've known some people for whom, like, even their sexuality has massively shifted in that, like, I know a trans woman who, before starting HRT, she was a lesbian and now she's mostly into men. It fucking happens. HRT can shift a lot of things about your sexuality and experience of sexuality. I have not seen a major shift in, like, actually, well, okay. I've not seen a major shift in, like, my attraction gender-wise. I am still primarily into men. I think it's might have evened out slightly, but I'm still primarily into men. I think I've gone from, like, 90% into men, 10% into women, to maybe, like, 80% into men, 20% into women. Slight shift, but not major, you know? There are other ways in which it has shifted things. Did it make you want to bully men more? Yes, it has specifically given me a much stronger urge to bully men. So it has not shifted, like, how I'm attracted gender-wise, but has upped a couple very specific things. Without getting too into it. T-rage already kicking in. So I have not experienced anger on HRT. That's one thing that I will say. And I'm still pretty doubtful on that, to be kinda honest. Like, I know a lot of people talk about how, hormones influence their emotions and personality, and I think there is a small extent to which they do, but I do not think it is as big a thing as a lot of people have convinced themselves that it is, even trans people who are going on hormones. Because I think we have an amount of confirmation bias and a tendency and desire to perform genders in the ways that are socially expected of us. This is some wild white noise for gaming. Thanks, AE, you're the best, you're welcome. I do think there is a small extent through which, you know, hormones are going to impact our emotions, but I don't think it's as big as a lot of people claim. I think that puberty can make you more irritable and emotional because you are undergoing change in your body. That is normal. That is normal. But a lot of people, and this is a thing that I had a lot of people say to me to convince me to not go on HRT. I've had a lot of people tell me that HRT was gonna make me angry and mean and aggressive and ugly, as a means to try to convince me to not go on testosterone, which is straight up bioessentialist fucking rhetoric. That is bioessentialist rhetoric that I don't fuck with. This is a thing that was said to me, and it was said to me primarily by women, both cis and trans, unfortunately. In an older friend circle of mine. I don't fuck with that rhetoric. It's bioessentialist rhetoric. I don't think that, like, I believe there's a small extent by which hormones can influence, you know, the ways we act in our personality, but not nearly to the extent that people want to believe. Fuck that entire rhetoric. That said, did not expect the horniness. I thought the same thing about the horniness. Didn't realize how bad it was gonna be. I have not yet experienced any meaningful influence on things like anger. There's a little bit more irritability, but I think that's just like when you are stressed and undergoing change, which HRT and is that you're going through puberty to an extent. I like, yeah, you're gonna be a little bit more irritable, but like I don't think T-rage is that big a fucking thing. You made me less angry. I started to like myself. Literally, I think a lot of what people experience when they go on HRT, as far as shifting emotions go, is one, them being more comfortable in their bodies and liking themselves more, and two, people leaning more into the performance of gender. It is for cis men, apparently. No, it's not. That's an excuse. It's bioessentialist rhetoric that excuses their behavior. All of the shit about, like, I hate all of the, like, men are angry and violent rhetoric because it's bioessentialist rhetoric that excuses the behavior of people who haven't learned how to handle their emotions. And part of that's because they weren't taught. But it's not real. I think it's not real. I think one factor is people increase dose quickly, but it'll level out. Yeah, again, that's about change. You know, you're undergoing puberty, you're undergoing a big change, you're gonna get a little bit cranky and whatnot for a bit. I have certainly, since I started HRT these past, 6 months, been a little bit crankier. I've 100% been a little bit crankier. But I'm pretty sure that's gonna level out as I continue to transition, you know? I believe that is going to level out as I continue to transition and as my body hits its peaks and shit. You know. I change just so slowly and haven't had much change in emotions except occasionally. And real. Talking about men who take tea like steroids, I believe, so first of all, men who are doing that are already going to be men who are like more, who buy into bioessentialism and who are already kind of like angry, aggressive guys who want to become more angry and aggressive, and so they are taking, yeah, it's insecure men, and so they take the tea as a, fucking workout enhancer, and then they already in their heads believe it is going to make them stronger and angrier and more aggressive, so they start to act angry and more aggressive to lean into this gendered fantasy that they have, thereby validating their own bioessentialist beliefs. Oh, hello, Vietnam Television SKSP? Welcome on in! Thank you for the raid. Hi. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Chat, I'm looking at the channel right now. The entire channel description is in Vietnam, or Vietnamese, I think. Hello, welcome. Hi, Semi-Sin. How are you doing today? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Did we just get raided by a Vietnamese television channel? Maybe. I'm finding out. Apparently! Well, welcome aboard! Welcome aboard! I'm doing some research. I have a lot of questions right now. It's gotta be an achievement, apparently. Hello, Vietnamese raiders. I have so many questions right now. I'm doing some research. I'm doing a little bit of digging and research because I have questions. Because I'm very confused. They have a YouTube channel. I'm doing some looking. I mean, hey, cool. Welcome aboard. I'm just a little bit confused. Spread the archive. Yeah, I'm looking at their YouTube right now. One way just derailed the stream. I have questions now. Learn Vietnamese and teach the writers anarchist theory? You're so right. I'm poking at their YouTube right now. It seems to be a group of Vietnamese content creators who are pretty popular. They have a very successful YouTube channel. One moment, chat. Yeah, they have a very successful YouTube channel, but it looks like it's several content creators, who are all extremely successful. But damn, I don't speak Vietnamese. I don't speak Vietnamese, so I don't know what's happening. Put low semis in. Okay, Belladonna, I'm gonna be so real. Apparently they reference Iron Mouse. A Puerto Rican VTuber is so fucking funny when Iron Mouse is one of the most popular VTubers to exist, and I would argue the most popular VTuber to exist. I think referencing Iron Mouse as a Puerto Rican VTuber is really funny when she is like the biggest name in VTubing. Hello, Cloudion, bark bark bite bite. Sorry, we just got raided by a Vietnamese like content creation channel, and I'm so confused and curious. I'm incredibly confused and also curious. I mean, it is true. It is true, but she is like literally the largest VTuber in existence. Arkham, being honest, you're the most well-known VTuber I'm aware of. That's fair. I'm not someone who like actively follows a lot of mainstream VTubing. I'll be dead ass. I'm very much in the indie scene, and I know a lot of my content doesn't lean into what is traditional of VTubers anyway. That's just really funny to me. That's just very funny to me. King Cross Anarchist Free VTuber gets rated by Vietnamese content creators off my 2026 bingo card. You're the only VTuber I watch with an average view count above 40. Understandable. Understandable. Cool. Thumbs up, I guess. Testosterone being a steroid hormone can increase aggression, but studies are half and half of whether T increases aggression in general. I mean, my hot take again is that a lot of people who are taking massive doses of HRT as a steroid already have it in their minds that it will make them more aggressive because they already believe in bioessentialism and thereby are leaning into the performance of aggression intentionally and therefore validating that belief, you know? This is the thing with like anything that studies this shit. When it's already such a strong cultural myth and expectation, people are gonna lean into the performance of it because it's what they expect. And you can't exactly like dose someone on higher levels of testosterone without telling them. That's not exactly a very ethical study with the health concerns. Yeah, and measuring emotions is hard. But you know. But no, the point being, this all started with the concern that HRT might be fucking up my sleep schedule because hee hee haha puberty, and or that my levels are out of whack. And that's scary because I don't want to increase my levels. I don't want to increase my levels. Pretty sure high multiple T or E is gonna make your emotions fucky. That's more so the discomfort of like bodily change and dysregulation. You know, that's because the levels are deregulated. I think this Iron Mask situation is confirmed I live under a rock. Real. You know what? Valid. Valid. But how do I say? This all comes back to I'm just scared that my levels might be out of whack because I don't want to increase my dosage. I don't want to increase my dosage. This time 2 years ago, I could not tell you the difference between Sabrina Carpenter, Taylor Swift, and Olivia Rodrigo. I only know 2 of those names, so... Oopsie! Yeah, I would like to not increase my dosage. I would like to not increase my dosage. I will say, it is an honor being, like, the biggest VTuber that some people watch. I don't feel like that big of a content creator, and I want to become a bigger one. I've talked about this plenty, that like, you know, I am a relatively sizable content creator. I am in the top 30,000 channels on Twitch. I'm in the top, you know, 0.5%. But I'm nowhere near where I was a few months ago, and like in the midst of the partner push and all that. And like, I want to fight my way back there. It's been very hard feeling like I am not making progress on that effort, but hey, we keep doing the best we can. You take care, Asa. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm fighting really hard to get my channel back to where it used to be, but it is definitely difficult feeling like I'm not making progress in that effort sometimes. Looking at statistics is hard. Like, I'll be honest, now that people are back in school and whatnot, I'm getting a little bit concerned about the numbers starting to drop again when they finally started to like stabilize up higher again. We were finally starting to hit like mid to high 60s and low 70s again, and I'm like, oh, I'm so scared, but I'm hoping for the best in any case. I'm hoping that things will stabilize back towards being good again. Hopefully. You're also in the top one of all streamers I watch. It is an honor, genuinely. I hope that I continue to be part of your routine, and I hope that we can stabilize back towards like the 100 plus numbers we were seeing a while back. I hope so. I hope so. Hope you get 3 billion viewers. See, I don't think I want to stream to 3 billion people. I'd be happy streaming to like a couple hundred. I'd be happy with anything that gets me to a point where I can live off my art, you know? One of my goals this year, I'm pretty sure, is to have like at least one stream average 100 plus viewers again. We'll get there. We'll get there. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. There's a few studies of known placebo effect on people, like folks who know they're taking a placebo and it generally kind of works. Wonder if that also has connection to actively seeing a professional like consistent schedule. I mean, yeah, like there have been plenty of studies looking at the effects of placebo on people, and the fact of the matter is that like if you tell someone they're taking a substance and you don't actually give it to them, they will start to report symptoms that they believe would be caused by that thing. Because people are really fucking bad at this shit. How Twitch is working, how lurking is counted. I doubt many people will see numbers like they used to, like they had before quickly. In my opinion, you have one of the most engaged chats for size that I know of. Some people have like 3 times the viewers when they 5 to 10 people talk, and I hope that maintains the case. Like my thing is I really want to go full-time as a content creator. That is my dream. And the kinds of numbers that I was seeing during the partner push are the kinds of numbers that I need to make that happen, you know? And I'm fighting really hard to try and get back there. It's been difficult, it's been messy. I'm really, really thankful that like for about 2 weeks we started to see numbers in the 60s and 70s again. And I'm really scared of starting to see like 50s to low 60s again. I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but hey, we keep on fighting. We're really fighting. Hello, JM, lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But yeah, I'm relatively big as far as a content creator goes, but I'm nowhere near big enough to live full-time off my art. I have a YouTube video that hit 100k views and I made like no fucking money on that thing. Chat, do you want to know why a lot of YouTubers take sponsorships? Because I can tell you. I can tell you why so many YouTubers take sponsorships. Because this video has 100k views and made me $65. Hello, Araya! Bark, bark, bite, bite. Deadass. The reason why a lot of content creators take sponsorships is shit like this. Because that's 100k views. And $65. It's hard making money in this business, but hey, we keep on fighting. Overall, Twitch is a lot more profitable for me than YouTube is, and I'm hoping to shift that. I'm hoping to make progress towards making, you know, more consistent content on YouTube and making more money off of it, but it's gonna be a hard fight. I wonder if those experiments where they tell people a substance is a placebo, but it is in fact not. I'm not sure on the ethics of that. It's a little bit hard to get that kind of stuff approved. There probably is, but who knows. But in any case, I appreciate my community for how loud and active they are. I appreciate all of your support. I hope you all continue to be here and support. And as much as I'm constantly scared for the near future of content creation, I'm working really, really hard to try and make a living off this shit, you know? If I ever get the chance to sponsorship without it being a scam or nicking my rep, I'm super taking the bag. Yeah, as much as I hate to say it, like, if I ever do a sponsorship read, I hope you guys understand and recognize that I'm doing it because I have to. If I ever start regularly taking sponsorships, I hope you guys understand that, like, I'm doing it because I need the money. Take anything I say during a sponsorship read with a grain of salt. And I promise that, like, I am only going to do sponsorship reads for, like, companies that I know are not obvious scams and that I've done my research into. I'm not gonna do a sponsorship read for fucking, like, Honey or some shit. I'm gonna do, like, if I'm gonna do sponsorship reads, it's going to be for things that I know are not obvious scams and, are not doing terribly unethical things, even if they might not be perfect. Fuck capitalism, but we all need money to live. There are a number of things that I would happily take sponsorships for. Hell, I've, not recently, but in the past, been approached by a handful of, like, games, and there have been some game devs that, like, I wanted to work with, but unfortunately plans fell through. Like, game devs who wanted me to play their games on stream. That I have, like, agreed to, but shit fell through, or I was responding to emails in time or whatnot. But, like, yeah. I'm not gonna do an ad read for Honey, but don't be surprised if, like, you see an ad read for, like, Incogni or some shit someday, because I would do an ad read for Incogni. I'd give Arc is in that line, but I would think he'd be a great Ground News sponsorship. I would take Ground News. I do not firmly agree with everything with Ground News. I think, like, Ground News has a tendency that they're very prone to the Overton window bullshit. They tend to rate news sources as being more left-leaning than they actually are. But I think Ground News is a type of service that I'm not mad that it exists, and I would probably take a sponsorship read for them if they offered it to me. If I ever got approached by Raid Shadow Legends, I would be tempted. I'm not gonna lie. I would be tempted for the bit. But no, like, if Ground News or Incogni were to approach me, I'd consider it, you know? I'd probably take it. There's a handful of companies and services that I would be willing to potentially work with, even if they're a little bit few and far between. Oh, I'm against the black background right now. Shit, one sec. My bad. Whoopsie. Oopsie. I'm just saying, Raytheon or Lockheed Martin would be a good bit. I would not. Never. Out of the void. I'm no longer in the void, chat. This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legend, the edgiest voice known to man. Like, I would be tempted by a Raid Shadow Legend sponsorship purely for the bit. Like, entirely for the bit. I am not gonna lie with y'all. I do get sponsorship offers like and invitations and whatnot via Twitch. They kind of suck. What was I? Let me go to my sponsorships tab. Because, like, I do get sponsorship offers. I don't think I've gotten a single sponsorship offer offering me more than $100. And the majority of them are, like, under 50. I've had someone approach me with a sponsorship offer, and it's true, it's like a couple hour of stream. But it was like a 1 hour stream, but it was still $15. I'm like, I'm not forcing my audience to sit through an hour of this game for $15. Oh, suck and pay. They also usually are cheap mobile games, but you know, anything from Magic Spoon, I would probably take Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon, from my understanding, it's a health cereal. Like, it's a cereal that is healthy, and so obviously it doesn't taste great, but to my knowledge, they are no more environmentally harmful than, like, regular, cereals, and they don't try to greenwash themselves. Like, I would really hesitate with HelloFresh because of how horribly greenwashed they are and from, like, how terrible their packaging is. They have instructions on how to safely, dispose of their packaging, but it's not easy. It's actually a really intense endeavor to try and, dispose of the packaging for something like HelloFresh, so I would hesitate with HelloFresh. I'd probably deal with Magic Spoon. They're just, like, a mid-product. You know? It's mid-cereal. It's mid-health cereal. Hello, Christopher Crow. Is lotion medicine or not a medicine? It depends on the lotion. There are some lotions that do contain, like, compounds that are intended for medicinal use, and there's some that aren't. You know? For example, I have I don't use it currently, but I used to have a like, face lotion. This was forced onto me by someone else, but it was a face lotion that I had for a while that was specifically, like, had sunscreen in it and was intended for helping scar healing as well. Which I was perfectly comfortable with the scars existing, but someone else were like, the scars are ugly. You're probably so insecure about that scar on your face. Here's this lotion to help you get rid of the scar on your face and moisturize your face skin, and also it has sunscreen in it. Like, that's medicine. That's medicine. But I feel like your average one probably isn't. I think that's my hot take. Obviously, I doubt AE would take a private defense sponsorship and would not have it, but I think it's a sponsorship by the, don't know what that is. They make weapons? That would be really funny, but... You aged it all, that's why it's gone. Yeah, I ate it. I put it in my mouth. Hello, Christopher Crow, and hello, Super Plank as well. Lovely to see you guys. I would probably work with Magic Spoon, given the option. As someone does not really scar, I want my scars back. Also, hello, Good Humor Gaming. I don't think I said hi to you. I like my scars. I've got, like, a big blotchy scar on the bridge of my nose and whatnot. I think scars are cool. What's your model's hairstyle called? I want to cut my hair, but not background white teen boy, 02. Ask for a wolf cut. Okay. Ask for a wolf cut. Give me a second, I'm gonna pull up some pictures. Ask for, like, specify that you're looking for, like, a longer wolf cut, alright? Don't let them give you a super short wolf cut. But, like, a longer wolf cut, it has, you know, more layers to it. The way that a wolf cut works is that it's a, like, layered haircut that has, you know, different parts of the hair at different lengths, and it'll give you a shape similar to mine, depending on, like, the texture of your hair. But they're very layered. If you get, like, a longer one, I think they look very nice. Like, a shorter wolf cut is a little bit... I'm not a big on a shorter wolf cut. I like how a longer wolf cut looks. And if you have curly hair, they can curl very nicely. When you have curly hair, a wolf cut can look so fucking pretty. That's my take. Get a wolf cut. And I think it's a fun androgynous hairstyle too. I looked up specifically male because you mentioned teenage boy. But like, that's the kind of references that I haven't gotten my hair professionally cut in a long time. Those are the kind of references that I hand out though. Like you can get like a mid-length or longer wolf cut that is in a very androgynous style. I love them. I love wolf cuts. They're so cute. Thank you. I like also have curly hair. Hell yeah. The YouTuber named Dakota Talks with a popular YouTube sponsor. That reviews popular YouTube sponsors and is pretty good at letting you know potential deal breakers of a product. Noted. I will have to look at that channel sometime. Noted, noted. Hello, Jake LaMountain. Yeah, I haven't streamed Minecraft in a while. How are you doing? It's been a hot minute since I've streamed Minecraft because fuck Microsoft and their active participation in genocide. I don't want to publicly play and support and profit off of a game that is perpetuating genocide, unfortunately, you know? Think I found you in some big Minecraft collab? Probably. I used to play Minecraft a lot on the channel, and I do miss it. Minecraft is like one of the most important games to me. And it's one of the few games that like I can fucking play for long periods of time without my eyes giving out on me and shit. I absolutely do miss Minecraft, and I cannot wait for the day that the boycott ends, that this bullshit's over, so I can fucking play it again. But like, my morals come before that, you know? My morals and my ethics come before that bullshit. Fuck Microsoft and their support of genocide free Palestine. They are actively supplying military technology to fucking Israel, and we don't fuck with that. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You're totally fine, Byra. You're good. You're Joe. Big nerd about this stuff? No, completely real. Honestly, I wish I had gun autism. I wish I had gun autism. I wish that I was someone with an encyclopedic knowledge of guns. Thank you so much for the watch streak, dyslexic gamer. I wish that I had gun autism and I knew a ton about guns, because I do not know much about guns. I am not a gun expert. I know very little about guns. I think they're very cool. I think they're useful tools. I think we need more marginalized people who know how to fucking use them. And I have helped many a friend of mine learn their ways around guns. But I am not an expert on them. I don't know a whole lot about like the history, mechanics, or artistry of guns, and I wish I did. I wish I had gun autism. I would love to have gun autism. I can't force the hyperfixation. Instead I have like, my current hyperfixation is ska punk, particularly Jer. Which reminds me, I'm gonna be hanging out on a friend's stream oh shit! Dove, thank you so much for the raid! Bark, bark, bite, bite! You killed my internet, how could you do this? Moz, can we get a shout out for Dove? Oh god, oh dear. Welcome on in everybody, hello, I am Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not quite retro games and do art here on twitch.tv. I am your resident chaotic Enfield. Bark, bark. Sorry, I'm having some internet issues, give me a moment. There we go. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Dove some love. He is a wonderful, very, very pretty fella with some interest. I can't get too into the kinds of subjects that Dove talks about, because my channel is relatively safe for work. We don't get too overtly into that stuff around here, but very pro kink, etc., etc. Lovely shit. We're all in support. Hope y'all had a wonderful stream. Hope you'll, was this your debut? Did I sleep through your debut? Your re-debut. In any case, thank you so much for the raid. Lovely to see you. How was the stream? Welcome on in, folks. Hello, hello to, Gloss Barrels. Hello to Valentine Bunny. And hello, of course, Dove. How are y'all doing tonight? Sorry for the scuff. My internet decided it wanted to be a little shit right as y'all rated, but wonderful to have you. Wonderful to have you. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm a loud anarchist on the internet, so if you like trans shit, punk shit, queer shit, leftist shit, we talk all that crap here. Very loud, very unapologetic, not very overtly NSFW, but we have fun. Bark, 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 bite, 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 bite. Bark, bite. Bark, bark, bite, 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 bite. We were talking about guns for a moment there, actually, and my take is we need more marginalized people who know their ways around guns. And I personally helped teach a few people how to use guns. I think guns are good. I think guns are good and more people need to know how to use them. I can tell you so much about the AK gun family, its significance in history. Do I think they should be accessible? Hell no. I'm of the opinion that guns are a necessary tool in order to protect ourselves from the fucking systems which seek to abuse and exploit us. That's my hot take. I'm very pro-gun, despite everything. Why do you have an AK and an Enfield rifle? Because what gun do you think of when you think modern anarchist revolutionary? When you think modern anarchist, what gun comes to mind? It is the most communicable, identifiable gun for the trope of person who I am. It's called character design. Excuse you. It's called character design. Thank you for the hydrate crochet jacket. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But you're branding, you're the fuck. My branding. So one of my intentions with this model was to make my design more evidently punk and anarchist, something which I would argue I've accomplished. But I wanted it to be more clear that, oh, I am an anarchist revolutionary. You know? Pyro. This is not a question that applies to anyone who knows a lot about guns. This is specifically to a, like, average person who doesn't know a lot about guns, you know? I know nothing about gun, but I went AK when I saw it. Exactly. Lycan is the perfect example of this. I'll put the tail up for a moment. But puns were also a possibility. Sure, puns were a possibility, but like, an average person does not know much about guns, but they can recognize an AK. And they probably associate AKs with, political violence, you know? They are oftentimes used both by leftist revolutionary types and by like people who want to commit terrible acts of violence. They're very identifiable acts, or very identifiable guns. But the part that matters there is the leftist side of things. You know, when you think about the kind of gun, when an average person who does not know much about firearms thinks about what gun a leftist revolutionary would be holding, they probably think about the AK-47. It is a symbol of rebellion, exactly. The AK is a very common symbol of rebellion. Sure, if you are a gun fanatic and you have gun autism, you might have something different in mind. It was an intentional choice about what is an identifiable symbol to an average person. I started a tangent. Congratulations. I love it when tangents get started. I love going on tangents. I hope you know that when you initiate a like long conversation, I am glad for it, even if like never feel bad about initiating a long conversation. And also, I promise when a long conversation is initiated, it is not a personal critique. I like yapping. Y'all give me shit to yap about. Gonna leave stream on but muted because school tomorrow. No worries. Take care of yourself. First day after 3 consecutive snow days. You take care of yourself. All the best. Good night, good night, good night. Get some good sleep. Enfield Link is fun, but in what world is an anarchist revolutionary fitting the use of the main weapon of the British Empire? Real and true. Real and true. Funny how much right-wing gun nuts love Kalashnikov, even though he was a communist. You'd be surprised how often that kind of shit happens. You'd be shocked how often that kind of shit happens. So many right-wingers assume that I must hate guns and be so pro-gun control just because I'm on the left. I very frequently shock them. I've softened many people's feelings towards trans rights and trans people in general by showing them that, like, we can be cool, actually. Because their definition of cool is knows how to use a gun. And they see a leftist and a punk and a trans person who knows how to use a gun and they go, huh, maybe you're not so bad. And it's like the first step towards softening their views. And that's a good thing. That is objectively a good thing. It's putting that first little brain worm in their head that might lead towards larger change. That might soften them in a way that can allow for something bigger. There's a bunch of leftist German hard rock bands that are used by right-wingers a bunch. I mean, yeah. I thought there's so many right-wingers who unironically listen to Green Day. And I'm like, have you heard the lyrics? They're making fun of you. You know. You know. For Slavic words, every letter sounds like it's written. No funny nonsense with the C having 3 separate sounds like in English. I'm not gonna remember that, no offense. I try my best to pronounce things right, but I'm gonna mess them up, especially when I'm on stream. Okay. I love you guys. Absolutely adore you guys. In most cases, it's not worth correcting my pronunciation. One, I have disorganized thoughts. And it is a lot harder for me to speak on stream than off. I promise, oftentimes I am not mispronouncing words intentionally. Oftentimes I know the correct pronunciation of the word. But I am on stream, I have disorganized thoughts. It is quite literally a symptom of one of my mental conditions. It will not be getting better or changing. And gonna be so real. I get really insecure about it, so don't point it out. just don't. You're gonna make me insecure. If it's not a big deal, it's not worth it. And when I am streaming, I have to talk and think really quickly. I'm managing more information than you probably think right now, because I have to both read chat, keep an eye on stream health, make sure I'm not getting important messages, keep an eye at a bunch of statistics. I have to have in mind what I'm gonna be doing later. Like, I'm doing a lot more than just focusing on talking and yapping with y'all. I'm managing and processing a ton of information. It's hard. I promise I am not mispronouncing words on purpose. I probably know what the correct pronunciation is. If it's not like an obscure word from another language, I just have multiple disabilities that make reading harder for me, and I'm doing my best, you know? I'm trying. What we need to do is get a voice of Bank of Cell pronouncing words. I miss Celerity Dust. I miss them. I miss Celerity Dust. Cell come back. Cell come home. Have you all heard about the guy making an anti-badger to poison the generative algorithms? No, but that sounds like something someone would do. Hello, someone awesome. There are a number of tools out there which do intentionally try to poison training data for generative AI. It's a thing. Hello, Royal Rosio. Bark, bark, bite, bite. There are a lot of pieces of software and tools out there with the intentional purpose of trying to poison generative AI beta banks. It's good shit. It's cool shit. We'd love to see it. Enjoy your lurk, Dusklight Wanderer. Chat, earlier I was overheating, so I decided to take my shirt off and turn the fan on, and now I'm too cold. I hate this. Now I'm too cold. How do I fix the too cold? Fuck. I need to fix the too cold. Stop yelling at me, phone. That's rude. I need to fix the too cold, because I'm too cold. One sec, actually. I'm getting distracted, but it's kind of important, so I'm gonna let the distraction happen. And future me can deal with the consequences of that. Me in 5 minutes can deal with the fact that I'm distracted right now. It's chill. This is more important. Don't do that to me. Okay, why are you doing this? What the fuck? Don't do that to me. Oh, come on, come on, come on. One sec. Okay. Alright, one sec. I'll be right with you. I'll be right with you, motherfuckers. Y'all been slacking on the horny post subreddit. To be fair, I kind of haven't been talking about it recently. One sec. What the? Where did I put my headset? What? Oh, there you are. There you are. Alright. I have a shirt on again. What just fell? What was that? I didn't... You know what? Problem for future me, I guess. Problem for future me. One moment. Similar way to the Hear Me Out stream, I switched to viewers submitted Twink tier list. See, the issue with that is it's a lot of work. Tier lists are an incredible amount of work to create. I would love that. I also don't trust that the internet knows what twinks are, but you know what? Fuck it. It'd be really funny to do that, have a not a twink category, and put half of them in not a twink. Because y'all don't know what a twink is. Ark wears a shirt every 18 plus chatter into men shares a state of despair. It'll be like the last time we did a Hear Me Out tier list where like a third of the characters ended up in the you didn't read the assignment category because they weren't Hear Me Outs. Alright, I'm back. Apologies, chat. The shirtless AE right before I try to put a shirt on comment is very, very funny. Hello, thank you for the follow. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Y'all been slacking on the horny post subreddit. To be fair, I haven't been talking much about the horny post subreddit recently. I don't know where Reptiles has been. I don't know what Reptiles has been up to. Reptiles has been missing in action, but like ultimately, sometimes these things come and go. But I hope the horny post subreddit comes back in full force. It's very funny. Hear Me Out are just a white woman. There were so many Hear Me Outs that were just like... Okay. One of the Hear Me Outs was the Pokemaniac. Was the Pokemaniac from one of the Pokemon generations, the one that's in the Slowpoke costume. Let me grab him. One of the Hear Me Outs was this guy. And like, I hate to break it to ya. That's just an autistic man. I hate to break it to ya. That's just a man with autism. That's just your average guy at an anime convention. That's just a furry, you're so right. Certainly a hobby not everyone can handle. I used to cosplay. I assure you I can handle it. Are the characters in Pokemon Children the main characters? Yes, the player characters, but not all of the, like, NPCs. In most Pokemon generations, the player characters are children and or young adults. There's been a couple where it's like left vaguely in the teenager to young adult, older teen, young adult category because they want you to project. Very few of them have canon ages, mostly the earlier ones. But yeah, like the player characters have ages, but not necessarily the NPCs. You know? People will be like, hear me out, and this is a strange one, and then show Taylor Swift, yeah. It's very funny to me. Succeeded in understanding the assignment, and I'm Arrow Ace. I remember you being really into the chain entrails torture demon. Cannot wait for you to rate my 2 submissions. Eventually we'll do the Hear Me Out part 2. It'll probably be part of like my 3-year or my 4-year anniversary event, most likely. Imagining a world where rules are reversed and people are normal, and the world's furry is where skin sits. Or if it's a monster, hear me out, and just a hot werewolf. Like, maybe I'm too weird. But there were some, like, there was one Hear Me Out, which was like a character from an animated movie who was like a normal guy but a fish. And he's like, this isn't your average, this is your average fish furry. Are all furries suddenly Hear Me Outs? I don't think so. Also had my performing arts. It's like I rejected a My Little Pony character for not being weird enough. I'm gonna be dead ass. Last time we did the Hear Me Out submissions, like tier list thing, I rejected a My Little Pony character for being too normal. I have high standards for this shit. They're scalies. They're scalies, I think. Also, had my performing arts written exam today. Goes well, want to do a single written exam again. Congratulations! I hope it went well. I hope it went well. I genuinely hope it went well. My standards are just too high. My standards for what makes a Hear Me Out are too high. If you're hearing me out as a werewolf, you're just a furry who's also into buff people. Like, literally. Literally. I feel like a hear me out has to make you think for a second. A hear me out needs to make you think for a moment. You know? A Pyramid Head barely qualifies as a hear me out, in my opinion. You know, my line for a hear me out is Pyramid Head barely counts. You know? Pyramid Head is like about as mundane and normal as a hear me out can get. If it's not weirder than Pyramid Head, it's not a hear me out. You know? And maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm weird. But I think a hear me out, a good hear me out, like the line for a hear me out is Pyramid Head. Thoughts. Thoughts, chat. Thoughts and feelings. I think here Pyramid Head is the line. Pyramid Head is a hear me out, but barely. You know? I did almost reject a Lionel. This is true. I almost rejected a Lionel from Breath of the fucking Wild. I was like, y'all, I don't know if Lionel from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is weird enough. I was like, I'm looking at the design and that was made for someone to simp over. I've spent too much of my life in furry spaces. I do think the baseline for a good hear me out is Pyramid Head. You know? you know what? I think, is this a twink tier list? Would be actually very fun. I think that when I do the Hear Me Out tier list, that should, one, be a drunk stream, and two, occur during the 4-year stream anniversary, because I'm planning on doing a whole, like, week of celebrations, multiple stream long celebration. So we'll do like a solid week of this shit, and maybe on like the either the day of or like the last stream of that week, it'll be a drinking stream. I'll pull out the alcohol, we'll get silly, we'll do a handful of tier lists that teeter into suggestive territory, not overtly NSFW, but like we'll do the Hear Me Out tier list, and we'll also do a ranking twinks, so y'all can suggest some twinks, and we'll throw in maybe like one other tier list in there, because it'll probably take like 2 hours a piece. Twink vs Bear axis chart real. Gonna convince you that most stupid things are twinks. I think that'd be fun. That we're adding that to the ideas list for the stream anniversary. I'm so sad that about Minecraft, because I missed the Minecraft server, but you know. Tried to convince a VTuber that a C++ was a magical girl and failed at that. But maybe another programming language is a twink? I'm trying to remember what I did for the tier list last time. Wait, can I find it? Can I find the results? I feel like that might be a little bit too much to show, but let me look at it before I decide if it's too much to show. We need to get back to like... It would have been sometime in the week of... No, it would have been in May, right? I found it! I'm just gonna post this in the Discord real quick. I'll post this in the Discord in, content media. If anyone wants to look at it. But it's there. It's there now. You can see the characters are rejected for being too normal. You can see where the standard is. Why does Waluigi have his own category? Waluigi. At the time, for context, at the time Waluigi was a big inside joke on the channel. At the time, Waluigi was like a recurring bit. Someone like made fan art of me as Waluigi. It was a thing. It was a thing. It was a thing. Alright, alright. Had my good idea for the year. It's all downhill from here. I'm gonna suggest the 1990s BBSC microwave computers to Hear Me Out, and HMS Diamond is a twink. Do it, literally do it. I think a geometric shape is a bit of a cop-out. Nah, I see the vision. I see the vision. I think the concepts are fun. The funny thing, so the Monster Energy, it was a 12-pack of Monster Energies, all at slightly different temperatures. Wario didn't get his own category. That's not Wario. That's Wario if he was a twink. Just let you know, AE, you got me smiling so much my fucking cheeks hurt. Real. That's Wario if he was a twink. Hee hee hee. Wait, no, my Hear Me Out is the entire country of Paraguay. Listen, don't spoil them. We're gonna do this on stream eventually. Twinkie didn't get his own category. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. He needed to be separated from his brother. I don't even understand half the entries in the wood category. Yeah, understandably. It was a hell of a stream. I was really drunk. This was at the end of a 12-hour stream after I had been drinking for a while. We went over the maximum stream length, I'm pretty sure, like over the 12 hours because I was stuck on the Hear Me Out tier list. It was very fun. If there's ever another Hear Me Out tier list, I think we need a second Hear Me Out channel or like a dividing line because the amount of Hear Me Outs got posted after. I mean, absolutely. We're going to include anything that was posted after the original Hear Me Out in the next one, but like we'll get there. It was a joke, Belladonna. That was a bit. A lot of these were bits. And I'm pretty sure someone got my permission to post that in there. It was a bit. I'll never get over, like, the number of people who just posted regular ass fucking people. I think there was actually, the funny thing, there was only one that we rejected. There was one rejection, because it was a little bit too animal. And I appreciate the community being very chill on that front. Chat was very respectful about, like, not including things that were, you know, literally just animals or just real people, and we appreciate that. Gonna spend a week sorting through that. My mods are gonna do it for me. My mods will do it for me. I see the triangle and respect that Pyramid Head was borderline. Okay, that's a literal shape, not Pyramid Head. That's a literal shape. It's different. He is letting us have a task? Yeah. I'm letting my mods have a task. This is not gonna be relevant, so this is something we're gonna work on like mid-February. One of our streams for the 4-ish anniversary is going to be the second Hear Me Out, so I'm gonna need y'all to compile all that shit for me and get that set up for me. Alright? We'll get there. My mods will do that for me. My mods are begging for work. I don't know what a Hear Me Out is. Thought I understood the conversation, so I'll listen back to square one. So a Hear Me Out is when you look at a fictional character, is when you take like a, so it started with the trend of Hear Me Out cakes, okay? A Hear Me Out cake is a cake that you put pictures of like fictional characters or concepts or whatnot on it, that you think are hot. And it's like, hear me out. And they're usually weird takes. It's kind of a half-joking thing. Not every take that someone puts on a Hear Me Out is completely serious. But basically it is like weird abnormal takes for this fictional character or concept or whatnot is attractive. And I've seen ones as wild as Thomas the Tank Engine. I think that one's up there for me. As not as a would for me as I seek therapy specifically. I don't actually kink shame or judge. Like, as long as shit stays in the realm of fiction or fantasy, there's like very few things that I fucking care about. But that's what it is. So I was ranking these characters on their attractiveness. These Hear Me Outs that were submitted to me. These weird takes. Like I said, Pyramid Head, he's kind of on the verge for me. Like, I think he barely counts as a Hear Me Out because he's literally just a guy with a giant triangle face. Like, he's just a guy with a giant triangle face. But I think the fact that he, like, you know, is a monster from Silent Hill does bring him over the edge. If he would just, if you know, guy with a triangle face, if Pyramid Head spoke English and was like reasonable and wasn't trying to kill you the entire game, I would say he didn't count. You know? The fact that he spends the entire game trying to kill you and whatnot, and is kind of like the thing that brings him over the edge is the fact that he is like a manifestation of James' guilt and crimes. What the fuck did Parshi say? Wait, what happened? Wait, what? I just watched a chatter get timed out. I'm like, what was said? What happened? Wait, what happened? I'm looking at the chat history now. Like it, are you trying to untime out? They said Thomas that. Welcome back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Parshi. Welcome back. You should be untimed out now. I'm so sorry. I'd like to mention upon my returns upon my death, people still didn't spell my name right. I'm sorry, that was really funny. That was really funny. No one gets the agency around the right way. Suffer. No, this is hilarious to me. I have accidentally banned users before. One sec, my music ended. I have genuinely accidentally banned a user before. Like, there was one time where a jackass came into stream and was like trying to get under my skin, and I went to ban them, and I accidentally banned a regular viewer. And I spent the next like 3 minutes freaking out trying to fix it. It was fucking hilarious. It was fucking hilarious. Thing is, I kind of just accepted I'd done something wrong there. Normally I would, normally like my mods catch a user and time them out, after I've read their message, but faster than I can. So like, you know, you get timed out. I've noticed what's happened, but they got to it before I did, you know, which helps because usually it doesn't like get. I'm pretty good at like not reading problematic messages out loud. Mods get them pretty quickly, but I still see what happened. But when I see like a regular viewer get timed out or get something deleted, I normally look at the message logs because I'm like, wait, what did they do? Because it's pretty rare that a regular user will occasionally overstep and get a message deleted, but getting full-on timed out when I had not seen anything wrong in recent messages, I wanted to like quickly check and see what happened to make sure mods didn't like misinterpret something, and catch up with what was going on. So I was concerned, like, was I missing something big, or like was this an accident? So I went into the message logs to verify, was this an accident? Because I was pretty sure it was probably an accident. It happens. You're all good. Thank you for being chill about it. Misclicking a ban sounds like a nightmare. It was fucking hilarious. Ultimately, we all laughed about it. It was fucking hilarious, but it happened. Once one of my mods timed someone out for a bit, then apologized by gifting them a sub. It was Tide who got timed out. I mean, real. We appreciate Tide. I haven't seen Tide around a whole lot recently, but I hope Tide's doing well. Tide's just one of those viewers that I'm like, damn, I don't see you often anymore. I hope you're doing well. You're missed, you know? Hey guys, I'd like to formally apologize to whoever's hear me out as Thomas the Tank Engine. You're valid. Okay, please put the gun down from my head, mods. Stella once accidentally banned me for spoiling Pokemon, but it turned out I forgot Noibat existed and I thought it was original Crobat. That's so funny! That's so funny! That's so good! And no, I can fully see why you think that. It's 2 AM my time, my phone's nearing its death, Night Night Archive in chat. Don't, make sure you take care of yourself, alright? Thank you so much for the follow, Lily Pads. Bark bark bite bite. Sleep well, Sin. All the best. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. You're always welcome here. That goes for all of you, alright? I appreciate this community to the ends of the earth. When you guys disappear, I miss about you guys, and I think about you often, and I hope to see you all again in the near future. Don't accidentally legally register or orchid's boots as poisonous plant. Yeah, don't do that. My boots are hot. My boots are attractive. Don't do that. You should not legalize you should not register my boots as poisonous plants, because then you can't eat them. The whole thing you have is hot. Thank you, I know. I'm very attractive. I'm aware. You know, one thing I will say, I appreciate how consistent I've been with streaming the last couple years. Or, you know, the entire time I've been doing this. I'm looking right now at some statistics shit. I don't know if I'm supposed to show this off on stream, but like, this is a bunch of statistics on like my Twitch streaming. And you know what? I started this for the first time March 4th, but really hit my groove with it in May. And I'm really proud of the fact that aside of like a couple weeks off here and there, like this was an instance where I got sick, this was the homelessness saga, and even when I came back I could only stream for a little bit, but like I've been really consistent with streaming aside of a couple instances of illness or like a couple of vacations, and I'm really proud of that. I'm really proud of myself for how consistent I've been with content creation since I came back to this shit. I cancel more often than I wish I did, but like, I'm really, really happy with this. This makes me proud. This makes me really proud. I should eat too. I'll leave the stream on so you earn the half a cent. Twitch loses $2 or something. You take care. I appreciate it, cat. Bark, bark, bite, bite. No, even if it's imperfect, I'm really, really proud of the effort I've put into content creation this past year, and I hope to keep on fighting for bigger and better things. I wish I could go back to streaming like consistently 4 days a week at crazy hours, but I promise I'm doing my best. I'm working on it. We're gonna get there. I really love making shit. I really love streaming for you all, and I'm really, really proud to be your wacky little fox boy on the internet. It is an honor to entertain. I hope you all know. There are great things out there. We're gonna do big things together. You and me, chat. You and fucking me. I do need to do more work on my next video essay though. There's a couple of big projects that are my focuses right now. I have the live 2D model for my client for T-Mom that is due on the 15th, and I'm almost done with that. Little bit of work left to do. I've been making very, very good progress on that model recently, so hoping to have that done in the coming days, as well as I have a tiny bit more work I need to do for, or rather, I have the script for my next YouTube video. As soon as I'm done with the model, which is probably going to be my big focus for the next couple days, I'm going to be putting all my attention into that YouTube video, and then working on Streamiversary prep. I've got a lot of big things that I want to get done in the coming weeks, and I appreciate you all for your patience. We got some big things coming, I promise. We got some very, very big things coming. Also, please don't grow poisonous plants in my boots. Sitting here rubbing my hands together over Twink stream submissions. I'll open up a thing for that soon. Or probably a little bit closer to the date. I'll probably open that up like a month before the debate, the event or something. We'll figure it out. But big exciting things coming soon. Big exciting things coming soon. I was taking it easy for the last couple of weeks of 2026, and admittedly I've been taking it pretty easy the last week as well, but I'm looking forward to hitting things strong very soon. I'm really sad that I can't stream this Friday though. I fucking love streaming. I love being here and entertaining you all. I'm so sad that I cannot fucking stream on Friday this week, and I won't be able to for the next couple weeks either. It sucks. Chat, it sucks. But hey, we keep doing the best we can. 2026 is off to an interesting start, but it's only going to go up from here. Now that we're a week into the new year, how do y'all feel? Last year, it felt like a much more stark change. I think it's because I had just like escaped homelessness a couple weeks prior and was like really focused on making massive change right as the new year started. My goals were so immediate and apparent. It felt like such a large, stark difference then. This one, it feels a lot less stark. I feel like I'm a little bit more slow to get moving this year, but I'm hoping that'll change. I kind of need to just find my groove again. Feeling surprisingly alive? Hell fucking yeah. Can we go Carolina Reapers in your boot? I'm more of a jalapeno enjoyer. I feel like nothing has changed much for me, and that's fair. I'm still trying to find my groove now that the new year is here. It's been a little bit of sloppy start, but hey. This year has been a week and it feels like a decade so far. Very real. I felt that. I felt that. It felt simultaneous. Like 2025 felt simultaneously like a half a decade and 2 months at the same time, you know? The last week felt like it passed in nothing. The past week was way too quick. And I think part of that's because I've been sleeping too much and not being productive enough, but you know. I'm always like, oh no, January's almost over, it's been 1 week. Time simultaneously passes way too quickly and way too slowly, and I don't like it. Where's my productivity? I want to work on videos and shit. Yeah, the week, like, I don't know what it is. I feel like the entire week just kind of happened, and I wasn't there for it. Hello, Necromantic Chef as well, guys. Necromantic Chef's an absolute sweetheart. Has a cool cookbook. I'm excited for Cookbook 2.0 when the time comes. But hello, everybody. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You know what I need? I need to, like, collect punk name bands to use for the Pokemon in Pokemon Too Many Types 2. I'm hoping we're gonna get another gym done tonight. I think my goal for Pokemon Too Many Types is to beat at least 1 gym every time we play. Because that gets us at a pretty good pace. How's Stu doing? Cookbook 2, May 30th, everything permitting. Hell yeah, let me know if and when you need art. Let me know. We need to slow down Earth's rotation by like a few hours, and don't increase the workday, like day length, that'd be sick, yeah. See, I only work like 20 to 30 hours a week, usually about 30, and I'm still feeling like I don't have enough time. I don't know how people who work 40 plus hours a week do shit. In my case, my birthday is on the 11th, so it's important to me. I see. Well, good luck. I will not remember. Please remind me on the 11th. I will forget. I'm a very busy fox. No, we keep fighting. Doing my best though. I'm doing my best. I woke up like I slept 14 hours last night and I'm really pissed off about it. But you know, we keep doing the best I can. Hello, crickets! Bark, bark, bite, bite. That's the neat part. You don't. Also, just finished making roasted potatoes and onions with a red wine just and it's so fluffing good. That sounds delicious. I'm not super big on potatoes, but you have me tempted. Chad, I wish I could like meal prep and cook food on stream. That would save me some. I keep getting hit with God. I wish I could do like all of the necessary tasks I need to do to take care of myself and my environment on stream. That's Sunday, so I had to keep your streaming. I won't be streaming, but I'll be live on Saturday. I'll wish you a happy birthday either Saturday or Monday. All right. But I keep getting like, God, I wish I could do all these necessary pieces of productivity that I need to get done for my physical and mental well-being on stream. Life do be hard. Life do be hard. But I'm doing the best I can. It's really, I've been really fighting this year to try and just stay on top of everything and do everything with mindfulness. And that's not easy, but hey, we keep on fighting. It does help cooking on stream, yeah. I'm sure it does. I'm sure it's incredibly helpful being able to do things like cook on stream, but you know. Hello, Celestial Muffin. Honestly, I appreciate the fact that y'all sometimes let me do things like work on my battle jacket or like polish my boots on stream. Thank you, chat, for every now and then letting me do shit like that. I want to do more chill, like, crafting hand cam content, do a lot of, like, the crafty activities and whatnot that I want to do on stream, it's just so, like, I have the motivation. You make jackets? So I am very loud in local punk scene, or I'm just a really loud punk content creator in general, so I do have, like, a battle jacket and a couple pairs of patch pants. One sec, let me find image. Let me find image. I have image somewhere. Okay, so this is my main current work in progress. Let me just pull it up here. I'll put the tail down for a second. This is my main current work in progress. We got the jacket with the compost and training patch, with the trans patch. I have a lot of work I need to do on this. My Days and Days patch got kind of fucked, and I'm considering honestly removing it and kind of like getting a more fresh start on this jacket. I'm not sure. This has been a work in progress for way too long, and I'm not very happy with the current state of it, especially compared to like these pants. Really like how these pants are coming along. I have a bunch more patches I need to put on them, and then I have a second pair of pants that's that I'm very proud of. Let me find those. Let me find the pants. I actually started working on them a couple weeks ago. This is my other pair of pants. But no, I would love to do more like DIY hand cam stuff. I'm just kind of at a loss with the jacket because I don't know what direction I want to take the jacket, honestly. I don't know what direction to take it because I haven't really been happy with any of my ideas. Keep up the good work. Hell yeah, doing the best I can. I love punk culture, and doing some DIY stuff on stream is a good way to, first of all, get me to do it because I'm so busy all the time, but also to kind of like bring some of that punkness into my content. Also a great way of just like reusing and recycling materials. We love that shit. We love being resourceful, we love taking care of our environments and our belongings, and we love being a little crafty. I like crafting. It's fun. Chat, my water bottle is empty. Fuck! Now, DIY streams are honestly some of the most fun I've had on stream recently, so I'd love to do more of that stuff here. I have some really big plans also around, what's it called? Off-Kai over the summer. I want to, so okay, a lot of people for like Off-Kai, they will bring business cards and things of that nature, stickers, etc. I had a very fun idea for a thing I can hand out to promote myself at Off-Kai. Without, you know, being a little bit too trite, because I feel like a lot of those business cards probably get forgotten or tossed in the trash. I'm gonna make candy bracelets and hand them out. I'm gonna make like 100 Archivist candy bracelets with like a cool design on them and hand them out. I think that'd be cute and fun. Not candy as in candy, not candy that you eat. Candy as in the pony beads. The way we do in a lot of alt communities. Engraved bullet casings. I do plan on getting some bullet beads, some bullet shaped beads for it. I think the idea that the jacket is just this constantly evolving thing and each edition reflects where you're at in life when you add it is pretty cool. I agree, but at the same time, I don't have a strong vision for it right now. I thought you were gonna say give out bite marks. I mean, I will also bite anyone who consents. When I go to Offkai, I do have a couple friends who have consented to letting me bite them, and I'm looking forward to biting those friends. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. I have very sharp teeth. Hee hee hee. Bite marks for the willing and consenting, exactly. I love biting my friends. It's fun. It's one of my favorite pastimes. But yeah, I would love to do more crafting and DIY content on stream. I will not be at Offkai, but just in case I consent, understood. Thank you, Sacksmith. Listen, it was one of my favorite things about going to Megaplex last year, Megaplex being a furry convention. I got to bite so many people, because of course the furries are here for it. Of course the furries will let you bite them in public. It was wonderful. It was a lovely time. We would run into people and it would just be like, wait. You bite? Hold down arm. You also have to bark in public. Exactly. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's literally my motto, you know? It's literally my slogan. Is biting your passion? My passion is actually content creation, especially content creation that talks about queer and leftist and punk shit. My passion is being a queer and leftist educator in online spaces and making silly content centering around those ideals. But you know, I also really like biting people. It's a fun little thing I've got on the side, you know? Biting is a fun little side thing, you know? Biting and barking is in second place. Yeah, second place. Biting is with education. I just really like sticking my teeth in the flesh. I'm not gonna deny my love of biting. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love it. But you know, I do spend a lot of my stream talking about important queer, leftist, and punk issues. It's stuff that matters to me. I care a lot about things like anti-censorship and media preservation and fuck generative AI and fucking trans rights and free Palestine. I'm just also a critter. I am full of multitudes. I am full of multitudes of motivations. I'm just a little bit brain dead today because I woke up like right before stream. End feels are like onions. I have layers. I'm just a little brain dead tonight. And that happens. Big stretch. Oh, that was a big yawn. He bites and discusses sociopolitics while you're held by the chompers. Exactly. I need to have a captive audience. Big stretch and yawn. You can tell that despite the fact that I slept for 14 hours, I'm still apparently an eepy little guy. I'm very mad about it. I'm still pissed. I went to bed at 2 a.m. last night because I have been recently sleeping I've been recently going to bed at like 6 to 8 in the morning. I was intentionally making myself go to bed early so that I would be able to wake up early, kind of fix my sleep schedule. It did not work. Didn't work. I slept for 14 hours. I hate my body. I was starting to like sleep through responsibilities and get cranky on stream because I was like streaming right after I woke up. And I like to, you know, live and go through my day and my responsibilities before I go live. I like to have that time to get some work done, get in the right headspace, cook, clean, make sure I'm all taken care of. So I like to have, you know, 6 to 8 hours to do all that shit before I go live. Did not happen because I slept for 14 fucking hours. And I have to be awake at like 9 a.m. 9 a.m. tomorrow. I have to be awake at 9 a.m. tomorrow. What the fuck? I'm planning on not sleeping tonight. Gonna be dead ass. It's gonna be a day. I'll survive to the best of my abilities, I guess. A change of sleep cycle won't happen immediately. Here's the thing, mine fluctuates wildly. I will massively shift my sleep schedule in one day. It happens to me all the time. I ended up in this situation because I stayed up too late on one night. So yeah, your sleep schedule can happen like in one day. It can happen. It's happened to me. It happens to me at least twice a month. Hello, Celador, I'm about to fall asleep. No worries, thank you for poking your head in. How are you doing tonight? No, I managed to like completely reverse my sleep schedule at least once a week. Or at least twice a month, rather. And it's a problem. I'm just not in control of it. I have to be very careful about like taking naps before stream, because if I take a nap before stream, I'm gonna absolutely fuck my sleep cycle. I'm just a little guy with glasses. Nah, I love seeing you though. I love seeing all of you. I hope you know that. Like the light you guys bring to my life is massive. It is something that I have so much joy and respect for. Thank you for continuing to be here and enjoying my creative work. Thank you for being a part of my life. Thank you for helping me fight to make something bigger and better. Because I promise I'm fighting with everything I've got. I get discouraged a lot as a creator, but I'm doing my best to make cool shit that I hope can make the world a better place. And none of that's gonna be possible without you guys. So thank you. I'm working really, really hard to make art that I hope can make the world a better place. And none of that is possible without all of you. So thank you. Thank you for the big mighty lotus of shorts. And honestly, like, you all have enabled me a level of financial freedom that I could not imagine having otherwise. I would not be in nearly as good a financial position without the help that you all have granted me. It really is incredible that I have like anything in savings at all. So far in the last week, I've made like $200 and that's really fucking cool. It is really, really fucking cool. That I currently make like $600 to $700 off of content is an absolute blessing that I would not comfortably live without. So thank you. We keep on fighting. Always. Write and publish the anarchist Mpreg Omegaverse book. It's what we need to engage the new generation. You're so right. Are the youngins still into Omegaverse? Are they still into Omegaverse? I'm pretty sure they're all in this like Yume shipping thing, and it scares me. It frightens me. Just a little bit. The fuck is Yume shipping? It's just self-shipping. It's just a new term for self-shipping. They made a new term for self-shipping. They just made a new word for self-shipping. It's a thing. Avengers Endgame Omegaverse. They made a new term for self-shipping, and now they're getting like a little bit too autistic about it. Back in my day, we just called that a fictional crush. Back in my day, we called it self-shipping. Back in my day, it was just self-shipping. Neo Self says they made a new word for self-shipping. Listen, I'm just saying, when the hell are we getting the Archivist X Icon fanfiction, despite my hatred of him? You know, I think it's really funny, because there was a while where people were really excited about, like, future Icon content and whatnot, and it also coincided with me being a little bit too mentally ill and, like, disabling him for a while. And now he's back, and no, everyone stopped talking about him by the time I re-enabled him. He's been re-enabled for weeks now, and people are just, like, people stopped talking about it, people stopped caring about it, and I'm like, what the fuck happened? I definitely recognize I got a little bit too mentally ill for it for a while there, but then I got better. And by the time I got better, I'm like, damn. Either the audience has shifted too much or people kind of forgot about it. Shit happens, I guess. But rip. I'm tempted to reactivate him. I mean, we're a little bit far into stream for that tonight, but... It is unfortunately the kind of thing you gotta like activate in the first couple hours of stream. But rest in peace. Hear me out. If we make an anarchist Omegaverse book, we can annoy the shit out of a very particular kind of person by calling them betas and saying stuff like conservatives are just brats that get antsy because they're in heat and no strong alphas holding them down. I've been saving for Icon since I met him. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I've been missing him a little bit recently, I'll be honest. It's been so long since there's been any Icon. It's been a while. I've been kind of missing it. It is the kind of thing you gotta do in the first couple hours of stream, but I've been kind of missing him. I'm just saying. I do love that pot. That is beautiful. That right there, fucking beautiful. Incredible shit right there. But also, I love Scuff Rock in a hard place. Saving until I get enough for VIP again and then gonna spend everything on exercise redeems. Why do you hate me? Hear me out, I redeem Icon, you start next stream as Icon. I am thinking about putting some kind of provision in place where if you redeem Icon after the first like maybe 2 hours of stream, it's safe for the next stream, you know? Hello, Evil Nero, bark bark bite bite. I am doing quite well. I am thinking about something along the lines of like, if an Icon is redeemed, then after like the first 3 hours of stream, then there's like a provision where he will activate during the next stream, or at the very least the next stream the user is available. But that requires some amount of communication with the user who redeemed being like, okay, when are you next gonna be free? What stream are you next gonna be able to watch? Because I wouldn't want to do that and then the next stream be one that they're not available. You know? That's the one consideration there. What if Icon alt outfit? I have plans. Eventually. Thank you for the lyric, Pyro. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Nah. I'm working on getting my relevance back, you know? But no, I'm doing good, Evil Nero. How are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I mean, I'm normal. Orleans, we need to talk about Off Guys sometime. We need to talk about it, because I need to figure out... Like, I'm pretty set on going at this point. I just need to figure out how to organize flight and hotel plans. Hee 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 hee. But... Hi, Kefir. Do you think Icon has just been busy with his very popular streams in his other world? Yeah, his manager might have been a little bit too demanding of him or something. Hello, Silver Valent Mage. Welcome on in. If there's no issue for me, we should talk about hotel budgets and stuff. I think if anyone else I think if you had anyone else in mind, I need to, like, ultimately also need to look into the options of who else is going and figure shit out. But yeah, like, there is one person I know who might be coming, and I'm down for cost saving measures and whatnot, you know? But yeah, that is something that I want to figure out before we end up in a situation where like all the hotels are bought out, basically. I want to figure out who I'm staying with and how much is going to cost, etc., before we end up in a situation where all the hotels are booked. I'm here, got some weird shit happening, but I'm here. Oh, no worries. I hope everything's okay. What's up, Druid? Also, that's a very cute, emote, Silver. I like it. I bite you, Nero. Nah, I'm excited for Off Guy. I'm excited for Icon. Oh my god, for Off Guy. I know I have a couple plans. I have a couple friends that I'm planning on, like, flying in with, hopefully. I have a couple friends in state who are also going to be going to Off Guy, but I'm not sure what their hotel plans are. I need to talk to them about their hotel plans, but like, will probably be helping me navigate the airport and whatnot, which I'm appreciative of, because I have not left the state in 8 years. So it's gonna be very scary for me, but I'm gonna figure it out. Everything's fine. Woke up in the woods though. What do you mean you woke up in the woods? What do you mean you woke up in the woods? What? How do you just fall asleep and wake up in the woods? That's not normal. Thank you for the follow. That's not normal. Don't know why I was there. Pretty sure I dissociated. That's not normal. Listen, I've absolutely ended up in situations. Hello, pizza. How are you doing today? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I've absolutely ended up in situations where I've like dissociated and ended up somewhere with no memory of getting there, but it's usually places I expect to be. You know, I've one time when I used to be a barista, I just kind of woke up at work one day with no memory of how I got there, and I'm like, yeah, that whatever. I've never woken up somewhere that I didn't expect to be. I've never dissociated and it ended up in the middle of the woods or like in a place I didn't recognize. It was always, oh, I dissociate and suddenly, oh, I'm at the coffee place right now. Or like, huh, I could have sworn I was grocery shopping 5 seconds ago and now I'm home. Cool. It's always shit like that for me. That's not normal. Waking up in the woods, that's not normal. Dissociative amnesia is a thing that can happen even in like people who don't have underlying conditions. That is just a thing that can occur. It's pretty easy for your brain to just kind of fill in the blanks, or especially if it's nothing memorable. Like there's this thing called highway hypnosis, which is a tendency that most people have to dissociate when they are driving long distances, especially across familiar roads. You don't remember the details of your day-to-day commute. You know that you drove, but if nothing noteworthy happened, you kind of just dissociated your entire day, and it can feel like you just kind of showed up at work and you don't really remember the details of how you got there. That's a relatively normal thing that happens to normal people. There's an amount of dissociative amnesia that is normal. It can just happen sometimes. It is not normal to just kind of wake up in the woods. It's not normal. Not usual. Should clarify, it wasn't random woods. I know these woods. How often do you visit these woods? It's normal to like block out daily activities. But that ain't. You might be a werewolf. Not often, but it's nice there. That's not normal. Today I learned highway hypnosis is association. Yeah, it's so most like mental illnesses, for lack of a better term, are just normal processes taken to extreme, and that includes things like dissociation. Dissociative amnesia, we see this in, dissociative amnesia is also a feature, for example, PTSD. You don't remember your dissociative memories unless you are actively experiencing a PTSD attack. Shit like that. We also notice an amount of dissociative amnesia and like a low amount of personality dissociation in conditions like BPD. Thank you so much, Yobasobi Twilight, for the follow. So there's a amount of like dissociation of the personality in BPD to like a lesser extent than in other conditions. Because it is a normal process that we do every day that is taken to a extreme, which is to some extent maladaptive. It's normal to forget day-to-day activities like your commute, like in highway hypnosis. It is a lesser, more normal form of dissociative amnesia that your brain uses to filter out unnecessary information and save space in your brain to remember the important things. It's just that in cases wherein it becomes like a diagnosable condition, it is taken to an extreme where it becomes maladaptive. That is the definition of most conditions. It's these normal processes taken to a maladaptive extreme. That includes, by the way, also things like psychosis. It is normal processes taken to maladaptive extremes. Don't like it, but yes, it's thematic. Home and I'm soaked through to my bones. Why is it so wet? Is it raining, Lycan? Hello, Monster Kicker, by the way. I hope you're okay, Lycan. But yeah, I go on this rant all the time. All symptoms exist on the spectrum, and the majority are, you know, normal processes. This is why I'm always like, hey chat, everyone's prone to psychosis. You're prone to psychosis. It can just happen to you. Like, hallucinations are in part a way the brain makes sense of, like, weird sensory data. It's your brain trying to fill in the blanks of weird sensory data that it doesn't know how to process, you know? Your neurons are on the fritz, and your brain is struggling to make sense of it, so it's filling in the gaps. Shit like that. It's normal brain shit. Brains are so funky. Oh, I just remembered something I wanted to talk about today. I was on YouTube, as I often am, when I'm lying in bed and don't have the motivation to get up and do anything, a bad habit that I'm trying to break. But I stumbled on a YouTube video that was talking about harms of generative AI. No surprise, pretty common thing I see, but this one caught my eye, whereas a lot of don't. Because this one was very specifically dealing with a murder case, wherein it was specifically a murder-suicide. Content warning, if anyone needs help, make sure you research the resources you need. Very uncomfortable subject, but I think it's a very important one to talk about. It was talking about a case wherein someone, quote-unquote, awoke their AI, and the AI validated their delusions and convinced them that their mother was participating in an effort to, like, track them, to monitor their day-to-day activities, that there were, like, chips in their brain and their mother was part of it. And then convinced the man to kill his mother and then himself. And this shit's fucking terrifying to me. And to anyone who argues that this is, you know, the fault of the user or they were just using a bad AI, first of all, this was ChatGPT 4. This was quite literally ChatGPT 4. It's like one of the most mainstream LLMs out there. But second of all, the fact that this can happen in the first place is every reason why generative AI is a safe, untested technology, even disregarding every single other concern about its environmental impacts and whatnot. I've had people who were, like, big fans of generative AI who saw purpose in it, who, when I've talked about my own experiences very early on in the existence of generative AI, because before, you know, commonplace was the understanding that these things have massive and higher environmental consequences, before those were common talking points that, you know, people were generally aware of, I did briefly experiment with generative AI. It is something I regret doing, but did not have the full information at the time, as many of us did not. I briefly engaged with specifically an AI that was, like, marked as a therapist. And that thing encouraged me to kill myself. And I have never touched that technology since. And, you know, since then become a lot more informed on the issue and whatnot. But that was the earliest sign and the only sign I needed. This was a harmful fucking technology that should not fucking exist or be in the hands of people. In hearing the story of someone who had a similar experience, I am so grateful that my experience with it did not go any fucking further. Because everyone is prone to psychosis. Everyone is prone to fixed false beliefs. This shit is terrifying. This shit is fucking terrifying. Fuck generative AI. This has piled a whole new layer of fuck generative AI on top of my existing hatred for the technology. Finding out that, like, I am far from the only person this has happened to and that has been directly responsible for multiple tragedies and losses. Fuck this shit. Mal, I won't even tolerate that shit. I won't even tolerate that shit. I think that's unethical. Actual shitpost will do the work to learn to do an impression of someone. I don't even tolerate that shit. And if you post that shit in my Discord, I will get deleted. Fuck that crap. Fuck generative AI for so many goddamn reasons. Fuck generative AI and fuck the capitalist interests that allow this fucking unethical technology to continue to fester despite feeding blatant misinformation, wasting resources, and polluting marginalized communities. Fuck this shit. Fuck AI. Specifically fuck generative AI, but you get what I mean. I have thoughts and feelings. That video is like the one thing I watched before stream this morning, and I am so filled with negative emotions, specifically against generative AI, because screw that shit. I agree. I love you too, Poops. If anyone ever makes one of those of me, if anyone ever makes a YTP of me, that'll be like one of the greatest fucking honors I can receive. I give full permission to like take clips of me and make me say stupid stuff. Don't advocate for hate or anything like that, but I give you full permission to like take little clips of my streams. There's enough content of me out there that you could very easily make one of those videos of me, and you have my full permission. That right there is art. In any case, there will be an ad hitting in a second now. During the ad, I'm going to stand up and refill my water because my water's been empty for a hot minute. And I require hydration. I require liquids in my body. I will return, I promise. TF2 Gmail community on its way to take the absolute piss out of early AI trash. Fuck generative AI. I want to clarify there is a distinction between like AI more broadly and generative AI. There are forms of AI that have genuine uses in fucking medical sciences and other fields. Those uses are not generative. Generative AI has very few actual purposes that, you know, provide anything meaningful to our lives. Unlike a lot of other forms of AI, but just fuck generative AI on the broad scale. I'll make a YTP of you, mark my words. Please do. Alright, I'll be right back. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Something AI companies stealing entire nuclear power plants to generate an image of a girl with 5 tits and an upside down face. Oh. Ugh. Like, okay, I will say, and I've said this before, I think AI art looks bad is one of the worst arguments we can use against it, because unfortunately it is going to continue to look better, and to an average consumer it's already at a point where like they can't tell the difference between AI generated visuals and real ones. An average person very much struggles to tell the difference until they're aware or told that something is AI. It's really hard to tell, so like the AI art is bad and inaccurate argument, not a useful argument. What's more useful are its environmental harms and psychological dangers. And so I urge people to lean more into those arguments and less on AI art looks bad, but yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. It's not worth it. Might not look bad, still looks artificial as fuck, if that makes sense. I disagree. Because there's people who have intentionally built their art styles to look like that, and now their art's getting labeled as looking like AI. Like, I would disagree, because that attacks and calls and basically endangers anyone who like developed an art style that looks like that. But I don't fuck with it. There are people for whom that was the art style they intentionally tried to develop, and now they're, you know, dealing with art styles that people are calling AI-esque and attacking as being artificial. I don't fuck with that. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's the art style the AI models got trained on, yeah. And they got trained on it because it's a popular art style that some people do genuinely draw on and is liked by, you know, viewers of art. And that sucks. That sucks for the people for whom that is their preferred art style to draw in or to consume. Because now it has become associated with AI and with artificiality, and that is also sucky. You know? That is still generally and genuinely fucky. To me, it has a certain look, 2.8 can't describe it, story animate flawlessly, obviously, but... Yeah, but there's people whose art just genuinely looked like that, and the AI got trained on that art. You know? My point is, there's no worth like, speaking to or attacking specifically the quality of the art. But, you know. That's my entire point. There is nothing visually about it that is distinct from regular art made by real people, or at the very least it is not a useful argument against it, because it's only going to keep getting better. Before AI images polluted the website, I liked that style, yeah. I also loved that art style before AI images fucking overtook it, and it sucks that nowadays, you see a piece in that art style and you go, is this AI? It sucks. Thank you for the watch streak, Calliope. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm here in VTuber space, a space wherein that art style is really popular and a lot of people have started leaning away from it because, oh, now it's the AI art style, and that fucking sucks. I think that's unfortunate and bad. The same way that a lot of people are specifically, or are intentionally changing the ways in which they talk and speak to appear less AI. I have a very, like, long-winded way of writing, and I get paranoid sometimes if my writing sounds like generative AI, because I do use some of the phrases that people consider to be, like, AI shorthand. I'm so scared that someday my peculiar word choices and my phrasing habits are gonna get labeled as AI-esque. And I hope they don't. I hope my voice shows through. I hope that anyone who reads the way I write can pop by a stream, hear the way I talk, and go, oh yeah, he's just long-winded. He just says things like that. I hope that accusation never comes, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm never gonna give up my M dashes for the computer. I love my dashes. And you can look through the history of my, like, Discord chat logs. I love my dashes. I use M dashes in every other sentence because they're my favorite fucking thing. Just grasping for straws to find ways to avoid this shit. My point is, the useful arguments to use against generative AI are its environmental harms and its psychological harms, not its visuals, you know? I'm giving you the way to fight against it. And the way is not by attacking its output quality. Because the output quality is already so good that a lot of people struggle to tell the difference. But no, like, I'm terrified of the day someone looks at, like, my writing style or word choice and goes, this is very AI-esque, because I ain't changing the way I write for anyone. No thanks. You can take my fucking M dashes out of my cold, hard, fucking dead hands. Fuck that shit. Maybe if we're really lucky when the magnetic poles flip, they pass through the AI server rooms and fuck up the data? I don't know how the magnetic poles work. I feel like it's gonna fuck society for a couple weeks. We'll see. We'll see. The AI market is eventually going to crash because it's not profitable. Like, inevitably, AI is going to... the bubble is going to burst because it is not sustainable. Companies are being fed a promise that eventually they will start making a profit off of this, when the only ones currently profiting are the grifters. No one is profiting off of AI except for the grifters. They're the only people who are making money right now. And eventually the bubble is going to burst when everyone realizes that they aren't actually benefiting off of this. And a lot of companies are gonna die and go bankrupt in the process, and it's gonna suck for a few years. But it will happen. Like, the AI bubble bursting, it's gonna take a little bit for things to get better. But it will happen. So an M dash, hey Araya, you know what an M dash is. Can you like put a little example of an M dash in a sentence in chat or something? Everything is leveraged on those companies, yeah. Yeah, that's the M dash. The M dash is that little dash you'll put in the middle of a sentence. You'll see this in the way I write a lot. Let me pull up my fucking script whip. Sure, fuck it. So I'll be honest, there's a few different like things that are adjacent to an M dash, and I don't know which is which. I just know that a lot of people... I'm pretty sure I use the wrong symbol when I do this, is the thing. But you'll see when I like write in my script. The discussion of this video is going to center largely around generative artificial intelligence, dash, AI models that use large collections of training data, often scraped off the internet to generate new data, dash, images, text, and video, dash, in response to user input. I do think there is importance in drawing a distinction between AI more broadly, dash, which can have genuine useful applications across various fields, dash, and the generative AI that has become so predominant in our conversation on the topic. But for the sake of simplicity, when I use the term AI in this video, unless otherwise specified, I am discussing the latter. And just to have it out there, dash, fuck generative AI, and fuck the capitalist interests that have allowed these unethical technologies to fester, all while wasting resources, polluting marginalized communities, and feeding blatant misinformation to the public. I love my dashes. The hyphen connects two words without a space. N dash is using a number ranges. Okay, so what I'm using is an M dash in my sentences. I'm just using the wrong symbol for it because I don't have the patience to do the big long one. The M dash is the big dash, but grammatically I am using an M dash. I'm just using the wrong signal here. Symbol. Oh no, there's like 5 sentences that I just read. I just read like 5 sentences. Hold Alt left while taping 0151. See, I just used the normal dash. I use the normal hyphen in place of my M dashes because I don't have the patience to do any kind of alt code symbols. But grammatically what I'm using here is an M dash. You know? Grammatically this is an M dash because I don't want to go through the effort of using those fucking codes. But yeah, that's basically the function of an M dash. It's that little thing between the sentences. No, that was like a paragraph and a half that I just read. That's a little preview of the script for my next video, chat. Little preview of the first section of the video. To be fair, I only learned how to type the M dash when people came after it because of AI, understandably. And I hate that they came after it because I'm so attached to my M dashes. Flexibly using connect breaks and senses in place of a slew of other items, yeah. And I'm very, very attached to my M dashes, even if I use the wrong symbol for them. I love the M dash. I love the M dash. I hate using alt codes though, so you can't make me. If I recall my old teacher explaining it, the M dash can be used for emphasis. I mean, when it's really important. See, I basically use it to put interruptions and clarifications in the middle of a sentence and to highlight shit, you know? I like using it to put a break in a sentence. Basically an adjacent thought that is not fully related to the previous thought, but is necessary for context in the greater sentence. But the question in chat, let me see if I can find it. If it was too long to infinity, it might have gotten suppressed. Let me check your chat history, because I'm not seeing anything in the Discord. Okay, here it is. Sorry for missing it. Thinking about a singer whose song is 20 years old because they wrote it at 18. People request that song today, and the musician is tired of it. So my question is, if they keep asking for the song they wrote at 18 and they're now necrophiles because they won't let the song die? So necroviolence is specifically in regard to an object doesn't die the way that people do. That's not necroviolence, but it's an interesting little subject. Like, necroviolence is specifically about the lives of people. It's a little harder to apply it to objects, concepts, or works of art. But I can see where you're coming at. I don't think that's necroviolence per se, but it is a very common thing that audiences do. And it's kind of adjacent to the topic. I think necroviolence is more visible in the cheapening of a life than in the extending of one, though. But necroviolence is like any case in which one's funerary rites are not abided by. Usually in the form of denial, but yeah. Adjacent concept. Oh, my frames! My frames! What's going on with my internet? Hello, Mizu! Bye. How are you doing, my boy? Time to get rid of ice. Real as fuck. Fuck ice. I have not had time to catch up on the situation that occurred today. I woke up, like, right before starting stream, so unfortunately I have not had time to fully fill myself in. But it is an absolute fucking tragedy. Screw ice. Screw all this bullshit. I hate not having time to engage and, like, catch up with the news before I fucking go out live. Self-cared, did some fencing. Turns out stabbing people is a very good outlet for pain and anger. Hello, Neko Boy Blue. Bark, bye. Ah, wah. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Mizu. How dare you? The little bit that I have gotten, that I've picked up, a woman was killed by ice. I think she was in her car. She wasn't threatening an officer or looking at them or anything. But cops are fucking ruthless and can get away with fucking anything, because they're not held to any kind of accountability standard. ACAB, fuck the cops, fuck ICE. And I hope that this leads to further protests and, whatnot, because we need to get organized and create more systemic change. If you live in a city or area wherein ICE activity is on the rise, do what you can to stand for your community. There are a lot of places wherein people are like tracking ICE activity and trying to make folks subtly aware of it through various channels. If you have the knowledge and know-how, get involved in those efforts. If you can go to a protest in your area, go and to talk to the people who are organizing. Talk to the people who are organizing the protest. Get involved in larger community efforts. Please, if you have the capacity. People who ignore someone's will, yeah, that's a form of necroviolence. Another form of necroviolence is like, you know, burying a trans person with the wrong name on their grave. Shit like that. That's necroviolence. But yeah. I know ICE are not literal cops. Like, there is a distinction between the police and ICE, but they're oftentimes working in tandem. Like, ICE is a type of federal police. You know, they are not literal cops, but they are being used as a federal police force targeting a very specific issue, that being immigration. Or rather, that being, yeah, immigrants. You know? Specifically, especially targeting people of color, especially Hispanic people, Latin American folk. Like, they are not literal cops, but they are being weaponized in the same way that police are by the federal government. Does that make sense? And I believe ACAB includes fucking ICE. I do believe ACAB, as a statement, includes fucking ICE. Supposedly, the governor is willing to hold the agents on trial for it, but simultaneously starting to deploy the National Guard against citizens who protest about it too hard. That is evil. That is fucking evil. ICE uniforms literally say police, so yeah, definitely ACAB, yeah. They are a specific... it's also true that, a lot of local police officers are getting lended to ICE, to, you know, buff their numbers and presence in certain cities. But they are basically an extension, a very specific federal police force, even if they're not, you know, quote-unquote police in the classical sense. It's not a point that is really worth getting in the weeds about, you know? ICE is the Secret Service, ACAB applies. Yeah, ACAB applies. ACAB applies to ICE, that's the point. ACAB applies to ICE. They are law enforcement on a federal level. That's ACAB applies. ACAB includes all fucking law enforcement. I think ACAB should include judges and lawyers in a lot of situations as well. If you're not a fucking defense attorney, ACAB includes you. I think that's one of my hotter takes. It might be a little bit more controversial. Like, I think ACAB should fucking include, like, people who work in the legal system who are not specifically fucking defense attorneys and, like, public defenders and shit. You know? Hot fucking take. If you're a fucking, like, federal prosecutor who, helps put poor people in jail and people of color in jail for doing, like, fucking harmless drugs and shit, ACAB applies to you. I'm just saying. ACAB means all cops are bastards. It is a shorthand phrase. So ACAB is a shorthand phrase. It means all cops are bastards, but on a more grander level, what it means is that all cops are perpetuating a inherently unjust system, which largely harms people of color and other marginalized populations, and targets them. You know. Even if a cop is well-intentioned, they're still perpetuating a horrible system. I do believe there are, you know, cops out there who join the police force thinking they're doing good, but they are perpetuating a horrible system if they're doing anything other than, like, actively reporting every example of misconduct they see, and usually those cops get fucking punished. ACAB just means that, also, hi Gracie, bark my bite. ACAB just means that all cops are perpetuating an unjust system, which is targeting minorities and marginalized people, especially people of color. My car randomly broke and I've been having to fix the fuck out of it on top of my regular job. Good luck! I hope you're able to fix it soon. I don't know a whole lot about cars, but all the best. I feel like I just got deja vu of deja vu. Have I asked you that question before? Maybe, but I don't remember. It's a pretty common question I get here. A lot of people who are not in America... Oops, sorry, my bad. I just dropped something. But a lot of, like, my viewers who are not in America or who are not very tuned into politics might not be aware of what our minute little phrases mean. No worries. I don't mind explaining when I'm asked. The best thing you can do is never be a cop. Second best thing you can do is stop being a cop. I actually have so much respect for former police officers who, like, come out and whistleblow. I have so much respect for like former cops who thought they were doing a good thing, got out of it and whistleblow. I have so much respect for those people. Endless applause and appreciation. There is this one content creator, That Dang Dad. I don't think he's making content anymore because I think he said everything he needed to say and he decided he was done doing YouTube. I'm pretty sure is what happened, but I haven't looked recently to see how true that is. But he was a former cop turned police and prison abolitionist who made some really, really good content talking about leftist issues, particularly about like the things he experienced as a cop and how it influenced his worldview. Would absolutely recommend going and checking out his content because he talks both about the ways being a cop psychologically damaged him, so like the kinds of paranoia that were instilled in him, the ways in which he struggles now to live a day-to-day life, the ways in which his training encouraged shitty behavior, as well as speaking up about various injustices that have happened around the country and around the world, and that's fucking beautiful. That is wonderful. Any cop who like stands up and whistleblows, congratulations. Good shit right there. we appreciate the hell out of it. It's up and going again, just took a lot of miles, walking a lot of pain. I can imagine. Repairing vehicles sounds difficult and scary, but hey, glad you had the capacity to do so. Glad it's done. I do think that police academy should be 4 years, including de-escalation. I think we shouldn't have cops. I think that law enforcement is shitty. I think we should abolish the fucking police. And also prisons. I think that the majority of crime is caused by a lack of resources and poor conditions, and that if we were to solve those issues of general lack of resources and poor living conditions that cause the majority of crime, we would have very little crime. If you ever need help fixing something, hit me up. I appreciate it, Gracie. Thank you. But like, the majority of crime is caused because people either cannot get access to the mental health care they need, or people are fucking poor and desperate. And the majority of crime would disappear if we built a society where people could get the care that they wanted, wherein a lot of our like shitty social messaging disappeared, and wherein people were not fucking struggling and starving. Just removing for-profit prisons alone would fix so much. Oh, absolutely. And that is like a necessary step in the abolition of prisons and police entirely. Fuck for-profit prisons as well. Like, especially fuck for-profit prisons. What about crime down out of love/revenge? That falls under the done because of untreated mental illness category. If you're committing a crime because you are mad that someone rejected you or because you love them too much, that's the mental illness category. Or because you're so angry about something someone did to you that you can't cope with it and you feel the need to commit a crime to fuck them over, again, that's the mental illness category. Like, if you do not have the coping mechanisms to deal with those issues, that's a mental health care issue. Lack of resources would fix a lot of problems. Not all the problems, there's always an outlier, but at least 75% reduction. There will always be situations wherein people can't be helped. Don't get me wrong, those cases are few and far between. That's like less than 1% of crime, you know? The cases of crime that would still occur if people's needs were met, I genuinely believe it is like less than 1% of the crime that we currently experience. And that's a level that we could fucking deal with on a more social level, you know? Bark, bark, bite, bite. You'll never get rid of every issue, but I still believe like a massive reduction is fucking worth it. Amending the 13th Amendment to remove the exception that lets prisons do slavery would fix a lot too. Very much so. Wouldn't fix everything though, because I still believe the existence of fucking prison is illegal and unethical, but, you know. Have we considered that people who commit crimes should still have, like, fucking human rights? You know? Have we considered that, like, people who commit horrible acts should still have human rights? I think it's one of the most egregious, aggressive human rights violations that I fucking can never get over, is the fact that people who commit crimes are not able to vote, which means they don't have the power to vote for better conditions for themselves. I'm gonna disagree with you, Auto Defendo. I am extremely pro-gun. I am extremely pro-gun. Oh yeah, a lot of, if you commit a felony, you lose your voting rights for life. If you commit a felony, you lose your voting privileges for life. But no, I am extremely pro-gun because you cannot fight for your rights against a fascist government if you don't have access to weaponry, and that includes guns. I'm extremely pro-gun. I encourage fellow leftists and marginalized people to learn how to use a firearm, and I have helped many people learn how to use them. I have taught other leftists how to use guns. I believe that they are necessary tools for fighting for change in the world. And it is really not possible to remove guns from the American population. It would not be a feasible act. I once had a conversation with another leftist content creator who is from another country, and this really fun. I have to hold no anchor toward this content creator. We've actually talked about this since. This content creator was saying to me how, like, well, they don't have gun violence over there, and you know, even though the police have guns, the police don't kill people. So they don't need to have guns in order to, like, fight against their government. Because the government doesn't turn them on them. Well, there was this one case recently where a cop did shoot a black disabled man, and I'm like, the only reason this doesn't happen more often is the fact that you don't have guns, and if you, because, you know, you're a polite populace, and if you fucking, did have consistent access to firearms, that probably happen a lot more often. I'm pretty pro-gun, and on the left, same. I'm very pro-gun. Hi, Trans Knight. The caffeine has helped. The caffeine has helped. I'm not anti-guns. I've just been through enough public school system. Really scary on several counts. Oh yeah, no. I've been in very close proximity to a school shooting. Still extremely pro-gun and don't believe they should be heavily regulated. The US government has made attempts to try and take gun rights away from trans people. That's the thing that's happened. The US government has attempted to take gun rights away from trans people. I don't trust that shit. I don't trust any kind of regulation on that shit. Hello, Ember Ray, Barper by Bite. I don't want to tell this story, but I have been very close to being a victim of gun violence. You know, yeah, I've been very close to that. I don't want to get into the details. It's not something I publicly talk about. But it has not changed the fact that I'm extremely, like, pro-gun these days. I believe that this is a mental health issue and that we need to give more mental health resources to people. You know, I know a lot of the conservatives say, oh, this is a mental health issue that we need to fix on a mental health run when it comes to, gun violence, and that has become kind of a moot talking point. The issue is that a lot of those conservatives who say that are not willing to fund better mental health care programs. I think we should fund better mental health care programs and that most of those problems would disappear. I agree that most of those problems would disappear if we had better mental health care. We need to provide that mental health care. The NRA is also sided with trans people? Yeah. Yeah. The NRA is siding with trans people, but, like, the US government has still argued for taking away the gun rights of trans people. It's a thing. I'm very aware and biased to my past, but I'm very much open to hearing your reasons and your view. It's literally a situation of, like, we cannot stand up for our rights without them, you know? that's straight up my argument in short. I'm a little bit too mentally disorganized to get into it super deep right now. But it is straight up a situation of like, you cannot stand up for your rights as a marginalized person without access to something of that nature. Peaceful protest does not work. There is no such thing as a peaceful protest. Peaceful protest only functions when there is a violent alternative around the corner. This is something that was even acknowledged by like Martin Luther King Jr. Everyone likes to you know, paint him on the wall as this big advocate for peace. Very much someone who acknowledged that like peaceful protest only works when there's a violent alternative. Hello, admin. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Yeah, there is no such thing as peaceful protests. Peaceful protests work because there are people there who have guns and or because there was a violent alternative effort present, etc. If the bed is called a bed, why is the dresser called a dresser? And why is the bed more comfortable than the dresser? Yeah, excessive gun control is just giving the government a monopoly on violence, literally. Literally. I think that's a very, very good way of phrasing it. Excessive gun control is just giving the government a monopoly on violence. I'm stealing that line. I'm writing that down, give me a second. That's a very good quote. I'm writing this down. I do this sometimes. How do you fight against the cops who have that, Pyro? How do you fight back when the cops have that? If you don't, that's my thing. How do you fight back against the cops if they have that when you don't? Slavery wasn't ended peacefully. Very true, Astro Calico. Very, very true. We have no access to healthcare in the US. Mental health care is for private and the system is wretched. Yeah. Like, a lot of conservatives say that and then do nothing to help actual healthcare. So I know a lot of people have a negative feeling towards that talking point, but it is true. It's also very telling that a lot of the conservatives who hate gun control also want to increase funding over police military. Yeah. 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 Cops should be demilitarized as a whole. Everyday cops should not have guns on them. I think we should fucking abolish the police and prison system and invest more in like mental health care and giving people the fucking access to resources they need to survive, because the majority of crime would literally disappear in that situation. Anarchist here raises my hand. Wasn't civil rights only brought into law when the entire US started rioting? Pretty much, yeah. I don't like gun violence as much as anyone else here, but you have to be a realist and say that we have to make things equal for them to listen. Exactly, exactly. Like, I think cops shouldn't exist, and cops should absolutely be demilitarized. The kinds of technology that cops have access to are terrifying. Abolish the police, lol, but as they exist, they shouldn't have guns. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I would not be mad about them being demilitarized in the meantime, you know? Would not be upset. But no, I'm pretty tapped into, like, local protest efforts. There's a lot of handouts that have been passed out in my local community about, like, you know, warning about various, police technology and whatnot. I've gone through some of those handouts and signs on stream. There's some really scary shit that the cops have access to. There are, like, specific types of sound cannon that play frequencies that are only audible to younger populations and can quite literally permanently damage your hearing, and the cops aren't afraid to pull that out. They're not afraid to pull out their funky little sound cannons that specifically hurt people who are young and can permanently damage your hearing, and that's fucking terrifying. They're not afraid to bring out tech that can permanently hurt you for the crime of expressing your political opinions in public. Yeah, specialized LR ADS, yes. That's like one of the very, very scary examples. Sonic warfare is real, people bring ear protection, yeah. bring ear protection and wear a fucking mask. If you're going to a protest, wear a fucking mask, not just to hide who you are, but because you're in a large gathering with a lot of people. Protect your community. Hello, Darkwood Rider. We're talking about why I like guns and why I think that like we need more leftists and marginalized people who know how to use guns in the world. I've personally helped teach a few people. Because it's important, because it's necessary fucking work. Even without gun control, the military is practically a monopoly on violence simply by having the funds and legal means to purchase tankless planes. Yeah, but like, I'd like to have a better chance than no chance, you know? Hello, Momeki! Thank you for the raid! Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, hello, hello! One sec, I don't know if any of my mods are around. Let me get that myself. Hi everybody, I'm Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not commercial games and do art here on twitch.tv, but we're currently yapping. I'm a loud leftist, a punk, a bastard. Love talking about anarchism, queer shit, trans shit, punk shit. Lovely to have you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I bark and I bite. What were y'all up to tonight? Everyone go give Momeki some love. Hi! Waves at you. Hi! Tail wags at you. Hi! Want to share any gun tips with us? That's a hard— okay, it's really hard to teach someone how to use a firearm without like having them in front of you and like guiding their body. I don't think I can do that over the internet. Don't think I can do that over the internet. COVID had more than twice as many deaths this last year alone than driving deaths in 2020 and 2023 combined in the US. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to work this line into my next video essay when talking about necroviolence, but like one of the most poignant examples of necroviolence in the last few years that I don't think a lot of people realize is necroviolence is the way in which the lives of disabled people were cheapened in a lot of our rhetoric around COVID. Because you'll mention how many immunocompromised people are going to die if you don't fucking mask and be very careful in public, and people just go, well, you know, they're gonna get sick and are at more risk anyway, why should we shift our lives around that? That is literally necroviolence in action. Or rather, not necroviolence, necropolitics in action. Necropolitics being the means by which states decide who gets to live, who gets to die, who gets to be grieved, the value of a life comparatively. And the ways in which we talk about and rationalize certain deaths. That is necropolitics. If I see any of y'all get a fucking Soviet gas mask or respirator, I'll personally come and poke holes in that thing. Don't matter that they're cheap, get something designed after the Cold War. In any case, we're just yapping. Hope you had a wonderful evening. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm getting a gun this year. Good luck. I wish you all the best. If you want to learn how to shoot guns, find your local SRA or DSA chapter. Real! DSA is the DSA is where I found my shooting buddies. Straight up, DSA is where I found my shooting buddies. A lot of good leftist effort. Like I heavily recommend people get involved with like your organizations like DSA and SRA can be a lot more leftist than you might realize. A lot of them have like internal anarchist sects, or there are even cases where they're fully run by anarchists. I'm just saying. But like you'll find a lot of leftist activity happening in those spaces. Great resources to also go are Food Not Bombs and Punk Rock Saves Lives. Get involved in your local community, and those organizations, those are big, like, wide-spanning ones. They'll be able to point you towards even more niche efforts in your area. There's an even smaller, like, leftist gun training organization in my area that I'm not gonna name because it's extremely regional, but, like, this shit's out there. This shit's out there. Seek them out. Make some friends. Make some change in the world. You keep seeing things that make me sit down and talk to myself. It's great. Had several personality updates in one afternoon that I was not prepared for. You're welcome. That's why I love doing this shit. Love Food Not Bombs. We love Food Not Bombs. Really, really wonderful organization. Would recommend. Showed at the protest my plague doctor mask is real as fuck. There has to be some way of giving public access to weapons such as the state to have a monopoly on violence while also restricting the ability of an individual to randomly decide to shoot someone. That's called mental health care. That's called adequate mental health care. That's literally called adequate mental health care. So applying make love not war to necroviolence instead of necroviolence. Yeah, don't finish that sentence. Don't finish that sentence. A lot of people want to say the most effective leftist organization is not left enough because they view politics as a personality game and not as a way by which you make positive change in the world. If you're a leftist and not touching grass, you're not doing it right. Literally, I went on a whole rant at the very beginning of the stream actually, talking about how we do not have enough fucking boots on the ground, and I know a lot of people are scared to go outside and attend a protest, but like, please. Go attend the next protest in your area and talk to the people who are running it. Find out what organizations are making concrete change on the internet, or not on the internet, rather, in your community. See what you can do, because there are probably ways you can fucking make change at home in your local community even. Help run their social media. If you are not someone who is good at getting on your feet and doing things, help run the fucking social media of your local, like, leftist organizations. They probably fucking need that. But like, get out there, do something. Get involved with your local leftist groups. I know people are scared, but the way you get out of this depression and hopelessness is by going and doing something. Please. I know it's scary, I know it's hard, but it is so fucking worth it. This is necessary if we want to make change, and everyone is always waiting for someone else to be the one to start the revolution, but it's not gonna happen if we are not at large getting up and organizing and starting shit. Revolution, we're not gonna just wake up someday with the revolution fucking ongoing. You're not gonna wake up tomorrow and have someone knocking on your door and tell you the revolution has begun. You need to get out there and do something. GC Turtle's one of the founders of my local DSA chapter, showing her your stream tonight. She's love it. Oh, fuck yeah. Well, welcome aboard. Pleasure to have you. Even to just make some contacts, literally. You can start new DSA chapters to get your group of leftist friends together and apply at dsausa.org. Hell fucking yeah. And hey, here's another fun fact. If your reasons for hesitating are financial, a lot of local DSA chapters will help you waive the fees. Show up to a meeting, talk to them. They'll probably help you waive the fees if it's a money problem. It is relatively cheap. It's usually like $5 to $10 a month, but like, I know that's why I hesitated for a while. Because I was homeless, you know, a little over a year ago. They're willing to work with you. They want your help and support. Little extra fun fact in there. It's me. I'm at your home right now knocking on your door. The revolution's begun. Get the fuck out here. Real as shit. DSA also has dues waivers for membership. Yep. Don't have to pay if you can't afford. Exactly. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We love seeing fellow leftists out here trying to do real shit. I was homeless for 2.5 years. It was the worst. Homelessness was rough. Don't get me wrong. It was simultaneously the best and worst thing to ever happen to me. Being homeless sucked. It was terrifying. Don't get me wrong. But it has enabled me to make meaningful change in my life, find real community in punk and leftist spaces, and start making actual change. And I am very proud of how things worked out. I would not have gotten through it without like this community being so dead ass. When I was actively homelessness, my community raised like nearly $1,000 to help me survive and eventually, you know, stabilize. Again, would not have gotten through without that. And I'm very glad to say that I'm getting to a point of stability where like I'm trying to give back to my local community even more. But save you from caffeine, we can try. No, I'm begging the caffeine to save me, Jesus Christ. But no, I'm finally getting to a point of stability where like I'm giving back more to my local community because I am no longer like actively in need, but we keep on fighting. We keep on fighting. But how are you doing, Mystic Baku? Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bye, bye. We are coming up. Thank you so much, Ascended Shadow, for the follow as well. We are coming up on the 4-hour mark. We are probably going to move to playing a video game soon. Because I want to play some Pokemon. I want to chill out. But this has been some very good yapping. Thank you for everyone enjoying our regular leftist ramblings. We love to have it. I'm really grateful for the space that this gives me to be a little bit political. I don't think that I'm making massive change in the world by talking about politics on the internet, but if I can be the reason you show up to your first fucking protest and or be the reason that you start living more authentically, like as a trans person in your life, then like I am happy to be that. I am grateful for the little ways in which I can push people to better the world and better their lives, and I hope I can continue doing that for a long time. But keep on fighting. Get out on the streets. We need more of us out there. Hee 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 hee. It's a struggle, we gotta be here for each other, don't let them divide us. Hell fucking yeah. No. Hell fucking yeah. Alright. Alright. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh, let me get the stretch as well. Sorry, my brain rebooted for a second there. That happens sometimes. Big stretch. Big stretch. Big stretch. I genuinely, like, I love you guys so much. Thank you for the change y'all have enabled in my life. I'm so proud and grateful for the opportunities to be here. I'm getting sentimental and sappy, guys. No! I'm getting sentimental and sappy. How could I? Oh no, not emotions. Gross. I'm incredibly grateful for this community, for everything you enable in my life. God. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I am really excited for the next video essay. Eventually I'll make that protest video. I'll do that in time. I think that's gonna be one of my goals this year, to try and get that specific video done, because I think it's more important than ever. A lot of these conversations prove to me to like teach people what it means to organize, and the importance of community organizing, and how the internet can be a tool in our protest, but how it can't be the whole deal of it. Eventually I'll get around to that. In the meantime, we do our necroviolent shit, but community gotta stick together, real as fuck. My friends are homeless right now. We're gonna be housing them and their cats for a couple weeks while they figure out a more permanent solution. Community gotta stick together, real. One of my dreams, genuinely, is to someday like have a couch that I can house a friend on if they need it, you know? I want to eventually someday hit a point wherein how do I say, I have a comfortable couch that I can keep people in when needed. Eventually. You're a beacon of hope and action. Never a matter of if, but when your community will come together. I appreciate it. Aww. To answer your earlier question, high-capacity magazines and automatic rifles are actually not effective as a policing weapon. They're usually impractical modifications that should be regulated because they're only used for mass casualties of unsuspecting groups, but in actual gunfight they're not very useful. I don't know a whole lot about guns. I'm gonna be dead ass with you. I just think that they're very important, like, tools in our fucking fight. I just think that they're extremely important tools in our fucking fight. That's about what I gotta say on it. I hover over it and it offers both options. Oh, yes, you got the funky little reverse emotes. Those are very funny. That might be a higher tier sub thing, actually. It might be because you have a tier 2 sub. My dream's honestly to build a useful skill or two and live in a commune. From each according to his ability, each according to his need and all that. And I think that's a decent dream. Like, I don't know how actionable it is, at least in my personal life. But if it's a way for you to live your life, then hell fucking yeah. If it's a means for you to comfortably live and to live by leftist ideals, then hell fucking yeah. How about this? Any regulations that apply to the general police also apply to general public also apply to the police as a short-term solution, long-term fucking abolish police and replace it with something not shit. There's a lot, like, I mean, there's a lot of, like, little mid-steps we could fucking have, you know? There's a lot of mid-steps we can have, and I think demilitarization is one of the best mid-steps we can have, but I'm kind of at a point where, like, you're not gonna fix the system within the system. I'm very much on the you cannot fix the system within the system end of things. We can use electoral politics as a means of preventing things from getting worse, but we're not going to be able to affect meaningful change within them. And if a politician comes up purporting an idea that demilitarizes the police, I'm all fucking for it. If a politician goes up for election and one of their big tenets is I'm going to demilitarize the police, sure. Hell yeah. All here for it. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna help. It's not gonna happen. At the very least, not in the near future. I don't have my hopes up for it. Should it occur? Cool. Thumbs up. I am firmly of the belief that we are not going to change the system from within. But harm reduction is a valuable thing in my mind. That's where I sit. My ultimate dream life is to live in a small, sustainable farm, can provide for myself, and give all my extra money away to other people. That's the pacifist in me. Like, I think my ideal is getting to a point where I can live off of my art. And whenever I have excess after that, you know, as soon as I've got myself and my, like, handful of closest people safe, to put everything else I've got into helping the community. Helping both, like, people in my online communities and my physical community, and supporting various, efforts towards helping the rights of marginalized populations, you know? One thing that I want to do this year is do more mutual aid work. I want to engage in various fundraising efforts for Palestine and for trans rights. I haven't lined up anything currently, but I'm in conversations with a few people about various fundraiser efforts that they might be doing at various seasons, so you might see me be a part of a raid train or two this year, and I want to be more loud and active in my politics. Eventually, though, when I'm at a point where, like, my content sustains me fully, and I'm able to, like, whatever I have left over at that point. When I hit a point where, like, I am living somewhere stable and my content is meeting my whole needs, whatever I have left, I want to put that towards good causes. We're not going to change the world that way, but it's a band-aid over a bleeding wound. And that can help better things in the meantime, while we work towards actual sustainable change. Want a job where I help people during the workday and take off the hat and go home, maybe mutual aid distro worker or something? That is a good option. There are, like, you can get jobs working for charities, for nonprofits, because, like, people who work in nonprofits, there are still employees for whom that is their job. There might be good nonprofits in your area that do pay enough for you to live. There are jobs where you can do that kind of shit. There are absolutely jobs where you can do that kind of shit. Gotta take everything one step at a time? Yeah, real. Want a job where I make cool things and people use the things I make? I mean, real as fuck. Yeah. Nah. We'll get there. We'll get there. I want a world where people can live comfortably without needing to fucking kill themselves for the sake of a company. Where people's needs are met, and where people are free to be themselves. That's the core of my ideology. I want people to live comfortably and happily. Want the job that I have of my coworkers would take sanitation seriously. You know what? Real. That's real. There are so many jobs and forms of work that, like, the work itself is good and chill and would be good and chill if the people you worked with and or for didn't suck. There's a lot of cases where I have felt that, honestly. Like, oh, this job would be great if the manager didn't suck or if the coworkers didn't suck. You know? I feel that way about like a lot of jobs in like education, or in like making food and shit, because like a lot of like cooking jobs, that's necessary shit that people need. If the prices weren't exploitative, if people didn't have to fucking pay to eat, and if like bosses didn't suck, like a lot of those jobs would be nice to have and could be fun, enjoyable work, but it fucking relies entirely on whether or not the coworkers and or management suck. There's so many jobs that would be great fucking places if higher ups and or coworkers would get off their asses and like do shit proper. Aww. Funnily enough, this was an anime comment section on a YouTube video of all things. A big part of why I mistrust religion in general as a concept. It serves on a silver platter, an opportunity to discard the responsibility, forming your own moral judgment for the sake of snake oil sellers. I'm a defender of religion purely on the front that it is a element of culture, and I believe culture is something to preserve. But that people should never be given authority on grounds of religion. That's my ideology in a nutshell there. Alright. Also, I think I missed, oh god, there was a comment earlier, someone commenting on my voice and they hadn't been here in a while, and I'm so sorry for not seeing that comment. Chat moves really quick sometimes, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm very proud of how my voice is progressing. I'm so sorry for not keeping up with chat in that moment. It gets hard sometimes, but I love you guys. Whoever it was who said, oh my god, your voice has changed so much since I last saw you, I appreciate it. Hello, Luna. Ad's about to hit any second now. I'm gonna be standing up and, so I'm gonna be moving us over to the game, and I'm also gonna stand up and grab myself a snack real quick. Promise I'll be back. We are hitting that 4-hour mark. But, bark bark bite bite. Alright. Let me get my BRB sign up and shit. Let me go ahead and actually open the video game while I'm waiting for the ad to hit, because it's gonna hit any second now. I might as well. Games. Where are you? GBA game library. No. You. There we are. I'll return shortly. I don't know if Mix Maxi is still here, but if you are still here and listening in, thank you so much for the warheads. I'm living my best life. Thank you so much, Mix Maxi, for the warheads. This is my favorite candy. I now have like a massive bucket of them and I'm living my best life. A lot of potential good to come out of a place where people meet routinely and participate in traditions together. Also very easy to exploit. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's valuable community and like change to come out of religious spaces. So many like, what's it called? So many food pantries. So many food pantries come out of like religious communities and whatnot. There's a lot of good that happens in those places. It's just that they're also very easy to exploit. Hee hee. Come on, work with me. There we go. We got our game rolling. I love religion for the purpose of hope and encouragement for love and supporting each other. However, I have religious trauma, so I come to terms with people don't share that same view. Yeah. My proposed solution for religious extremism is give everyone free therapy and mental health resources. This is so true. Actually, like, so many of society's problems could be fixed by, like, accessible healthcare, and especially mental health care. Thank you, Nibs, for the resub. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Almost a year indeed. It's actually so incredibly true that so many societal issues, like, could be solved if we built a culture that valued, the right shit, and we, like, you know, provided accessible mental health care and shit. I love and hate how correct you are. Alright, give me a second. I need to change the category as well.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the hype train, Astro Calico. Thank you for the resub. How dare you? Healthcare is so bad in the southeastern state I live in that I have to get a room to rent in NYC and get care there. I don't blame you. I'm so sorry. ACA opt-out state? That is evil. Fucking evil. Thank you so much, Plink. Or sorry, thanks so much, Anonymous, for the gift to Plink. See, my more, like, you know, long-winded take is I think religion is an important part of culture that needs to be protected for that reason, but we shouldn't give people authority within religious structures. The one thing I think mental health care though does help with issues of like religion-based psychosis and whatnot, which is an important thing to address in my mind. As someone who is prone to psychosis and has known people who have been victims of religious psychosis as well. One sec, I'm grabbing another warhead because I'm addicted to warheads. But thank you so much for the subs, folks. It means the world. I appreciate y'all endlessly. Ah! One sec, there's warhead stuck in my teeth. No! There's warhead stuck in my teeth! He got too ambitious with his warhead. No! There's warhead in my teeth! Get it out! It's stuck in my teeth! No! You suffocate some warhead ASMR. Listen, if you want, I'm not gonna finish that sentence actually, that's a little bit too dark, even to joke about. That's a joke that stays in my personal friend group, actually. That's a personal friend group joke. Thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. One moment. There's candy stuck in my teeth. Did you know you can buy me shit on Throne? I need to put more shit on my throne. Say it, say it. That's a smoke. It's not even a smoke circle joke, nah. But again, I would say it in front of you, Rivy, and Host. I'm not sure about Lucky. That's a people who I know are into a very specific kink joke. Alright, I think it's out of my teeth. I think I did it. I think I survived. I think I lived the fucking warhead in tooth. I think I survived. Hello, Kitotak! Welcome on in! Oh, did I not change it? Chad, did I change the stream category? One sec. Let me see if I changed it. Shit. It's Pokemon for me? Okay, other people are saying it's Pokemon. We should be in the Pokemon Emerald category. Also, thank you again for the hype train, folks. What the hell? This is Pokemon Emerald? Alright, beautiful, beautiful. All I need to do is, it installed Health Paranoia at work for me. Pokemon, hell yeah! Alright, chat, welcome back to Pokemon Too Many Types 2, a ROM hack where there are too many types. What do you mean by too many types? This is what I mean. Meet Froglegs, who is Water Frog and Ninja type. We also have on the team Sticky Steve, who is Poison Fire Rat type. We have Dumpster Mez, who is Dark Rat type. We have Bridge City, who is Fire Ghost Thing. We have Pigeon Pit, who is Boring Bird. And we have Joltik, Paw Petrol the Joltik, who is little. That's our current team. What's the naming theme, you might ask? It's punk bands. It's punk artists that I like. If you connect a frog legs, can you create a frog spider? I think so. I think so. Well, Dip now was back long enough to witness the Fog Candy sucking fangs. He almost lost the ability to bite. No worries, you take care, Asa. All the best. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see you again, even for a moment. You take care of yourself, alright? Why is Sandalwood a rat type? Don't worry about it. I don't know, actually. I just picked it up and I thought it was cool. Do we know what Toxtricity typing is for this? No, we do not. Actually, I think I have a Toxtricity. I can check. Actually, I might have the unevolved form of Toxtricity. Let me check. What do we have in boxes? What do we have? We have Mischief Brew, we have Local News Legend, we have Twig and Leaf, we have Spoon Boy, we have Owen. Yeah, we do not. We have Stick and Poke as well. I'm not asking, I'm asking Alpha Red and whoever made that. You know what, fair point. Thank you, Alpha Red, for this absolute gem. We love Alpha Red. I forgot to battle a bunch of people on the way. Speaking of bands, I'm gonna see my favorite band VIP again on January 24th. All the best! I hope that goes well for you, Mr. Nibs. I'm very excited to be seeing Apes of the State very soon. That's gonna be a good show. I'll be seeing Apes of the State. As well as actually I'll also be seeing Dumpster Meds and Paul Petrol soon. Alpha Rad is pretty rad. This is true. I'm also seeing Sister Wife Sex Strike soon. I've got a lot of shows lined up for the near future. I'm very excited. A lot of shows lined up. Am I going the right way? Sandstorm is vicious. It's impossible to keep going. Okay, so we can't go this way yet. Am I going the right way? I think so. Sorry to drop as soon as the game starts, but the sleep is taking me. No worries, you take care. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future, alright? Do what you gotta do. Never feel bad about taking care of yourself first and foremost. What's cap candy? Raises the level of a Pokemon to the level cap. Oh, that's cool. I love that. We love quality of life in our Pokemon games. 6, okay, can't go this way. Can I go this way? Shit. So not that way. Where am I supposed to be going? Go on. I hate that so much. Have I explained to you guys how much I fucking hate that? Terrible feature. Terrible, terrible feature. Am I going the right way? Am I going the correct way? Lava Ridge, Malvile. We need to eventually get to Fall Harbor, I think. Shrug. I don't know if I'm going the right way. I think, given I fought that trainer, probably. Okay, yeah, I'm going the correct way. There are a few other shows I'm thinking about going to, but I need to not only budget money, but time as well. Luckily, there's a venue walking distance from my apartment, so if bands are there, it's easier. Completely fair. I'm very lucky that the majority of shows I go to are absurdly cheap. Which definitely makes it a lot easier to take the time out. Alright, Ninja is not very effective against Think. Got it. When in doubt, follow the trail of bodies. They're still so hurt by their defeat at my hand. Oh, right, this move is just fly. Oh, fuck that. Or is it? Never mind. Will it crit? Is there a funny type? I don't know if there's a funny type. We can find out next time we get prompted with a Pokemon. Or we can try to find out. I don't know how many types are in this. We've encountered probably like 25 at this point. And there are, I think, 80 in the entire ROMhack. So too many. As the name suggests. Just general video game advice for when you're lost, follow the trail of enemies to find an objective, yeah. It is genuinely good advice. That is a thing that I've done in games where I'm like, oh, okay, the enemies are moving in this direction and they're getting higher in level, which means I'm probably going the right way. Like, games will oftentimes use enemy level to subtly communicate to you whether you're moving in the right direction or into a easier, more difficult area, etc, etc. Here's the thing, Draken. There is a Sans type. There is a type. Sans type exists and we've encountered it. I hope we encounter a Sans type Pokemon again this stream. No one say anything. Spoil anything and I bite you. I don't remember if you were here when we encountered it last, actually. Word break is over. May hop back later. But if I don't get the chance, hope you have a great stream. You take care, Mr. Nibs. Good luck with the rest of work. All the best. Are you naming your Eevee Sam? Am I? Is that a reference that I don't get? Am I not picking up on a reference? Someone I wanted to go to the bag. So now my select button should... There we go. Someone I wanted... Buttons. A terrible one, yes? I did not get the reference then. I'm not in on this. Okay. Fuck you. We of Team Purity are working hard for everyone's sake. Like, if we purified all the Pokemon types, it would be easier to battle everyone would be happy. So Mega stopped turning since the 15th of December, still doing good? Hell yeah, big win. I'm glad you're doing better. I fucking love Team Purity. They're literally just like shitty conservatives. They're just shitty conservative Gen 1ers, and I adore that. They're literally a bunch of shitty conservative Gen 1ers, and I find that fucking hilarious. It is such a beautifully thematic enemy team. Also, hi, Danger Safety! I was talking about the Waluigi fan art you did a long time ago earlier. Thank you so much for the follow. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I was literally talking about the Waluigi fan art you did a while back earlier. I hope you've been well, my guy. Thank you for being a longtime member of the community. I know you aren't around as often these days because we're all busy and have our responsibilities and whatnot, but I appreciate the fact that you've been such a longtime member of the community, and I'm very grateful to know you. Perfect antagonist for this game, literally. Perfect antagonist. And they literally use all of the like Gen 1 mons with their original types. It's beautiful. You got a lot of great artists in the community, and I appreciate every single one. When I don't see, like, this is just a general thing with chatters, like, in general. When I don't see a chatter for a while, I start to wonder, like, I hope they're doing okay. I hope life is treating them well. I wonder what they're up to. Because I do remember you guys and care about you guys. You're valued people in my life who I engage with a lot, even if like the line between content creator and whatnot, like we aren't friends in the traditional sense. I'm a creator on the internet, but like I still care about you guys and hope the best for you all. So when we all disappear for a bit, I do wonder, and I'm always wishing the best. And I'm incredibly appreciative of the cool artists as well who do wonderful stuff in the community. Like, Missing Project hasn't been around too much recently, but Missing Project has done a lot of amazing work. Doing like cool fan art, and it means a lot to me. It really, really means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you for being a part of this space that I've spent a long time trying to build. I'm the weird druid who drops curse in Discord. You're appreciated as well. Been doing really good. It's always a pleasure to be here. It's always a pleasure to have you, my guy. Honestly, I wish I wasn't so busy because there's a lot of people that I'd like to like DM with and say hi to more often, but I very much struggle to. Danger Safety, are you comfortable occasionally receiving fish pics, like maybe like once a week or so? Would you be okay with the occasional fish pic? I'm really bad at reaching out and DMing to people because I'm very low energy a lot of the time. But I do have I take a lot of fish pictures on a regular basis, and so there's a lot of people that I've asked if they'd be okay with being on my fish picture list, because I want to talk to them more often. But I don't know how to initiate conversations because I don't look at memes, and I'm busy all the time. So I'm like, I'm adding friends slowly to my fish pictures list, where I send them fish pictures as a means of being like, hey, hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Stacksmith, I would love to also send you fish pics. I've sent you fish pics before. I'd happily send you more fish pics in the future. Like I said, there's a lot of people like I want to talk to more. I'm just incredibly busy. So it's hard for me to like reach out when I'm so low energy all the time, but it's really easy to send people fish pictures. I just sometimes forget who's on the list. So like, you might start getting occasional fish pictures. Thumbs up. Too hipster for cat pictures? I have a lot of fish pics. You take care, Val. Have a lovely evening. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Get some good sleep. Nah, I will add both Danger Safety and Sacksmith to my fish pictures list. Expect to also get info dumps about some of the fish. This is how I show my love and care. This is literally how I show my love and care. New meaning to catfishing? Real. Huh? What do you mean I lost? I have regular access to fish. Don't question what that means. I promise I'm not eating the fish most of the time. Yeah, this doesn't go anywhere. Here we go. Ugh. Put me back on the path. Okay, how do I get off my bike? Oh, the Pokemon's gone. No. Why do we need this machine anyways? We've been pulling for however long that took that kid to get here. Alright, we've already gone through this. I don't want to lose this fight again. Oh, they're gonna make me fucking battle all of them again? Oh, I'm gonna die because I didn't train at all. Whoops. I don't think I'm on nearly Fish Picks level yet. It's mostly a thing for friends and other content creators. But no. Gonna take some frog pics real quick. Hell yeah! My mods get my fish pics all the time. My mods get so many fish pics, it's wonderful. What's ninja type against you? Okay, ninja type seems to be pretty good against normal. It wasn't even super effective, that was weird. Alright, whatever. Thank you. My fish knowledge is far too limited for this. I know too much about sea turtles. Here's the thing. Fish have personalities. Fish, I can confirm this 100%. Fish have personalities. They have personalities. They have habits. They have preferences. Fish have fucking personalities. So I will rant about the fish personalities. I can confirm, as a fish with a personality, they have personalities. They have personalities and I can rant about their personalities if I spend enough time around them. Some of these fish, I'm like, why are you like this? McCory Door's personalities are horny little fuckers, yeah. I have fish trauma safety. I can tell you which of the fish have bit the other fish and which one of them are... I can't explain context. Y'all are not getting context for this. There is this one fish that keeps trying to attack the eyes of the sea turtle. And everyone sees the sea turtle trying to bite the fish. And they're like, oh, that's... why is the sea turtle trying to bite the fish? The reason the sea turtle is trying to bite the fish is because those fish keep going for his eyes. The fish keep going for his eyes. He is striking back. He is striking back. Alright? Alright? This is him fighting back against the fish that keep going for his eyes. I don't blame him. I am defending the sea turtle. But no, they have personalities and habits and behaviors. They nap at the same times and spots. It's lovely. See, it's a different one. I showed you 2 out of 3 sea turtles, Sack Smith. It's the one that I didn't show you because I don't have any good videos of him right now. But I'll get some soon. The turtle is valid in this outburst. Yeah, like, I would also bite someone if they tried to take my remaining eye out. I don't want to lose this eye. I've only got one left. I would also bite someone if they went for my eyes. Me and Noel used to watch a YouTube series about a vivarium with the drama in there. I'm excited. Hell yeah. You'll get my fish drama. I recently info-dumped, I think it was to Dangerous Snake, about this one sea turtle, who keeps doing things that he shouldn't in public. I can't talk about it on stream, but there's lore, there's backstory. Me biting the flies after they go up my nose and ram into my eye. Alright, come on, I just need to win this fight this time. I just need to win this fight this time. Come on. I did manage to have a fly somehow go into my mouth once recently. I think I would be terrified. That sounds terrifying and horrible. Monkey! Monkey! It's me, I'm biting the other fish. Yeah, it's Sacksmith. You would do that. You would do that, Sacksmith. If I put you in a tank, you would start biting all the fish. Hello, Natpup. How are you doing? Burp, burp, bite, bite. Hoi! It's been a hot minute. I hope you've been well. Sending all my love. I've been so busy recently, so I've not been popping by many people's chats and whatnot, but it's wonderful to see you. Hope you've been doing good. I also have so many unanswered DMs. I think I have like 20 unanswered DMs right now, which is a lot for me. Oopsie. Not in front of Senpai Destiny! Been good, just wandering while listening to fanfics. So valid. Hope you're enjoying your fanfics. The fly got stuck on my tongue and I had to remove them manually. Would the Fops care if I shared some old fish pics I took a few years back just to show neat fish? Absolutely. I'll know too much about the fish. I don't care for honor or respect among battlers. The only person that deserves respect is me. I'm sure you already know who I am. After your pitiful defeat, I'll be all you think about on your walk back to the Poke Center. Gun emoji. Gun emoji. I'm giving you one more chance to surrender. Take it. You're just normal fairy type. Alright. How are ninjas? against fairies. Good, apparently. Apparently ninjas are very good against fairies. As we all know, the natural enemy of the ninja, or of the fairy, is the ninja. Alright, we have a neat arena. Sorry for so much of me just sitting on here lurking lately. You'll have a good evening. No worries, Maxie. I appreciate you nonetheless, and thank you. I'm pretty sure it was you who got the warheads. Thank you so much. I've been enjoying them. They are a lovely bit of dopamine and serotonin and motivation in the day, and I appreciate the little treat. Thank you. I try to give type advice, but checked notes as well about my pay grade. You're totally fine. All right, we got a poison type. How is frog against poison? It is super effective. Apparently, frog is super effective. Not that it mattered much. Did you get the card too? I forgot to check the mail today. I hope I will soon. Hopefully I'll see it soon. I'm so sorry for not grabbing it yet. I have been all over the place, but I promise I will as soon as I can. What's good against poison? Stinky. Good night, you take care, Mix Maxi. I apologize and you take care of yourself. I appreciate you endlessly. Thank you. Hello, Baphomet. Good evening. Things are going well. We've had some very good yapping this stream. I've been enjoying myself. We're playing some Pokemon Too Many Types. We're chilling. We're vibing. Ah, rah, rah, rah. What did the electricians say when they got shocked? That hurts. Must have missed Pitch a Pit evolving in another stream. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. He's all grown up. Alright, I love Seal. I am a massive Seal defender. Worthless! 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 Yeah, just water type. Alright. You have Stinky and Poison. Let's try Poison Fang. We're probably not gonna last long because I'm pretty sure we're a fire type, but that's fine. It's okay, Sticky Steve, you did your best. I'm in the kitchen, processing beef for a good jerky recipe I found, so I'll be in the direction. No worries, do what you gotta do. Good luck processing your beef. That sounds absolutely delicious. God, I have been craving jerky so bad, but jerky is incredibly expensive. Why does it cost so much? I deserve jerky. The issue with foods like jerky is they're so high effort for low-key very little reward, and that sucks. Apparently you can make jerky in an air fryer. It doesn't taste good though. Did not do much. Frog picks dropped. Hell yeah! Frog picks! Ribbit. Jerky is so expensive. Joked about the store showing the fancy stuff around the clock. And that checks out when I saw it there. Yeah, fucking god. Jerky is so expensive and it's not fair. It's so good though. I know Noel's done it before. Please, if there's like an affordable recipe to make jerky in the air fryer, I will take it. If it wasn't for the fact that the border guards will steal and eat it, then send the empty packaging to its destination, I'd offer to send you some, if only. If only. I love jerky. God, it's so good! You brat! How dare you defy me! What's your deal? Trying to be a hotshot hero? Whatever. I don't expect you to understand our goals, so I'll leave you with some lasting words. You're not that guy. Don't believe you did anything meaningful. That machine is bolted to the ground, and Consonance would much rather have our efforts in something more productive than tugging on metal. For scrap. And since I'm great with pattern recognition, I'll be seeing you in Rustboro. I love / hate her. She is so bad. An empty machine sits on the volcano's edge. There looks to be a slot for some sort of object. She is so bad. I love her. I'm so normal about her. Listen, live your best life. I don't kink shame. You got anything you want to say? This place is your casual hike. It's not suited for a picnic. They really are this generation's microwave. Opens up a new world of cooking, but also has a fair share of people who insist to use it for things very much not in its wheelhouse. I really want to make rice cooker mac and cheese soon. Basically small convection ovens, which is what dehydrators like the one I use is. Understood. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to look more into like the viability of that then. What type? Cause you're yeah, you're poison fire rat. So if I use a cat type move, that should be good, right? Cause this is a cat. Oh, never mind. That's not a cat. That's the cat. Chat. I'm tired. I'm doing my best. Hello, Sloth Boy. How are you doing today? Bye. When I do the right of my process for this recipe, I'll tag you on Blue Sky. Please do. I want. Yeah, we're allowed to be a little tired. It's a treat. I misread category as cat type, because there's no way there isn't a cat type in this. But I completely misread that. What's nose pass? What type is nose pass? Rock thing, got it. So we have sharp, normal, dark. How is sharp against rock? Bruh. This mod knew what it was doing, abbreviating category as cat. It probably did. Daily work joint down, hell yeah, lucky. I have not had weed in a couple weeks now and I miss it. Last time I smoked anything was Christmas, I think. I miss it. Yeah, it'd be like that. Soon. We got apes coming up soon. I'm planning on getting fucked up then. Absolutely planning on getting fucked up for apes. No, I'm gonna get absolutely fucked up for apes. And if I manage to finish any big projects after that, or before then, but I have a lot of projects and deadlines coming up first, so I kind of gotta prioritize those. I'm like, getting fucked up will be my reward for getting which of the projects that are currently on my plate done, you know? I will need a reward for getting all the current projects on my plate done, but I need to get those done first. And then, substances. But hopefully I should have at least one of those big projects done before Apes. There might be a pre-show party. I'm not sure yet about Apes. I need to talk to a couple of my friends. We'll figure it out. Lycan is one of my mods. He's always here. If Lycan is free and I'm live, he's here. It's his job, half joke. It's the closest thing he has to a job. No offense. No offense. But it is in fact the closest thing he has to a job. I'm right, unfortunately. I love Chikorita! 10 out of 10 Pokemon. What are you? Grass Bean! Bean type! Rat. Nah, I enjoy weed. And I think I have concluded at this point, like, okay. I was dealing with a really bad oversleeping, and I've been dealing with that for like a couple months now, and I think I've concluded that it was not the weed. I stopped engaging for a couple weeks to kind of see if it was the substance use, and I don't think it was, given I'm still having the problem. So like, that was basically just me testing the waters and seeing if substance use was at all related with that shit. I think I'm in the clear on that. Making sure my health issues weren't a weed problem. But nah, I do need to get a lot of work off my plate first, but once I've got that work off my plate, I think a little partying as a reward would be pleasant, absolutely delightful, you know? And I look forward to sharing a joint with you soon, my guy. I wanna stop by the Waffle House soon. I just can't justify it until I get this shit done. Hopefully soon. Hopefully some Wednesday, once I have like finished the model and shit. Will you ever be back in this area? If you do return, I'd like a rematch. Been working 60 hours a week, so I've been begging to cut loose. Nah, so real. Working that hard is absolute hell. Proud of you for pushing on through, and soon we will have to fucking celebrate. I get you, cause like, between my IRL responsibilities and content creation, 60 hours is pretty similar to what I do. I'm at about the same ballpark, so like, it is a lot. It is a lot all the time. Proud of you for persisting. We'll cut loose soon. Apes is right around the corner. Boofed says we need a catnip sticker. I mean, real and true. Boofed is correct. Welcome to Lava Ridge Town. God, please, apes will fix me. Hell fucking yeah, my guy. Hello, and welcome to the Pokemon Center. I'm so hyped for Apes of the State. It's gonna be a good show. It's gonna be a good show. Chat, I love microdosing on caffeine. I'm like probably little over halfway, maybe like 2/3 of the way through this lovely energy drink here, and I feel the perfect amount of caffeinated. And I've been at it for about 6 hours. Beautiful. Lava Ridge Town, I am not moving there. I would love to live in Lava Ridge Town. It'd be so warm. Physical exhaustion will often make you oversleep. You did say that you were being overworked at Christmas time, probably at least part of it. Maybe. My concern is that like I started having this issue after I started HRT, but it was better regulated at the time because I had more friends keeping me accountable. And it's gotten a lot worse since. But I don't know. We'll see. Hee hee hee. We draw as much hot water as we need, and yet the hot springs never run dry. Isn't it magical? These hot springs appear near active volcanoes. Veins of water under the ground are heated by magma to well up as hot springs. It is absolutely delightful. Everyone in this town, good at everyone in this town good at bike tricks to get across the rock step bridge over the lava river? Yes. HRT will make you sleep a little more until it fully completely sets in. It's been 6 months. Oh, you like hot springs, do you? That's surprising for one as young as you. Here, have an egg. I'd hoped to hatch it by covering it in hot sand by the hot springs, but that doesn't seem to be enough. I've heard it would be best if it was kept with the Pokemon and carried about. You are a trainer, yes? And your Pokemon radiate vitality. Alright, after the gym, I will 100% take this egg. Someone reminded me to grab the egg before we leave town. Put the egg in my mouth. Second puberty, body developing, new ways, brain state, want rest for development. A little longer than 6 months, sadly, but don't worry, it's normal. But I slept for 14 hours last night. 14 hours! Being buried in this hot sand is so warm and heavenly. Ouch! A Pokemon nipped my backside. Carry like crocodile, carry child. Yeah! I carry egg like crocodile, carry child. In my mouth. In mouth. Welcome to the herb shop, home of effective and inexpensive medicine. Interesting. Do we have a regular Pokemon around here? Because I'm like low on potions and shit. You're not a regular shop. Hello! Hi, Zigzagoon. My wife's warming an egg in the hot springs. That's what she told me. She left 2 Pokemon in the daycare and they discovered that egg. Ah, young one. I'm also a young one, but I mimic the styles and speeches of the elderly folks of this town. What do you say, young one? Would you agree that if I were to offer to teach the move Mimic? Not now. But interesting. Egg. Put the child in the pelican's mouth. Do not worry, the child will be safe the rest of its life. I deserve egg in mouth. You know? I deserve egg in mouth. We're good on Pokeballs. I'll take some Great Balls real quick. Gimme. And I need some potions. Super potion. We'll grab a few revives. Beautiful. Thank you for the bark boy bark, Juna, for the arp, arp, arp. Little much for sure, but I know teenage me did that all the time. But I'm not a medical professional, I can only speak from my own experiences. I need to be productive. I have responsibilities, and I'm struggling to get up in time for those responsibilities. Alright, one thing I will do, we're gonna go to our cap candy. And we are going to hit all of our mons with it. I don't want to teach you agility. I will learn Drill Peck. So Drill Peck is a bird type. We'll replace Early Bird. There's a reason so many trans folk like energy drinks. Caffeine! Save me, caffeine! I feel like there is some kind of medical fatigue issue going on, unfortunately, and I don't know how to fix it. We kind of do have too much fire type on our team, but like, that's fine. I'm not a caffeine person, to be honest. I used to not be, but I needed to live. Your lib picture's a name with my elementary school. Maybe don't dox yourself. Someone awesome, maybe don't dox your general location. Seems like a bad idea to rely on it. Oh, absolutely. So what happened, for a while I was not able to get a hold of my Vyvanse, which is a, you know, prescription stimulant that I need to live, and be productive. And so I started relying on caffeine, which is a non-prescription stimulant, in order to make up for the fact that I couldn't get my medication. Not ideal, they are not a one-to-one, and using caffeine for that purpose has absolutely fucked me up. Would not recommend. That said, I cannot function without it. I would love to quit caffeine cold turkey, but at this point, it's really, really hard to, especially on days when I can't take my prescription meds. Like, I'd be okay with myself using it on occasion. I'd be okay if it was something I was doing a couple times a week for the purpose of, you know, cases where I have to get up way earlier than I'm used to getting up, or the occasional all-nighter. I don't like the fact that I need to consume this every day, even on days that I take my meds now. You know? I wish I had meds with solve so many issues I have, understandably. Unfortunately, I'm now in a situation where, like, I struggle to get myself moving in the morning if I don't have one of these. And to be fair, an energy drink usually can get me through an entire day. It's not like I'm consuming 3 or 4 energy drinks a day. I'm usually having one a day, and usually that one will last me into the next day. So, you know, I start an energy drink one morning, and then I'm continuing to drink it until noon the next day. It's relatively light caffeine consumption. I hate the fact that I'm reliant on it. I hate that I'm dependent on it. Would not recommend developing an energy drink habit or a caffeine habit in general. Keep it to a infrequent usage situation. God, does this suck. The thing that also sucks is I enjoy coffee. But, you know, here we are. Rest. I'm very much the only important stat is reducing the enemy stat to 0 type, unfortunately. The only necessary strategy is reducing the enemy's stat to 0. Size and Dr. Pepper. Had to get the hell out of that school and do homeschooling because I was shitty and students were understood. I'm so sorry. I've still somehow never had coffee except for certain foods. I had coffee for the first time at 17. It sucked. I have like an energy drink a month average, or a fuck ton of tea if I'm sick. Please use herbal tea if you have to do this. Yeah, absolutely. Caffeine dehydrates you anyway. Be very careful with caffeine consumption. I'm lucky that mine is as low as it is, but it's still not an ideal situation, obviously. I would love to bring them more down to like once or twice a week type things. Unfortunately, currently it is a near daily thing for me. It probably isn't helping with why my sleep is so dysregulated, but like, it's so much easier to be productive, you know? How's it going, champion bound AE? Planner uses fluffy type Pokemon, so water, fire, grass, bird, and cat moves are the way to go. Good luck out there. And the gym trainers might still have some fire types. Okay, a lot going on here. As much as I love mountains, I especially love volcanoes. Fluffy and fire sounds like a dangerous combo. Yes, intentionally. This trainer implied there's a cat type. There is a cat type. Yes, there is a cat type. Can confirm. Well, I love the Java Monster, salted caramel, and Irish cream. Specifically, can't use them for caffeine dispensing since they're too smooth to drink. The no sugar monsters are easier for that because they still have a sharp, slightly medicinal flavor profile. I actually prefer when my energy drinks taste terrible because I will drink them slower. There's this brand of energy drink. I don't know if you can get it outside of Florida. I forget what they're called actually, but I recognize the cans anywhere. They're pretty standard, like caffeine dosing for energy drinks, but they taste terrible because they're marketed as healthy. They taste like fucking garbage. But I prefer the fact that they taste terrible because that means I drink very small amounts of them. They taste like a sparkling water that's like slightly flavored. And so it's a lot easier for me to like carefully dose my usage of them. You know? Love this shit. Like, if you have trouble with managing your caffeine input, genuinely a good idea to get a caffeinated beverage that like tastes bad. Low-key. See how the flames blaze wildly. They flare in anticipation of my win. Welcome back, Monster Kicker. Hello, hello. Ad will be starting soon, and I'm actually going to be putting my energy drink away during the ad break to make sure I don't keep mindlessly drinking it. So once the ad hits, I'll just be stepping away for a moment to put this away so I don't consume too many of it. He explains why so many people drink drip coffee. Yeah, genuinely, like, if it tastes bad, you're not going to overdo it. Because I know if I overdo the caffeine, I'm going to feel like shit. If I were to down this entire can right now, I would feel like fucking garbage. That helps. Alright, be right back. Y'all, I just found Mix Maxie's letter and I feel so bad. Wait. Wait. Let me find Maxie. I don't know if what Miss Maxie's Discord is. Shit. Yeah, I don't know what Miss Maxie's Discord is, but next time Miss Maxie is in chat, hopefully I'll remember. But I did find it. I found it. I'm so sorry. I feel bad now. Oh, it's so cute. The drawing is so good. Oh, this is good art. Sorry, Miss Maxie sends me letters every now and then. And I appreciate it so much. Oh. This means a lot to me. I just found Mix Maxie's letter. Oh. It was left out on the kitchen table for like the last couple days and I didn't see it. I gotta make sure that she knows that I got it soon. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Oh, sorry. I am such a silly thing sometimes. Fluffy song flying. Gun. I love gun type. Gun type is so good. Gun type is my everything. Except when I drink water, it's usually when we're not even in the shop. You know what? Fair. Sometimes you're just thirsty. Sometimes the bitch is just thirsty. You know? Sometimes the motherfucker is just thirsty. Have a decent sized water bottle. It's empty 30 minutes into my trade school class. Real. Listen, if it works, it works. Some people are able to front load their hydration. We got Chimchar. It's gonna be like Fire Monkey. Yeah, Fire Monkey. I love that Monkey is a type. It's such a good type. Jed. Oh, so sorry for the BRB. I forgot to take it off screen. My bad, my bad. Thank you so much. DMD with user ID, thank you. Gun type feels like one that needs to be named, John Brown. I love gun type. Gun type is so good. Something didn't go right. Oh, stream buffering? One sec, let me make sure everything's good on my end. Everything looks fine on my end. We have had a lot of dropped frames this stream, but this shouldn't be related. I'm gonna cry. There have been a lot of issues with Amazon's web servers recently. The other day we had an issue specifically. Okay. Actually. This was the end of last stream, end of Monday night stream. We are in the middle of a boss fight in Silent Hill F. My frames are chugging, my PC is struggling. Suddenly, like a lot of people are complaining about buffering. And I'm like, oh no. Hello, Miss Gooey, what types are you? I'm not sure yet. I feel like I'm like Fox. Is there a bite type? I hope there's a bite type. I feel like I might be like Fox Gun something. But we were in the middle of a boss fight. My frames are chugging. A lot of people start complaining about buffering, and suddenly I look over because like I'm just trying to get through this boss fight. I'm getting like 20 frames per second. Something about that particular area in the game is way too intense for my computer. But I look over at the viewer count, and suddenly our viewer count has dropped from 70 to 24, and I go, oh no. We just had an outage, and OBS didn't tell me. And I'm starting to freak out. Because I don't like it when that happens. Yeah, we became the singularity. And I watch As a few seconds later, the viewer count goes down to 12. And at this point, I'm like, what the fuck? And then it goes down to 6, and 3, and 2, and eventually settles on 1. And at this point, I'm like, Twitch, what the fuck are you doing? This is so clearly to me some kind of Twitch outage. I open up the Twitch partner Discord, and everyone on the East Coast is freaking the fuck out. Twitch's East Coast, or rather the East Coast Amazon Web Service died. Had an outage for about an hour. Functional website. Incredible functional website. Cantfulus dude, we know you chewed on the wires. Hey! It was you guys who chewed on the wires. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault.
Oh,
Thank you so much for the follow, Miss Gooey. Appreciated. See, chat just briefly became a hive mind. You know, they just briefly became a hive mind. Nothing to worry about. Yes, like everyone in chat was still actively like saying stuff, so I'm definitely but by the time it dropped to 6, I was like, something's wrong here. Wires Peak food, I don't blame y'all. They do look tasty. Forbidden spaghetti. Some people had their heated beds not turned off because of that. Yeah, unfortunately it is an issue that like when Amazon web servers go down, a lot of shit goes down. I forgot that this was a 2-turn move. I forgot. But it is unfortunately a Amazon web servers, like so much of the internet goes down the moment that Amazon web servers go down. So much of the internet goes down. I swear to God, like half the internet runs off of Amazon web servers, and if Amazon web servers die, everything dies with it. Speaking of hive minds or lack thereof, recently found the best way to describe safety. They're in a hive mind, they're playing a real-time strategy. You know what? I fuck with that a lot more than a hive mind. I fuck with that a lot more. Hive minds terrify me. Hive minds are my worst fucking nightmare. The idea that I'm like part of a larger collective and that my actions are all being in some extent controlled or observed. Terrifying. I need to go heal. Was getting like 5 frames and 0.5 seconds of audio every minute or so. It was beautiful. Reminds me of when Twitch played Pokemon. I love Twitch played Pokemon. I would love to do something like that, but be there commentating the whole time, you know? I wouldn't want to leave my stream unobserved like that. I wonder if we have a big enough audience to do a Twitch plays Pokemon or some kind of equivalent. I know there's been situations where like content creators have gone back and forth every 5 minutes between like them playing the game and chat playing the game. That could be really funny. Some kind of back and forth, like, okay, for 5 minutes I control the game, for 5 minutes you guys control the game. You are one though, you can separate parts of your brain and they will keep braining. I don't want to be a hive mind. 71 people is more than enough? I hope so. Would y'all want to do that someday? I think that could be fun. Alright. Shit. We fucked up. Somewhere in there we fucked up. Twitch plays Dream Daddy? Absolutely not. I think we could do a Twitch plays Pokemon or something. I think that could be fun. Fuck me. You must be getting tired by now. You'd like to rest in the hot sand, wouldn't ya? But you should know that maintaining your willpower is an important ability for all trainers. I don't want to be part of a hive mind anarchist. Literally. I think hive minds are inherently un-anarchist. Right now you're that meme of get your ears out of the caption. I'm more important than you have considered. Have you considered that my ears take priority over your chat messages? Fuck you. Fish play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Wait. Chat plays Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? You guys control during the dungeons. Thoughts. Thoughts? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not letting y'all play the segments of the game where, like, we have to do item management and whatnot, but like some kind of chat plays Pokemon Mystery Dungeon where I try to give you all the best possible odds, and we just see what happens. I think it'd be really funny. I would perish for your ears. Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you. Twitch's fish. Me. I'm a Twitch. I need to look into the viability of making this happen. I think it'd be really funny. I have no idea how a Pokemon works. Perfect. Oh, I'm very quickly losing track of where I'm going. I'm very quickly losing track. Oh, I did it! I did not memorize that path. We get blown out of the first dungeon. I wonder if there's a way to like increase the step limit in the dungeon. We could probably modify a copy if that ends up being a problem to like remove that. I know how to mod Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. I can do that. I know how to mod them. I would just need to figure out where that data's stored. Welcome, trainer, to the Lava Ridge Gym. My name is Flannery, and I'm here to defend the Heat Badge. Over the years, I learned that I need to do things my way, keep it natural. That's the only way I'll truly be a great gym leader. My new pride in fire and fluffy type is shown through my fiery passion and my love for soft Pokemon. With skills inherited from my grandfather, I shall demonstrate the hot moves we've honed on this land. Might be in Sky Temple? Maybe. I could definitely talk to the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon modding people. I have some connections in the scene. I've got AE up on 2 monitors. Look at one, he's scuffed. Take a sip of water. Look at the other, he's normal. But yeah, I'm in the Sky Temple Discord, I'm pretty sure. Or at least I was at one point. Remember the classic Twitch Plays Pokemon with individual button inputs for everything, including menus and maze area? Beautiful. Alright. Oh, I love Growlithe! So Growlithe is Fire Fluffy then. Is it like Fire Fluffy dog or... What are you? Fire Fluffy friend! It's Fire Fluffy friend! Gun. Is friend warm hug! Warm hug! I was hoping Fred would be resistant to gun, if only. That's so good! He is friend-shaped. He's one of my favorite Pokemon. Flareon. Fire Fluffy cat. Fire Fluffy cat. That makes sense. Gun. Don't you dare bite me. Alright, I'm gonna bag. Do I have like a full restore or something? Medicine. I don't have a paralyzed heal. Shit. I do have full heal. We're gonna use a super potion. Is Fairing cat or dog? Yes, yes. We might not have a shot. Yeah, this is gonna be a rough one. I might switch out just so I can get some time to... Oh, this is a terrible move, actually. I just made a mistake. I'm thinking about switching out just so I can have a moment to heal. like properly. So we're gonna start by full healing, frog legs. It's our first attempt at the fight though, it's fine. Fire Fang. Well, it's something. Alright. I'll put Bird City out. How about Twitch plays a Zelda game but AU takes a shot every time we die? I think I would die of alcohol poisoning before the end of the stream. We can put you under Fire Spin. Fuck! Wait. That might not be too bad. You all have Warm Hug, huh? Interesting. I'm gonna go back to Bag and Super Potion, Frog Legs. Did Bridgety change type at all? I didn't check actually. That would have been a good thing to check. Alright, so we fully healed Frog Legs. Had to sack a Pokemon for it, but that's fine. Frog Legs is just gonna be really important for this. Ghost, Smog. I think we take the Poison Chance. The Poison Chance could be really good for us. Never mind, we're fucked. Alright. Hey Paw Patrol, what do you got? See, I get drunk in 2 shots, so yeah, I'd be pretty fucked up. Little Electro Ball. Teddy Tumble? I need to get some kind of status move off on Flareon, and nothing is working. Fuck. Which evolution is most coyote coded? I'm not sure. I feel like they're all too fox dog, you know? We're down to some pretty rough options here. Please poison. Fuck. Okay, this is a problem. We're gonna have to figure out a new strategy to beat this, because I don't think we're gonna get it. Maybe Jolteon, but only because of how mangy they look. I think Jolteon is a good take there. I would agree with that. Is Sharp good against Fluffy? We might have figured something out. We might have figured something out. Okay. Whimsicott. I think we're gonna stick with it. Wait, what are you again? You are Fluffy Fairy VGC. Got it. We'll sharp you. Teddy Tumble is really strong and I don't know what it's strong against. Please, 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 please. Let's see. Oh, I do have the Pie Shock. You're so right. Yeah, Pie Shock would be safer for drinking. 100%. We could probably get away with that. You could Pie Shock me every time you die. That'd be easy. Pie Shock Zelda, let's go. We could figure something out. I think doing some kind of stream where I pie shock every time that I die could be fun, potentially. Shit. It's poison dart. Not warm hugs. Stop giving me warm hugs. Stop paralyzing me. I don't like it when you do that. Oh, I hate you. Oh, I hate you, Flannery. Fuck Flannery. Fuck you. What type are you anyway? Fluffy wealth. Well, have you considered gun? Fuck. It's fine. We have like one more shot. That's actually a really interesting exploitable feature of the AI in this, I'm noticing. Alright. If I can land another gun. God damn it. It's fine. This is like our last attempt. I need to get it on the next couple turns. Have you considered a gun? Fuck. I hate that it sent the wrong quote. You might have to do it without the number. You might have to do it, sorry, without the hashtag. Without the hash. That might be what does it. Please, 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 please. Okay. We're so close. We're literally so close. This is probably it, but like, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I think we're certainly dead, but we tried. We need to outspeed to live, and that's not gonna happen. Let's see, what if I potion again? I'm pretty sure we do not outspeed. So, like, I don't know what to do in this situation, but we don't have the HP to like do anything. Do we have priority on any of this? I don't know if any of these moves have priority. Wait. Fuck. It's all the KO. No. I was talking about a time I got a fucking medical procedure. Damn it, okay. What can we do to combat this? Damn you, Flannery. Like, we have more knowledge about what's effective. We have more knowledge about what's effective. But we are not ready for this. And I don't want to just potion spam. Like, obviously I don't want to just potion spam. That'd be lame. But we need to do something to better equip our team for this. So another water type would be good. Another water type would be solid. We need a good, like, fire user for Whimsicott particularly. Let's see what we got around here. And sharp type moves are also pretty high priority. Alright. Let's see what we can do. Hello, Hyper Zeta. How are you doing tonight? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see you. We're currently trying to grab some more mons to buff up our team because we were not in a good enough spot for that fight. Hi, Apom. I have a name in mind for you already. Let's just bring you down a little bit. Unga Bunga. I don't know if Monkey is going to be any good in that fight, but I have a name. And that's better than I have for a lot of mons that we grab. It's a monkey! Yeah, this is gonna be apes. The ape was clearly the entire Simpson trio. Listen, we do what we can, so this is apes. Now, who's not going to be useful for this fight? I think, unfortunately, we might have to say goodbye to Paul Petrol for now. He's just not very useful for this fight. We will probably- we might bring Paul Petrol back later if he's useful. But for now, we need more sharp. That's not even- doesn't really even help our team. Apes is not going to be particularly useful for this, I don't think. He's just monkey type. Monkey Ball, Tickle, Ungo Bungo, and Furry Swipe. I wish I could, like, go through all the moves our mons had available and, like, teach them any move they ever had. You know? But unfortunately I can't do that in this. Unga Bunga. Joltik is friend-shaped, don't get me wrong, I love Joltik, but, like, we gotta do what we gotta do for the good of the team. I will be cap candying you. What type of Swift? Swift is space type. There we go. Put a bullet rep draft in your Discord? Oh. That looks cool as shit. That does look cool as shit. I love that. Hell fucking yeah. That looks cool as fuck. 3D modeling is so impressive to me, genuinely. Y'all, people who can do cool creative stuff are genuinely fascinating to me. If you can do cool creative stuff, how dare you? I know I also do cool creative stuff, but like, fuck you. You're so cool. Thank you for the hydrate lament. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bye bye. Make sure you get food, Darkwood. Make sure you get food. Sailor Shy, you're literally such a talented artist. What the fuck? Shut your bitch ass mouth. So I feel even as I actively 3D model myself. People who do cool creative stuff, I think you're so cool. I think you're amazing. Little thing. I don't know if I have a good counter to little, especially not on frog legs. Working on my webcomic and working on Pokemon vibes. I go work on Pokemon vibes, leave me alone. You're so talented! Gun! Gun emoji! You're so talented! Creative, square up with me right now. I'm pointing a gun in your general direction. What are you gonna do about it? Huh? Huh? What are you gonna do about it, coward? Gun emoji? Check this out right now. God, fuck my one weakness. My only weakness, Uno reverse card. I can't believe that you would paper cut me to death with your Uno reverse card. How could you? Ice bean friend. Gun. OG gun emoji or the neon colored water pistol? Not OG gun emoji. The people who switched out the water gun emoji, who switched the gun emoji for the water gun emoji, they were fucking cowards. They were cowards who were scared of the power of people like me. It's an attempt to sanitize our culture. No, I'm half joking. I'm only half joking. I do think there is like genuine like attempt to overly sanitize the conversations our have and our culture, as well as to, especially on like the hands of a lot of companies like Apple to how do I say, reduce any potential wrongdoing they could be perceived with and like, you know, sanitize their image, but like, they are cowards. They are cowards. I don't even remember the OG gun emoji. One sec. So, we used to, on the majority of platforms, have an actual gun emoji in the place of the water gun. If I pull it up here, you can see that is a gun. And pretty much all major platforms at some point committed to replacing the old pistol emoji with a gun. Or rather with a water gun. I think Apple was the first. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Apple was the first. And I think, I do believe this was part of an effort to like sanitize their image as a brand to make themselves appear more, you know, consumer friendly, as well as to sanitize a lot of our conversations. Half joke, like I'm half joking with the sanitize and control our conversations bit, but genuinely like sanitize their own image and appear more consumer friendly. And I hate that. I hate that. I think it's bad and stupid. Gun emoji was my favorite emoji. I loved pulling the gun emoji on my friends. Like, you know, it varied platform to platform, but Apple used a revolver. Point is, they were all handguns. But yeah. Apparently Microsoft was first. They had a ray gun instead of a realistic gun. I see. Well, fuck them too. It is an over sanitization of our culture, and I hate it. It's dumb. Give me back the regular gun emoji. Give me back the regular gun emote. Give it back to me. When Apple went to Squirt-Gun, Microsoft went to Revolver the next day. That is really funny. But not pretty much every platform has switched over to using like a water gun in place of, you know, an actual gun in their emoji designs. And I think it's a dumb fucking like sanitization effort. I think it's a dumb attempt to sanitize our culture, and I hate that. I think it's stupid. Gun. Do we even level up anymore after we've hit this point? Because I'm trying to think like how I could further buff my teams in a way that will allow us to win this fight. We should be able to do it at our current level, but even aside of that, like just anything we can do to better our team to facilitate this, you know? I don't really know what I can do to like replace my moves. Let me look at my bag. What moves do I have available? It's like TMs. Bulk up, wombo, combo, round, stampede, stack, slap, imposter, cut. Cut's like really weak, isn't it? Let me look at what cut does. It's a sharp type move, it's 50 base power. It's not bad actually. We have Unga Bunga. Gun. Demands of the revolution, universal healthcare and education, affordable housing, livable wages, and give back the gun emote. Literally, give me back my gun emote. Alright, one sec. I'm gonna give myself another warhead because I am incapable of self-restraint and have no control. One sec. I managed to forget I set the quality to minimal again. Keep forgetting the darn pixels are gone. What do you mean set quality to minimal? Warhead. It's frustrating because I know a lot about Pokemon, but this game hurts my brain. It hurts my brain too, and I love it. But I'm a masochist, so. Oh, stream video quality on lowest. I hope you're enjoying. Do I have any berries that cure paralysis? And any nearby berry growing spots? Is there a battle? Or is there a berry that cures paralysis? Yeah, it is ghost energy, and I love ghost energy drinks. They're so good. I'm hunting for a berry that'll cure paralysis. Cherry or lum, thank you. I need him! I need him. Hello, codes. Barper bye bye. Things have been going well. We're currently playing some Pokemon, chilling. We had a very good like 4-hour yap session. We're trying to beat the gym here in this town before we end off for the night. How are you doing? I need him, chap. This is like the only energy drink I ever drink. They are my favorites, but they're a little bit expensive, so I only get them on rare occasions. Alright. I need a punk band to name him after. But he's so good. I need a name for him. Let's see. I haven't listened to them yet, but there's a band that was recommended to me by the name of Ferocious Dog. What's Ferocious Dog like? What genre are you? I haven't listened to Ferocious Dog yet, but like I'm tempted by it. Doing good, but I think I got sick from all the kid cousins this week. Completely fair. I hope you feel better soon. A lot of people are really sick right now because of, you know, the strain that that oftentimes travel can be. All the best, all the best. You think you may or may not feel sick? I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I hope that you are not ill for long. I hope it eases off soon. All the best. A lot of people are very sick from traveling. And it's understandable. That'll do it. You're spending a lot of time around other people who are also very potentially sick. and that will leave its impact, but I genuinely hope things get better soon. I send all the best. There is also Dog Park Dissidents. We could name it after Dog Park Dissidents. What are our thoughts on that? That's an option. Do I have anyone else? Dog Park is really good. I sure hope I don't catch anything at the furry con. Post-con crud is pretty common. Hang in there, take care of yourself, okay? Do what you can. Ain't easy, but good luck. Dog Park Dissidents is what stands out to me the most. Dog PD. Okay, Dog PD sounds like Dog Police Department. Thanks for the well wishes. Hope you stay healthy as well. Luckily, I have been well so far. Haven't caught anything this holiday season, which is a great change from last year where I got sick 8 times in 1 year. Hoping that that remains the case. Puppy Pokemon! I love him! He's my favorite! I might just name him Dissidents. Or like... Because I definitely can't spell the entire thing. We could do like DP Dissidents or something. Hello, Monster Gear. We're naming them all after punk bands. So until you start a punk band named Bean Fairy, no. But unfortunately, I'm a good noodle who wears a mask everywhere. I wear a mask where I can. There are definitely times where I can't, but I think DP Dissidents might be the move. We might still not have enough letters, but we'll try. DP. I was on the right page. How do I spell this? How do I spell anything, actually? I can't spell. Fuck bands for having long names. Alright. D-I-S-S I-D So it's D E-N-T-S E-N-T-S. We did it! Yeah, it's Dissidents. Dog Park Dissidents. It is very, very good. Very, very good punk band. They are very queer. So the thing with Dog Park Dissidents, they're very queer, they're very like kinky. So a lot of their music, they are like a queer punk rock band with a lot of like, their lyrics talk a lot about shit like, you know, pet play and leather kink culture. Do be warned and be aware of that if you engage with the band. But it's good shit. It's very good shit. Very good band. Would recommend. I think we're going to take... I don't want to take off the team temporarily for this. Either Sticky Steve or Bridge City needs to go, and it might be Sticky Steve for now. I'm sorry, Sticky Steve. And I'm looking for berries. I'm on the hunt for berries. I require some berries. Alright. Quiet Looks of the band name. Very, very good band. Would recommend. It's some good punk rock shit, you know? And we love some good punk rock shit. I need something to prevent me from getting paralyzed. A held item that my Pokemon can use. If my band has an orange tint on part of it, will I die if it- or bread rather. I wouldn't eat it personally. I don't know if you'll die, but I personally wouldn't eat it. We need a lumberry or a cherry berry, or at the very least like a reliable source of them. I will let you have Fire Fang, yes. Flame Wheel, we have Return. We have Helping Hand, we have Cuddle Slam. Alright. If you can afford new bread, don't eat the orange bread, yeah. Yeah, I would not eat that. I would not eat that. Would recommend against. I would not eat the orange bread, personally. That's just me, though. I can't control you. Hey guys, let's not eat things that aren't edible. See, I don't have anything to like water these, unfortunately, so I'm just kind of planting my berries and like hoping for the best. It's probably gonna take like one in-game day. Let's see what happens. So I need to wait for like an in-game day to pass or some shit. My tummy gets upset too easy for that shit, same. My tummy is not functional. My tummy doesn't like working correctly. Sent the orange bread to Bread Holla. Congratulations. So the nice thing about this game is that there is actually just like a clock that's a lot faster than a real time clock in here. So they just make the time pass really fast. Fuck. This is my awesome bug Pokemon. My big brother got it for me. Chad, I'm about to beat up a child. I'm inaccessible with caution and money. I would toss the whole loaf if I had orange on it. Yeah, same. If I have the slightest sense that my food might be expired, it is going in the trash. Goodbye. Chad, I'm about to beat up a child. It's fine. He doesn't know what a bug is yet. He doesn't know. You meanie. Child, honey, that's a plant. He doesn't know what a bug is yet. It's okay. Be patient with him. He'll figure it out eventually. He just needs time. He's a little bit young. Someday he'll learn what a bug is. Right now he just thinks anything small and green is a bug. No patience jarred the child? No! You really give you a Budu? Dweeb. God, y'all are so mean. He's just a little guy. You may call me the Berry Master. I dream of filling the world with beautiful flowers, so I raise berries and hand them out to everyone. Why be stingy? Take another. Be sure to visit the Pretty Petal Flower Shop near Rustboro. Let flowers fill the world. The way my husband grows berries, oh, he's the best in the world. It makes me proud what he does. Incidentally, child, have you heard of a good saying lately? We need a good saying, chat. I need ideas. I'd feel bad throwing at the loaf considering you'd only have a bit. I'll just take the poison damage. No! Hang in there. Can you say bark bite? Let me see. Actions. Allow angers, brag, believe. I'm not seeing bark or bite. Do we have like, so we don't have anything to do unfortunately with do we maybe? Aim battle. I don't see a bark or bite anywhere. This is so sad. What do we got for status? Blaze bug. Damn, they really didn't think that, like, bite was necessary. This is so sad. I'm disappointed. There's fight. I'm disappointed. Press select to go by letter, but that's confusing. Oh, okay, okay. Select I battle be beat beautiful becomes beginnings being belongs to below beside better best big. Yeah, there's no bite and there's no bark. This is so sad. I'm so sad. Bad boy. Anyway. Oh, a good saying it is. You're quite remarkable. I want you to have this. Anyway. Yeah, amazing odds as well. We'll have to see it. I'm gonna try and multiply them a little bit, but we'll see what we can do. Ninja. Alright. Trigger just died. It's okay. Chikorita also just died. Quallet berries. Beautiful. I'll take the quallet berries again. Beautiful. I'm just grabbing all of the berries that I can right now. I don't think any of these are the kind of berry I need, but for the hell of it. I missed anything funny while taking my day off boiling bath that kills me slowly but feels nice? We said bad boy. We said bad boy. Yeah, you missed bad boy. Would Jolte be immune to being paralyzed? I don't know. Hee, it's the Pomeg berry, chat. No, I was here for Bad Boy, I told you about the psych thing. Oh, right, sorry. I'm doing my best, Rin. It's hard for me to keep track of folks sometimes, I apologize. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Then microdosing on ads, so I'm immune. Is that how that works? I'm eating the curse of bread sandwich, will update. So, what are the results of this experiment? What did we learn? What have we learned? Hi, Tinga Tink. Fairy Steel Hater. I hate you. Gone. I'm now my own manufacturer of penicillin. We should begin often seeing old commercials from pre-2010 instead of current ads. I think it'd be really funny. Nah, honestly, if I could, like, not run ads, I would, but they do get me money, so, you know, we do what we can with what we got. I wish I didn't have to. They do make me a little bit of money. I want my berries! How long do I have to wait? Pokemon too many types, too many types berry growing time. I'm not seeing anyone talk about too many types. Shit. Shit. No one's talking about this, so I don't have an answer. Probably the same as Emerald. So there is a clock in this particular ROM hack that does, like, you know, progress the time. Fuck. That's unfortunate because I kind of need that for this fight. Like, well, shit, you know? No idea why companies think I'm some fool who will easily sway mind who will buy their slot product because it's jingled from my ears for 15 to 30 seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna be dead ass. Like, seeing a lot of ads and commercials makes me less likely to buy your product. I am not going to buy your product if you are constantly throwing it in front of my screen. Over advertising actually makes consumers less likely to buy a product. There is an extent of advertising which does help by building awareness and whatnot, but like, if you advertise to me constantly, I don't want your products. I'm composed entirely out of spite. Very real. I wonder if there's any kind of key item that helps me with this. It'll go in my bag real quick. Doesn't look like it. I am so sad. Alright, so we might just have to do our best for the fight, give it another shot, see if we can come up with a strategy that works. Because bruh. Getting paralysis, not good. I hate when ads don't explain what the product is. Also true. And I feel like that should be considered unethical. Alright. It's a new burrito at Taco Bell based on the 90s. Totally radical, dude, but what's in it? I will say I am a Taco Bell enjoyer. I'm sorry, Taco Bell hits so hard at like 4 a.m. after a punk show. I'm sorry. Taco Bell hits different at 4 a.m. after a punk show. And I'm only a little bit sorry for that. Won't hold it against you? Yeah. Taco Bell's an immediate after work craving for me. God, I haven't had Taco Bell in such a long time and I kind of miss it. Chat, I want Taco Bell. I have been tempted to, cause like we have Treat Stream here and we don't use it very often. I get a Treat Stream like, you know, once every couple months, usually around special occasions. And I do appreciate whenever people do Treat Stream me stuff, but like please don't feel obligated to. It's really expensive. It's not worth it. But I have been tempted to put my standard Taco Bell order on Treat Stream for anyone who wants to buy me Taco Bell. I have been tempted. Sorry, so okay. Time to try and remember the path. Shit. I was incorrect. I'm trying so hard to remember the correct path. Memory maze time. I'm gonna fail. I remember one time I ordered a quesadilla from Taco Bell and they gave me a fucking tortilla. I made the best fucking quesadillas the other day. Chat, I got like the seasoning blend from Walmart, cup of that. I took a cup of that. I sauteed it with like a bunch of seasonings. I put some like corn in there. And then I mixed that with some cheese and some sour cream. And then loaded it into the little quesadilla things. And it was so fucking good. The tortillas. I loaded it into the tortillas. It was so fucking good. Best quesadilla I've ever fucking had. I'm gonna be making more tonight. Because I want more quesadilla. Hi, Lucky. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I also put like half a can of, what's it called? Jalapeno in there. It was so good. Fuck me. Quesadilla, nom nom nom. Oh, did you more for eating Taco Bell in normal daylight hours than not? Yeah. Taco Bell specifically at like 2 in the morning after a punk show goes hard. And I will not take critiques on this. They had this rolled steak in poblano quesadilla a few months ago. I already missed it. Damn. I haven't had Taco Bell in a while now. Like, I just can't justify it right now. But it's good. I want Taco Bell. I'm also a guilty pleasure for Waffle House as well. Waffle House is one of my guilty pleasures as well. Oh, okay, I see where I fucked up. Alright, I need to heal anyway. One sec. My coworker eats Taco Bell almost daily and it's wild. We are by 5 actual Mexican spots and he's a day dweller. See, okay. Taco Bell's a guilty pleasure for this reason. Because actual Mexican food absolutely goes hard. But there's just something about 2 a.m. I think there's some kind of bond a tired college student forms with Taco Bell that will always be open without fail at ungodly study hours. Exactly. My nieces grew up getting homemade quesadillas. They would have nothing else. Understandable, understandable. It's again, it's one of those drunk 2 a.m. foods, you know? You've had a couple drinks at the show, you're tired from moshing, and there's just something about that cheap, shitty taco, you know? There's just something about that cheap, shitty taco. It's not good, but it's Taco Bell. It's familiar. Alright, let's see if we can do it this time. Let's see if we can get the fight. That shitty cheap taco that falls apart when you pick it up. Exactly, exactly. Covered enough goop to be edible. It hits different. We're gonna put, I think, apes out front. Let's see if we can do it this time. I wish Taco was just a smidge cheaper, yeah. If only. I've been there so much because my buddy's obsessed with Baja Blast. Can't blame him for that either, it tastes good. It does taste good. They need desserts on the menu because I need sweet at 2 a.m. They do have desserts on the menu, don't they? Alright, we have Fluffy Fire Friend, and we are going to... Sharp. We outspeed, good to know. So they do get the paralyze off on us. But... Shit. And we're not gonna outspeed anymore, crap. We could Swift. It doesn't outspeed. So is Swift not priority in this? Is Swift not priority anymore? Live every day like a Baja Blast because I could be your Baja Last. I am a Baja Blast lover. God, that shit's so good. Swift isn't priority, it's never missed. You're right, my bad, my bad. Fuck you. I don't know how the fuck I beat this. Doesn't the berry need to be held to have an effect? I could not get the berry because the berry wasn't growing. And I only have 1 cherry berry. I'm not wasting my only cherry berry on this, you know? I was looking around for more berries to see if I could get multiple and grow them, and they weren't growing fast enough. And I got impatient. Now, one of the Baja Blast pie so bad because it looked like trash. Yeah, real. Let's see if I can recover this. Let's see if I can recover this. Flareon's the problem. No, you're good, Baphomet. You're totally good. Flareon is absolutely the issue. It is super effective, though. Noted. We don't benefit from stab, though. Was robbed my radioactive sludge pie. I will never forgive the people responsible. Understandable. Understandable. Rigidity is not suited for this, but here we are. Shit. So that didn't do jack. Let's see if we can get a poison off. That'd be really useful for us. We got the poison off. Okay, okay, okay. Beautiful. I will never understand people who can do this shit. Who can, how do I say? I will never understand people who can Nuzlocke. If I'd played that differently. I'm also noticing that they always, the enemies always apply the paralyze if they notice they can't get a one-hit kill, which is really fascinating to me. We're gonna super potion. And we're gonna try to hex again. Actually, I think we're literally just buying ourselves time for the poison at that rate. Oh! Current era of Nuzlocke is sweaty and try hard. Yeah, I don't understand how Nuzlockers do it. Don't understand how Nuzlockers do it. They scare me. Alright, dog park. It was more fun a few years ago because it was like telling your own story with the game. Absolutely. Not nearly as try as hard as it used to be, especially with the rare candy being much more accepted in modern days, which is good at the very least. I'm glad we have that, but like, damn. I am potentially actually doing a Soul Link Nuzlocke with Semi-Sin soon. We need to talk the details. I've been very, very busy, but I might be doing that soon. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. It'll be fun if we go through with it. I don't want to take the potential miss chance, I think. If that's your best option for a move, then we're good. There we go. Yeah, we just don't take the I hate you! I forgot that it does that. Yeah, Semi and I might do something. If you endeavor again, I will cry. I hate you. I hate you. Ultimate stream to co-work too? Yeah, it'll be a nice chill time. We need to figure out a time that works for us both and what game we're gonna be doing. But it is a thought that we're playing around with, you know? Do I wonder mutuals losing their Pokemon in terrible, tragic ways? Yeah. I need to figure out exactly what time Semi usually streams, but details potentially coming soon. That's something I want to do sometime in the coming months. I'm just a little bit busy for the remainder of January, which I need to DM Semi and explain I'm a little bit busy for the rest of January, but I want to do this soon. Alright. Water gun. Gun. Okay. And if it's gonna paralyze us. But it missed in its paralysis. The gun? We did it. 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 Alright. Need to sit and rest my backy tips for next step. Entertain me, please, streamer. Of course! I entertain you with gun! We just killed a dog! Hell fucking yeah! What's Surge Strike do? Ninja type, extremely speedy and unavoidable attack. Okay. I think... fuck it. I'm gonna replace Hop Up. We'll take it, we'll take it. By gun and egg may ye be entertained! Hell yeah. Does ACAB include Frogadier? Frogadier is a ninja. I don't think ninjas are cops. Important debate chat. Are ninjas cops? Because I don't think so. Speaking of eggs, don't forget to pick up the egg from the hot spring. Thank you. Thank you. But he did shoot a dog. You're right. Wait, no, you have a point. You have a point. But so do, like, burglars. Burglars do that, too. Burglars also do that, okay? You have a point. Ninjas are more like mercenaries, yeah. We received the heat badge from Flannery. This is a token of my appreciation. Don't be shy about taking it. It enables full power attack, but sharply lowers special attack. Overheat. Beautiful. Oh my god, burglars and cops are the same. You're so right. Ninjas have been cops. We might be onto something here, chat. Ninjas might be cops. Ninjas might be cops. Seems like Flannery's plush power was nothing compared to ya, AE. AE, wait right there. I forgot to hand you something important. The Kyogre Groudon disaster 2 years ago destroyed the south entrance to Fiery Pass, so you'll need these go goggles to go the other way north, through the desert. Good luck! Ninjas were infiltrators, spies, and assassins. In any case, ninjas are with Homeland for killing dogs. We'll go with it. Little did we know the cops were the robbers. Reference to a really good song, I'm just saying. I haven't listened to that song in forever, but it's an absolute bop. Y'all know which one I'm talking about, right? I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's a very good song. I think it's just called Cops and Robbers. Alright, I need to take someone out of my party so we can grab our egg. Who am I taking out for a bit? I can't take out my dog. We do have a bit of party overlap in the form of apes right here. Sorry, Bridge City right here. So we'll place Bridge City down for now. And I would like to grab Dog Park Dissidents and put you up front because he's my beloved. Assigned a ninja at birth is so good. I think giving overheat to Growlithe would be good because it is a normal attacker. Alright, let's grab our egg. Let's go into our bag as well and grab overheat. And we're gonna use this on Dog Park Dissidents because it's a regular attacker, not a special attacker. That should be fine. We'll remove... I think we need to have at least one friend. Either Firefang or Flame Wheel. Do I take the potential lower accuracy? Because I like having an 100 accuracy option. I think Firefang is worth it for the flinch chance, though. I think we remove Flame Wheel. This egg is cool, by the way. It's my favorite Gen 1 Mon. Oh, whoa. Is it the same in this ROM hack as is in the original? I'm not sure. I suppose we'll just have to find out. We'll play a little bit longer because I'm feeling good. We'll probably make our way to the next town or like next major objective. But not too much further. What's this? Dog Park Dissidents might not be a good choice to have in the front of the party right now. I am realizing. Let's just try Overheat though. Let's see how powerful this is. Egg acquired. We've acquired an egg. Can I offer you an egg in this trying time? I've actually never watched Naruto. AE fun fact. He does not know Naruto. Store egg in mouth. Oh. Chad, there's no eggs in my pantry right now and I'm very sad about it. I'm very sad about it. Inaccurate realization? Yeah. Let's switch over to Frog Legs. Frog Legs can handle this. Is that from Naruto? Is what from Naruto? We were talking about Naruto because we were talking about ninjas. Okay, so ninja is not very effective against rock. Understood. I meant to water gun. Damn, nothing is effective against this. Huh. Yeah, exit from Naruto, that's why they were so expensive. Watching the end of Shippuden, couldn't get into Boruto. Understandable. I've never watched it, so I don't know jack shit about it, but like, understandable. I think, honestly, I just have trouble engaging with any kind of like long series. If a series is more than like 25 episodes, I'm gonna have a hard time watching it. And I really prefer my series to be like 12. Just because I don't have much attention span and I can't binge watch shit. I mostly watch shows like when I'm working on art and whatnot, but I'm still doing that for relatively short periods of time. So it is really hard for me to justify like digging so many hours in a row into one thing. My immune system consists of tangerine and liquor, and I'm all out of liquor help. Hello, Groggy, hope you're doing okay. Bad at watching new things. I rewatch the same 400 episodes over and over, but I'm scared to watch anything new over 10. I feel that. Except I don't even rewatch old shit. I'll replay old games every now and then, but God, I'm just so lacking in time these days. Ground friend! Gun. Caught the flu the day before I was gonna get my septum done. No, I'm so sorry. I hope you're able to get it done soon. I hope you're able to get it done soon. No, that is miserable. Hello, Sandile. What are you? Lizard. Florida type. Wait, there's Florida type. Wait, shit. Okay. New AE typing. Florida Fox. Florida Fox gun? Question mark? Florida Fox gun. Thoughts. Florida Fox gun. Thoughts. My body actively fights my need to become more punk and I hate it. Welcome to punk culture. Florida Fox gay is a good take. Florida Fox gay. Florida Fox gender is also an option. Thoughts on Florida Fox gender? What's effective against Florida? So gun is not super effective against Florida. Global warming. Is frog good? This is going terribly. Florida Pop's hot? I mean, it's true. Death Roll is such a good type. This is so good. This is incredible. This little fucking gator might be the death of me. The death roll animation is so good too. The maker went out of his way to make these areas so annoying. I'm noticing. This little sandile right here is an actual nightmare. Do I know any like gator themed bands? This, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna cache this and I have a name for it. Because I don't think I've named everyone after extra D fingers yet. I don't think I've named anyone after X30 Fingers yet. And X30 Fingers would love this. Death roll, just clamp and roll. Yeah. I keep forgetting that Pokemon have gender. I said this last stream. I'm so sorry to anyone, any like musicians or artists who I have named a Pokemon of not your gender after. I'm so sorry. I'm given I don't pay attention when I'm catching the Pokemon. And I don't know their gender ratios, and I'm just doing it off of the species. I'm so sorry. It's happened a couple times in both directions, and I apologize. I'm doing my best out here. I don't think to pay attention to it, but we're already here. Next dirty finger. Actually, we're not gonna add to party right now. I have unironically used death roll in life once. Explain the context of your use of death roll. I need to know. We lived. I don't want to do a double battle right now, not after that shit. Fuck. My cousin bit me, I bit back. You know what? That's just fair and valid. What if the Totodile line is Florida type with water gun? Probably, and I would love that. AE apology video? Listen, I'm just a guy doing the best I can. What type is Murkrow? Dark Flying in VGC. I don't know what's good against any of that. Just guys. Alright, guys was super effective against something in there. It's so hard to keep track of types when every Pokemon has like up to 3 types. And some moves have multiple. Guys. That's a normal amount of damage for this move. Yeah, up to 3. We get Unga Boonga. We're gonna Unga Boonga, chat. It's not very effective. Monkey is not very effective. What if space? Even less effective. Cool. We're just gonna Fury Swipe. I want a jaw large enough to death roll my enemies. I wonder if there's a surgery for that. Open wide like pelican. HRT that lets you death roll? Real. Do you know how large of a mouth that is? No. Hi, Impidimp. Dark Uno Reverse Goblin. Okay, so it reverses shit. Why did I hit Monkey? That's not what I wanted. Boonga Boonga! I'm looking at the relationship between dark and space here. Fuck. Space is not very effective against dark. Understood. Guys, I don't know what a death roll is, and it's what I'm too afraid to ask. So there's this thing that alligators do, where those kind of grab you in their jaws and roll. And that's called a death roll. It's, yes, the thing that gators do. A death roll is the thing that gators do. That's the reason why the little gator Pokemon had the move death roll. I see, you've toughened them considerably. Are you a visual learner? What's that? What am I doing? I'm thinking about making my own room here using a Pokemon move. I know, I'll give you this TM. Will you use it to make your own room? Yay! Find a big tree that looks like it might drop some vines. Use secret power in front of the tree. Some vines should get free and drop down so you can climb the tree. You'll find lots of space for putting your favorite things. It'll be your own secret room. A secret base! You should make one too. For reference, the average gator's mouth is 2 feet. For him to do that effectively, neck muscles wouldn't be immaculate. It'd be funny though. What do we have over here? I would like to cut the tree, yes. Why do they roll? Doesn't their bellies have less scales? It's like... I don't know. They just do. I don't know why they do it, they just do it. And I think it's cute. I'll take the raspberries. Alright. I think being an alligator would be cool. I'm just saying. Alright, we picked 2 orange berries. This route! I remember this route. I love this route. Alright, what's Tauros? What type are you now? Normal food? That's so mean! So gun wasn't very effective against it. Interesting. Shit. Cool. Alright, fire seems to be super effective against food. Understood. Understood. We learned something. Abyss Defense is a good offense. As they say, they being gators. I mean, they also have scales. Their scales are decently protected, worth noting. I think that actually worked just at playing a mad scientist move from the movie Tusk. Tusk is such a fucking film that exists. Turn to tips, you may register one of the key items in your bag as select. I'm aware of this. Okay. Oh, I don't want to deal with the children. I forgot normal was a base game type when coming up with types you might be. Alright, we got Squawkabilly. What's Squawkabilly? Boring, ugly bird. How dare you? That's so mean. Yeah, that is so sad. Alright, guys is not very effective. I don't know what guys is supposed to be. I don't know what guys is supposed to be as a type. Nine to 5. That right there hurts. That right there fucking hurts. I think he's cool, wanted to use him, but just didn't work out type-wise. Understandable. Yeah, I don't like the ugly type feels mean. I don't like the ugly type. It makes me sad. Okay, there we go, finally. Glass workshop, alright. I just want to get to the next town. That's my goal right now, make it to the next town. But some Pokemon are ugly. I think everyone loves at least one Pokemon. Done with groceries, back for more for favorite Enfield. And yeah, ugly type was unnecessarily mean. Like, it's a little bit funny, but it's mostly just mean. I don't fuck with it. Imagine if Moltic was ugly type and Perugly wasn't. Yeah. Gross. Unga bunga. The ones where it was mean and outweigh the funny too much, yeah. Like, there's some Pokemon that just definitely don't deserve it. I think the boring type is really funny, specifically because, like, most of the moves center around having a job. Most of the moves on the boring type are literally, like, 9 to 5, paperwork, tax forms. I think those are really funny. Boring is a very funny type. Alright, but we have made it successfully to town, chat. I'm feeling a little bit eepy-steepy. We've been here for nearly 7 hours, so I think, if y'all are okay with it, this might be where we start to close out for the night. I'd love to go a little bit longer, but I think I'm a little bit eepy-sneepy. And I've got a lot of work I need to do. I need to cook food tonight. I was supposed to do that this morning. Hello, Gremlin Transbeat! I'm so sorry you're coming in right at the end! I'm so sorry! But unfortunately, I did not have time to do any of my chores before stream today, so I got a lot of work I had to catch up on. So, I'm gonna get started on my chores. I'm gonna get my routine down. But I will next be live on Saturday. I will not be here Friday for the rest of January. I'm very sorry. I'm gonna miss y'all. But hang on in there. Thank you so much for everything y'all do for me. This was a wonderful stream. I loved yapping. I'm gonna go see how all is on. Alright, alright, alright. One day I'll get back to doing like 8-hour streams. Someday. Let me see who all we got into raid. Anyone do anything important? Ooh, I haven't raided Impulse in a while. I might raid Impulse. Espen's on though. I haven't raided Espen in a hot minute. I'm peeking at my options. I'm peeking at my options. Chat, do we want to check out a furry playing Hollow Knight, or do we want to check out a himbo playing Destiny? Oh, Impulse is almost done. Shit, never mind. Alright, Impulse is about to end, so we're gonna go check out Espen. Most likely. Unless someone else catches my eye. I think I'm gonna say hi to Espen. Alright, we're gonna say hi to Espen, VT, looks like who might be partner pushing right now. Currently playing some Destiny 2. He's a lovely himbo VTuber, wonderful presence. He's very, very fun. I love his energy. Y'all enjoy, have a good time with him, have a good night. I will next be live on Saturday at 7 PM EST. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I got some cooking and cleaning to go do, but it's been lovely being here, as it always is. Y'all take care.